Welcome to the Manhwa world. In a fully furnished, expansive room, a young girl entered clad in a white shirt, black pants, and long boots, with vibrant red hair cascading down. She wore a silver pendant, making a striking presence. As she opened the door, a scene unfolded within. The figure of a man lay on a bed, surrounded by concerned servants. Attempting to intervene, a lady servant urgently addressed her. "Lady Cecilia." Yet, impassive, she pressed forward with palpable anger. In her hand, she held a pen. Tears streaming down her face, she began striking the pen on the cloth covering the man's head, tearing it into pieces. The onlookers attempted to restrain her. In the midst of the turmoil, another lady servant implored, "My lady, please stop. You must calm down." The distressed girl, overcome with grief, screamed. "Father passed away." The gravity of the moment hung in the air as sorrow permeated the room. My father, Cecilia Sirian, was known as a cold-blooded eccentric. He always did as he pleased and never gave a damn about conventions or what other people thought. That was the way he raised me, and that was the way he lived. Though unlike him, I was not born a man and, as such, faced discrimination at times. It was during those times that I found Father's way of life to be cumbersome, dissatisfactory even. But for the most part, I was proud of him. He walked his own path, one that he could accept. Gazing at her father's lifeless body, she questioned, "Father, is this something you've accepted as well?" Turning towards those assembled, she inquired, "Was it poison?" The doctor, standing behind her, replied, "The autopsy showed no traces of poison, Lady Cecilia." Frustrated, she retorted, "Then could it have been a curse?" Another doctor, adorned in refined attire, stated, "There is that possibility." Angrily, she questioned, "Why didn't any of you inform me of this?" The doctor, fearing her wrath, explained, "It's only a possibility. I'm afraid we're not certain." Interrupting, she erupted, "Not certain? So you will forego informing me of crucial information whenever you're not certain?" The doctor bowed his head, and she continued, "Had I not ripped the cloth to check his face, nobody would have told me about the possibility of poisoning or a curse." The doctor, now shivering, stammered, "My deepest apologies." Tearfully, she declared, "It isn't only Luzin. Everyone here is averting their gaze, trying to avoid my eyes, as though they're all aware there's something suspicious about Father's death. They're trying to hide the fact that it was not natural. We'll have the funeral at midnight. Rostov, if there's anything you need in order to find out who it was that cast the curse, be sure to secure it beforehand." A servant bowed and replied, "Yes, Lady Cecilia." She added, "Johnnon, make the necessary preparations for the funeral. He refuses to look my way as if I'm the plague, even though he's been serving our family from before I was born." Cecilia ascended the stairs accompanied by a young boy adorned in regal attire. The upper floor was illuminated with warm yellow lights. A purple-haired youth, also dressed in royal garments and wielding a sword, confronted Cecilia, questioning, "What was that back at the manor earlier? They practically made it seem like you killed your father." In response, the boy accompanying Cecilia, named Chris, retorted, "Be quiet, Chris. All your nonsense might end up ruining our liege's reputation." Chris persisted, "Oh, come on, Sophie. You saw what they were doing. Not a single one of them would meet her eyes." Mockingly, he added, "Her father just passed. You wouldn't even be that heartless to a village child." Another boy, angered by Chris's remarks, warned, "I warned you. Say goodbye to that foul mouth of yours." Concerned, Chris asked, "Wait. Are you really going to kill me?" Cecilia, laughing, remarked, "Did you think I'd let you live when all you do is bring harm to our liege?" The boy accompanying Cecilia held another guy's shirt in shock and questioned Cecilia. "You're laughing, my liege?" She replied, "It's funny. You two haven't changed, yet they have all become tense. Is there any reason for them to be tense?" As Cecilia began to depart, the boy chased after her, asking, "Do they perhaps believe you'll get rid of them all?" Pausing for a moment, Cecilia explained, Sophia is a commoner, but she was knighted for she was one of the rarest of finds, a wizard swordsman. She is now a proper lord with an estate of her own, but she can still be naive like this. Though I find her naivete to be quite fetching. The young boy once again addressed her as my liege. Leaning against the wall, Cecilia expressed, if father was indeed killed by a curse, I'd want revenge. She added, and the wrong person might end up getting hurt in the process. That wrong person could end up being one of them. That's their foremost concern for now. Tauntingly, the purple-headed boy asked, is that why they covered his face with cloth? So you wouldn't find out? That's some loyalty right there. Another boy, irritated by his remarks, inquired, their foremost concern? Is there another reason for concern? Cecilia responded, yes. The fact that I'm a woman. The purple-headed boy persisted. What does that matter? You're the sole heir. Your father left no bastards. There shouldn't be any question about who the heir would be. Cecilia retorted, well, my relatives seem to think otherwise, and I have many of them. It was quite obvious that my father's death would be regarded as a great opportunity for them, with him leaving behind only a daughter. Reflecting on her past, she continued, I am in my early 20s. Had I not been my father's heir and entangled in inheritance matters, I'd have married long ago, with a young child in tow by now. All my relatives were outspoken in their disapproval of me marrying. Quoting one of her relatives, she recalled, we'd hardly be able to look our ancestors in the eye in the afterlife if we let some inferior blood become heir to House Sirian. Defending herself, she stated, would there not be my blood too? I fail to see the problem. Another relative argued, with all due respect, the female blood is inferior to the male. Cecilia replied, nothing we can help. God created us so. She added, if I married and my husband joined the family, he'd bear different blood from the Sirians, and a son born of such wedlock with half the blood from another family could hardly be accepted as heir. Or at least, that's what they claimed. Attempting to remain aloof from such matters, she narrated, I try not to get involved in such matters. Meanwhile, another relative challenged her, saying, if your blood is so superior, why don't you try showing some proof of it? In response, the first relative screamed at him, and he explained, father would use such burning remarks to put down his younger brother. Cecilia disclosed, there were such men who never had the strength to speak up against my father but would rant to me about superior and inferior blood. It was clear they'd eventually come barking with all kinds of demands, so I had to prepare myself. I knew it would have never stopped at barking, and having them try to take everything that was rightfully mine would have been troublesome. Following the heated argument among relatives, Cecilia approached her father, who was seated, holding a glass of juice. In her hand, she also held a glass of juice. She suggested, you should remarry, father. It's bothersome how everybody keeps gossiping about you being without a child. It would be good to leave behind an heir. I never had a great interest in father's title or property. I didn't want to get mixed up in all that tiresome business as his potential heir. I had won plenty, and had plenty more to be won, through my own capabilities. I'd have much preferred if he'd remarried, had an heir, and stopped all those relatives talking behind his back. Her father responded, you speak as if you don't think yourself my own child. It was evident that by child, he meant a male child who could lawfully become his heir without any trouble. Nonetheless, he affirmed, holding Cecilia's hand, you are my child, Celia. And you are my only child. Addressing some boys who were following her in a hallway, Cecilia asserted that I was the only rightful heir. The boys began whispering, expressing doubt about Lady Cecilia becoming their new liege. They questioned her ability to manage the vast manor on her own, emphasizing that she was just a woman. Arriving in front of a room, Cecilia opened the door. A man in a suit inside nervously addressed her. Why, you're back, Lady Cecilia! Upon hearing the title, she corrected him. Lady Cecilia, you say? No. Pardon? Reminding the man of her father's words, she exclaimed. Celia, when I'm gone, you must take everything. She then proclaimed, I, Cecilia Sirian, am the new liege and lord of this castle, raising her voice to assert her position. Cecilia pondered why she had never been interested in her father's wealth, title, or honor, considering whether societal expectations led her to unconsciously suppress her desires. Recalling her father's words, he expressed pride in her and insisted that, upon his passing, she should inherit everything. In response to her father's will, Cecilia asserted her determination to never relinquish her rightful inheritance. Holding a cup of tea, she contemplated that fulfilling her father's wishes was her duty. A servant, Jonathan, approached Lady Cecilia, seeking a private conversation. Hesitant, he struggled to articulate his concerns, leading Cecilia to impatiently remind him of her imminent role as the next duke. Irritated by Jonathan's continued hesitation, she firmly declared her rights to the title, order of knights, castle, and her father's library and books. Growing increasingly furious, Cecilia addressed Jonathan's concerns, acknowledging his unease while emphasizing the urgency of the impending funeral. Despite her frustration, she reminded him that time was of the essence, signaling the need to focus on immediate matters. Jonathan announced, He brought in a boy last year. Cecilia asked. Huh? How old? She thought. Then he was already born when I had that conversation with father. He may be a bastard, but he has father's blood. If uncle adopts him, he'll easily become the heir, and I will end up with nothing. But that's not what concerns me. I just wish father had been honest with me. Why did he tell me to take everything and make me worry about it for 4 long years? It may not be entirely official, but if he brought the boy in himself, that's as good as confirming his lineage. In that case, it's my duty to help my stranger of a brother become the rightful heir and take everything. The fight against those wolves I call relatives will only become even fiercer now. She added, Those who seek to steal the wealth and esteem my father left behind will try endlessly to come between me and my brother. And if my brother were ever to turn against me, that could become quite troublesome. It would be fine if he were to take everything else, but if he were to become greedy for the order of Hastred, that's something I won't let pass. An order of mercenary knights gathered together to protect their freedom. Guarding their liberty and keeping their contracts are worth much more to them than their own lives. And at present belongs to House Sirian. In other words, my house. The Hastred is independent. The order itself would hardly choose the boy over me. I should stop thinking like this. Things haven't even begun to happen yet. Nor should they, the boy is still young. She is chasing Jonathan and thinks, But why is Jonathan bringing me here? Jonathan said to Cecilia by opening a door. We've arrived. Cecilia thought. He may be a bastard, but he's still the Duke's son. To keep the Duke's bastard and only son in a rundown stable would be impossible unless ordered by father himself. Father, what were you thinking? If you bring in a child, then at least dress him, feed him decently, and educate him. There is no case that would warrant keeping a child in such a dump. I knew he was eccentric, heartless even to those other than me, but this is going too far. It would have been better not to bring the child here at all. Cecilia started screaming. Ethen? Ethen! Jonathan said. His Grace's orders, Lady Cecilia! Cecilia got furious and said, You dare address him like that? And this is my order, address him properly. He replied, Why yes, Lady Cecilia. Lord Ethen? Lord Ethen, Cecilia said. Ethen, but why Ethen? He should have been named Ilid, after father. It's tradition to inherit the names of our forefathers, just as I inherited my name from my grandmother. Ethen. A boy came out, and Jonathan said to him, My lord, if you would please come out. Cecilia looked at him and thought. Golden hair, as light as lemons, clear blue eyes with violet hues, and soft, pale skin. I know this face, she said to Jonathan. Jonathan, you're really in trouble now, he replied. Pardon? Cecilia said. He isn't father's bastard. With that face and that name, he must be. My liege, with the child being a boy, does that mean you will no longer be the heir? Cecilia was writing something and saying, if Sophia knows, that means most of the servants were already aware of the child. She was grieved. All the servants are gathered surrounding her. She said, was that the reason for the cold reception today? I'm still the heir, enough so that I can fight to keep it. Both boys are standing, one said to another. How can you smile at this point? Cecilia was saying, though now I wish I had shaken father's shoulders rather than ripped the cloth off his face. She reminds, but the funeral is soon. How can I properly send him off with these feelings? Just what were you thinking, father? Don't worry if anyone questions your right as heir, my liege. Meanwhile, the purple-headed boy grasped his sword, saying, accidents happen all the time. He's screaming. Just say the word and we'll take care of it without a soul the wiser. Won't we? Another boy said. He's just a child. Cecilia stood up in anger and said, no need. She ordered the lady servant, saying, bring Ethen here. She replied, yes, my lady. The purple-headed boy got shocked and asked, Ethen? She replied, yes, the heir to Grosslin, rumored to have drowned in a lake 5 years ago. Another boy asked, why, what's wrong with the name Ethen? The purple-headed boy said, Sophie, if you're a baron, you should know a thing or two about aristocratic traditions. Aristocratic families have a tradition of passing down given names. Meaning, if the boy's name is Ethen, a son of House Sirian would have been named Ilid, not Ethen. Sophie asked, what? Does that mean I have to name my firstborn Sophia? Sophia replied, no. You would use your father's name. Sophie said, not my husband's? They're getting along well. Sophia replied, do you have a death wish? Meanwhile, the lady servant entered the room and said, announcing Lord Ethen, Sophie and Sophia are quarreling in the background. You may be a wizard swordsman, but I'm better at the sword than you. Why don't we put that to the test right now? Cecilia said, you may go. Close the door behind you. Lady servant replied, yes, Lady Cecilia. Ethen came into the room. Cecilia said, let me introduce you. Sophie and Sophia got shocked. Oh, how adorable. This is Ethen Z. Grosslin. In full anger, Chris took his sword out and started moving towards Ethen. Meanwhile, Cecilia came in front of Ethen and said, Chris, behave yourself in the presence of the Crown Prince. Chris screamed, my liege! What on earth? He added, what is the dead Crown Prince doing in your castle? Cecilia was concerned. It's little wonder why Chris is reacting this way. I could very well be tried for treason, harboring the prince here. All the past scenarios were reminded. The new king of Grosslin was crowned only last year. Before he became king, he was the Grand Duke Rafnal Z. Grosslin, brother to the former king, the Crown Prince's uncle. A decade before his crowning, the former king asked his brother to foster and educate his only son. Though the former king may have had some misgivings about his request, it was the common desire of any parent to wish for the best education for their offspring, and it was customary to ask it of the highest-ranking nobility possible. Thus, the king had entrusted his child to his brother. Crown Prince Ethen, who had been sent away to the Grand Duke's estate at the tender age of 1, returned to the palace every social season to show off his beauty and intelligence, much to the delight and admiration of all who met him. However, tragedy soon struck. The year he turned 6, after sneaking off for a swim alone, he drowned. Although his body was never recovered, the boat, as well as the bracelet found in it, were confirmed to have belonged to the Crown Prince. The king grieved, and the queen fell into despair. Her health gradually faded until she ultimately died of pneumonia the following year. It was only last year that the late king passed, which led to the crowning of Grand Duke Rafnal. However, there are those who still question the legitimacy of the new king. After all, the circumstances surrounding the young prince's death were more than suspicious, and his body was never recovered. Chris is the second son of Count Ortho, confidant to the new king and his greatest supporter. Cecilia thought. This can hardly be a welcome sight for him. Chris started saying. Jonathan says father brought him in last year. It seems he was locked up until now. Locked up? Cecilia replied. I've no idea what exactly is going on either. It seems the servants all presumed him to be my father's bastard, just as you did. She added, his disappearance at the lake was 4 years before Rafno's crowning. Father found the Crown Prince last year but had kept him locked up in the stables. At that time, the late king would have still been alive. So why didn't father return the prince to the palace? Cecilia protected Ethen from Chris and asked him politely. Have you not eaten yet? He was very frightened and replied. I hadn't finished eating. They dragged him here in the middle of his meal because I called for him. Cecilia thought. He seems to have no awareness that he's even the crown prince. How much must he have endured? And from such a young age. His sudden appearance may spell catastrophe for me, but he's done nothing wrong. On the contrary, he could hardly be blamed if he wanted to take revenge on me. After all, it was my father who kept him in the stables like some kind of farm animal. What can I do for this child? She hugged Ethen and then said, Well, I'm starving myself. Let's get something to eat, shall we? They both went to the dining table, where there was an array of food from steak to fruits, presented in a very decent way. Cecilia served him some sausages and said, Help yourself to some more if you'd like. Lady Cecilia's really back. In a room, Ethen sat on a dressing chair while a lady servant styled his hair. Meanwhile, another servant started saying, She's still so gorgeous. I can't believe she's a knight. She's too beautiful for that. The lady servant making Ethen's hair asked her, Do you think she'll really become the next duke? Ethen got lost in his thoughts and pondered. Then she'll be the first female to become a duke in this kingdom. When I was crown prince, there were only 4 dukes. I can't remember their names, but Sirian is entirely unfamiliar. It doesn't matter. I'm sure she just means to take advantage of and use me, just like the others. He looked at himself in the mirror and thought, I will never be taken advantage of. I will grit my teeth and pretend to remember nothing. I'll play the part of a complete, useless imbecile. Or at least that was what I promised myself. Well, I'm starving myself. He recalled how she asked him to eat something. Even though she's to be a duke, she picked me up in her arms, not caring about my filth, and treated me like a prince. No, like any other noble child. I am Ethen Z. Grosslin, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Grosslin and heir to the throne. When I was kidnapped, I repeatedly informed the thugs of my royal status, but all it brought was violence and torture. The pain broke me. I began to act as if I knew nothing, as if I wasn't the prince. That's what they demanded of me. But on the inside, I tried my utmost not to forget who I was. Maybe she will change everything. Maybe she will help me reclaim my rightful fate. Sophie said in excitement. The food at Hastred Castle is always so good. I wish the food at my castle could be half as good as this. Meanwhile, Cecilia was eating her steak. She replied, A good cook costs money, your money as lord. Sophie appreciated Cecilia, saying, Yours is certainly worth every penny. Ethen thought, A female lord? Is that possible? Seeing his plate empty, Cecilia put more food on his plate. Ethen thought, She's making sure my plate is never empty. Cecilia was drinking her red juice and said, Mrs. Wells is the pride of Hastred. Chris asked her, I heard you pay her better than most male cooks. Is that true? Cecilia replied, I wouldn't say most male cooks. I pay her better than any cook in the world. But her hefty salary isn't the reason she continues to stay with us. Chris asked, Why then? She replied, Because father promised to take charge of Tom Wells's education. Chris got furious and started screaming. Tom Wells? You mean Mrs. Wells's firstborn son? He added, Well, they do say it's every parent's desire to have the highest-ranking nobility in charge of their child's education. But even so, they're commoners, Sophie made fun of him, saying, "Your father truly was a gourmet." Chris said, "He was more than just a connoisseur of food. He was a connoisseur of wine, women, war, power, knowledge, gambling, and even politics." Ethen thought, "Here, there's a female duke to be, a female lord, an education for a commoner for the sake of good food? How is any of this possible? The man who brought me here never once came to see me after he locked me up. He didn't tell me his name, what he wanted from me, nor did he try to convince me or spy on me." Now, he was heading towards his room. "He gave me shelter and just enough food to keep me alive and then did absolutely nothing. If that was his plan from the start, why did he bring me here at all? I was sold off and bought again and again, like some item." He laid on the bed and started crying. There had to have been a reason for it all. But why didn't anyone bring me to my father if they knew I was the crown prince? Wouldn't that have resulted in the greatest prize? The greatest honor? Father, mother, uncle, Aunt Dash. A sound came from the window. I'm sure I heard something coming from the window. He got frightened, opened the window, and saw Cecilia. When Ethen opened the window, he observed Cecilia outside. Shocked by her unexpected presence, he questioned why she was at the window. Cecilia, visibly embarrassed, responded, "Ah, you're awake?" as she entered the room through the window, stating, "I'm here because I'd like to have an audience with you." Ethen, perplexed, inquired, "What do you?" only to be interrupted by Cecilia, who addressed him as "Your Highness," and asked, "How much of your true self do you remember?" Ethen, unable to comprehend her question, requested clarification. "Pardon? I don't understand." Internally, Ethen reflected, "I never thought she'd ask that straight out. This is a matter of life or death for me. Does she really think I'd answer so easily? Is she even aware of how brutally I was treated because of my status?" Overwhelmed with grief, he clenched his hand while tears streamed down his face. Cecilia continued, expressing regret, "Your Highness, I'm deeply sorry to tell you this, but Her Majesty the Queen passed away the year following your accident due to grave illness." Adding another blow, she disclosed, "And His Majesty the King followed her just last year. Father and mother." Ethen, astonished, exclaimed, "What?" As Cecilia confirmed their deaths, Ethen's world crumbled. He thought to himself, "Dead?" Struggling to contain his emotions, he resisted the urge to cry, realizing that it would be an admission of everything. Despite his inner turmoil, he held onto his shirt, thinking, "My heart is breaking." In a moment of weakness, he lost his balance and stammered. Meanwhile, Cecilia, understanding his pain, held him in her arms. He wept profusely, expressing, "I always thought I'd see them again," adding, "I always held on to the hope that I'd return to my parents and escape from all this pain. Had I known that this was what was waiting for me, I'd have sooner died." Cecilia, holding him, offered solace, saying, "Your Highness, you tried to hide your true identity from me just now. Was it not in order to save your own life? Your parents may have passed on, but that doesn't mean you no longer have a reason to live." Advising him, she continued, "You must be stronger. If you die now..." Ethen, in his thoughts, reflected, "It'd be nothing more than the death of a cur." He continued crying, and Cecilia thought, "How insolent! Then tell me, who sits on the throne now?" She indulged in her own thoughts, revealing, "As of now, the former Grand Duke Rafnal is the king." Ethen reminisced about his uncle and aunt who raised him, thinking, "My uncle and aunt, they were always so kind to me." He remembered how his uncle's estate was a place of freedom, contrasting it with the duties and constraints at the palace. Recalling a specific moment, he remembered his uncle's words. "Ethen, come here. I understand, it's natural to be curious about everything at your age. I only ask that you stay out of danger, Ethen." "All right." Reflecting on their kindness, he thought, "My aunt and uncle must have grieved so much when I disappeared." He considered the possibility that they wished for his return more than his own parents. Cecilia, addressing him as Your Highness, bowed on her knees, introducing herself as Cecilia Sirian of Hastred, and swore to serve him faithfully. Ethen, skeptical, questioned, "You are on my side, then?" She affirmed, "Yes, Your Highness," prompting Ethen to think, "But she too will prove to be a liar." Ethen then requested, "Return me to the throne," adding, "Then I will use everything in my power as the rightful heir to support you. I will have my revenge on all those who made me and my parents suffer." It was a dark night, and near the sea, the funeral of Cecilia's father was underway. His lifeless body adorned with flowers, a person standing near his head recited, "Ilidzi Sirian 14, a most learned pupil and literary savant, a philosopher with eloquence that could edify the devil himself, and a knight most powerful and righteous, has entered his eternal sleep this night. O Creator, we pray thee to split the moonlight and accept this follower who is returning to thy embrace." The man recited these words from a book he held in his hand. As Cecilia stood there in a long black coat, holding a lantern, her father's body lay in a boat filled with flowers. The man continued, "We pray thee, O Creator, open the moonlight and embrace our dead." Cecilia, overwhelmed with grief, thought, "This is the last time I'll ever see father, isn't it? His face, his voice. I'll never get to see or hear him again." She recalled a conversation with her father when he held her hand and said, "Cilia." Reflecting on her emotions, she thought, "Just a single teardrop could give them the opportunity to brand me a weak-minded female and undermine my power. I can't betray even a sliver of weakness. Isn't that right, father?" A voice called out, "My liege," and Sophie, standing behind her, addressed her. Cecilia turned around and asked, "Ah, Sophie, how are things within the order?" Sophie bowed his head and replied, "Just as always. There is no cause for concern." Expressing genuine concern, he added, "More importantly, are you all right, my liege? You seem to be quite concerned about him," Cecilia stated. Sophie, respectful, replied, "My liege, I am merely devoted to your well-being." Reflecting on her thoughts, Cecilia questioned, "Sophie, I wonder, would it have been better if he were my father's bastard?" She recalled a conversation with Ethen, where he pleaded, "Return me to the throne. I'm well aware since my uncle has been crowned that I am now farther away from the throne. However, as the original, legitimate heir, I will use everything in my power as the rightful heir." Bowing her head, Cecilia pledged, "To support you. It would be more than I deserve, Your Highness." Ethen, in agreement, replied, "I leave it to you, Sir Hastred. We're in the same boat now." In contemplation, Cecilia thought, "If he were my younger brother, I could simply hand over everything father left me and leave it at that. But this isn't a simple matter of inheritance. I can hardly turn away now. If it had been me rumored to have drowned in that lake." Returning to the castle with Chris and Sophie, she mused, "Father would have drained the lake of every last drop of water to find my body. So why didn't the late king spare even half the effort? His only son was announced dead under suspicious circumstances. Was he that trusting of his brother?" Recalling the moment when her father advised her to study politics, Cecilia continued to ponder the intricate dynamics surrounding the throne and her family's fate. Her father once said to her, "Cilia, you need to learn about politics." In response, she asserted, "I already know enough, father." However, she pondered, yet he never got around to teaching me much about it. If he truly believed it was a necessity. The next day, her father brought 3 teachers for her, announcing, "Say hello to your tutors." Each introduced themselves, one in charge of accounting, another of economics, and the last of culture. Cecilia reflected, "He would have done anything to instill that knowledge in me. But instead, he chose to raise me as a knight." In the library, Chris expressed his amazement, saying to Cecilia, "That was terrifying. I've never seen an 11-year-old with such ambition in their eyes." Cecilia remarked, "His tutors certainly appreciate it. They all adore him." Sophie, standing by the window, added, "I like him too. He's poised and gentle." Chris, however, dismissed Ethen's qualities, stating, "He's just a pretty kid. And of course, he's gentle with everyone. He was treated like a slave until just a few days ago. If he starts acting all snooty and lands himself back in his old position, especially after being a guest of our liege, he'd never be able to manage it." This ignited an argument between Chris and Sophie, both expressing their perspectives passionately. Chris screamed, "My liege! I'm telling you, that boy is going to wreak havoc upon us all. Let's say he really doesn't remember who he is right now, but he might. Someday. Just imagine what kind of bloodbath there will be when that happens. Even if he himself doesn't wish for it, those around him will never leave him be. You need to make a decision, my liege." Sophie intervened, expressing concern for Ethen's life. "Hold on. You don't intend to murder that poor child, do you? He may have lost his place in the succession, but that doesn't mean he no longer deserves to live. He should at the very least reclaim his former life as the prince. It's what is fair." Chris, however, argued against this view, emphasizing the potential consequences of Ethen's presence. The heated debate was interrupted by a person in royal attire who admonished them, saying, "I didn't realize you two were in any position to order our liege around, you worthless maggots." During a heated argument between Sophia and Chris, Leon intervened with a stern tone, exclaiming, "You worthless maggots!" He inquired about the commotion, questioning, "Now tell me, what is the meaning of all this ruckus in front of our lord and liege?" Startled, Sophia and Chris stammered in response. "We were WL, you see," silently pleading for their liege's assistance. Leon, noticing Cecilia's absence, exclaimed, "She's gone?" as Sophia and Chris turned in disbelief. Leon, furious, shouted, "Stand up straight, you bastards!" Their thoughts echoed, "My liege! How could you abandon us like this?" Tearfully, they complied, saying, "Yes, sir." Cecilia, apologizing and disregarding the chaos, murmured, "Sorry," thinking, "But Leon would have berated me as well." Leon, protective, commanded, "Don't allow them to be insolent toward you." Ignoring the admonition, Cecilia moved forward, thinking, "No need to waste time with that. Not when I have someone I need to see." Ethen, at a serene pond with its ocean blue water and surrounded by bushes, emerged and remarked, "It's strange." Cecilia, offering a piece of cloth, replied, "Even after all I went through after that incident at the lake, I still love to swim. I still love the water." Cecilia explained, "Well, people born with magical powers are naturally drawn to water," adding, "It's the easiest form to control. Many learn to control their powers with water when swimming." Ethen, surprised, asked, "Magic powers?" To which Cecilia reassured, "It's all right. You don't have to hide it, Your Highness. Those with powers can easily recognize each other." Ethen, becoming furious, screamed, "You mean I have magical powers?" Cecilia, maintaining composure, asked politely, Did you not know?" She calmly explained, "Magic is something you're born with. As it's inherent, it's detectable from the moment of birth." Continuing her explanation, she elaborated, "Thus, when a child is born into an aristocratic family, a priest is called for to test if the child has powers." Inwardly, she reflected, to have a magically gifted child born into the family was equivalent to amassing a great fortune. Cecilia highlighted the advantages. Those with powers had a higher probability of being knighted through their own merit, as well as contributing greatly to their house. Expressing confusion, she thought, "It doesn't make any sense, then, that the Crown Prince would have been kept in the dark about his own powers." She acknowledged the possibility for commoners like Sophia, stating, "Of course, if a child were born a commoner like Sophia, it could take time for their powers to be recognized." Contemplating further, she suggested an alternative. Unless they were acquired sometime after birth. As a reminder, Cecilia added, "Although quite rare, there have been cases where people obtain magic powers after birth. Such people are gifted with magic infinitely stronger than those born with it." They are called the Chosen Ones and are considered cherished by the Creator. There have only been 2 known Chosen Ones. One died of old age last year, and the other is rumored to have gone into seclusion after transcending the limits of human power. Cecilia pondered. If the Crown Prince himself is a possessor of such rare power, there'd be no question as to how much the anti-royalists would want to get their hands on him. Ethen, in disbelief, asked, "You're saying I can wield magic?" As she dried his hair, Cecilia calmly responded, "You have the capacity for it." Covering him with a cloth, she continued, "But you need skill to make use of it." Determined, Ethen exclaimed, "Then I shall learn," Cecilia cautioned. "It's not difficult to control one's magical power," adding, "But the training process can be rather painful." Overwhelmed with emotions, Ethen hugged her, saying, "It's fine. Please." Cecilia resumed wiping his head, stating, "Very well. I'll start looking for a suitable wizard tutor," and reminded, "Make sure to always dry off after a swim." Grateful, Ethen replied, "Thank you. I'll do my best." Observing her smile, he thought, "I've never seen her smile like that before." Realizing, "She's so good to me." As Cecilia returned to the castle, a servant named Ross informed her of the winter conditions. He nervously mentioned, "No one died of hunger or cold last winter, so it was a blessing. The last few winters have not been so harsh." Cecilia reflected, "Meaning when my father was lord, the people were well provided for each winter." Inquiring about the current winter, she asked, "And this winter?" Ross hesitated, replying, "It appears that the cold will be quite harsh. Sophia and Chris interrupted, stating, "Well, of course, father. It's winter. It's quite natural to be cold." Chris added, "Do you understand what we're saying?" Sophia menacingly asked, "Or should we carve out that tongue of yours?" Ross stammered an apology. Pardon?" Cecilia, in a commanding tone, exclaimed, "Silence." Ross, tearfully pointing at Sophia and Chris, claimed, My lady! These insolent bastards dared to threaten Dash." Cecilia cut him off, saying, "Ross, it's your grace, not my lady." Confused, Ross said, "Pardon, my lady?" Cecilia clarified, "You may have once been my tutor and master, but I am now the lord of this castle." Emphasizing her authority, she added, "And you are being insolent to your lord and liege." Sternly, she asked, "Do you understand, Ross?" Bowing his head, Ross replied, "Why yes, yes, your grace." As Cecilia sat on a study table, she directed, "We have nothing more to discuss concerning the winter preparations. You may leave now." Ross, begrudgingly, responded, "Yes, your grace." Furious, he thought while leaving, "How dare a mere woman treat me like this?" On a bright sunny day, Sophia took Ethen for swordplay training. She said to Ethen, "Starting today, I, Sophia Sirian, will be your sword instructor." Laughing, he responded, "We will begin with the basics, so if it's too difficult, well, try and keep up anyway." Ethen recalled how Cecilia took care of him, providing a tutor named Avid for magic and math. Sophia, a skilled wizard swordsman, became his swordsmanship tutor. Reflecting on how swordsmanship and magic alone would help him, Ethen thought, "Mastering swordsmanship and magic alone will equip me with enough strength to protect myself and ensure no one can ever take advantage of me again." Sophia, shocked by Ethen's apparent weakness, asked, What the dash? How can you be so weak? Are you made of slime?" Ethen sat on the ground, and Sophia advised, "You must get stronger," adding, "My liege Cecilia could conquer a gladiator in the Colosseum by the age of 13. Ethen, skeptical, retorted, "You're lying. Do you think you can fool me?" Sophia screamed, "It's the truth." Scratching his head, Ethen admitted, "Well, not that I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I wasn't a member of Hastred yet at the time." He added, "But she did become the liege of our order at only 20, and was trained in holy swordsmanship from a very young age, gifted as she was with strong magical and divine powers." Shocked, Ethen thought. Extraordinary in every right, and asked, You mean Sir Hastred is a holy swordsman? Sophia, pleased he finally believed her, said, She is indeed, adding, You're only 11 yet, so if you train hard starting now, by the TI, huh? Ethen ran out, and while chasing him, Sophia screamed, Hey! Where'd he go? He started crying, saying, First my liege and now this boy? Is this some cruel joke? Ethen approached Cecilia, who was adorned in a beautiful white top and a pendant. She asked him, Sir Hastred, Your Highness? Aren't you supposed to be having your lesson? Ethen, panting, asked, What are you doing here? He expressed his desire to become a holy swordsman like her, stating, You're a holy swordsman? I want to be one too. Deeply inspired by her, he thought, No, it's more than that. I want to be you. Chris interrupted, shouting, What utter nonsense! Cecilia ordered Chris and Sophia, Go and wait for me at the Hastred fortress. They both bowed and said, Yes, my liege. Cecilia invited Ethen for a walk, and in the scorching sun, her hair shone bright. Ethen, chasing after her, revealed what Avid told him about his rare and strong magical powers. Cecilia confirmed, Yes, so I've heard. Ethen asked, Doesn't that mean I can be a holy swordsman too? Cecilia, making a victory sign, explained, A holy swordsman must be equipped with two powers, magical power and divine force. If you're gifted with only divine force, you cannot become a swordsman. On the other hand, if you're born with only magical power, you cannot use holy force. Only when you've been born with both powers can you become a holy swordsman. Ethen, frustrated, exclaimed, But that means it's all decided at birth. He screamed, That no matter how hard I try, I cannot become one. Cecilia regretfully affirmed, As regrettable as that is, that's correct. Ethen asked, Then, what must I do? Cecilia, not understanding, asked, Pardon? Ethen yelled, What must I do in order to protect myself? Overwhelmed with envy, he thought, I'm the Crown Prince, and yet I can barely manage to survive. You are the only heir of the Sirians, Grand Master of an Order of Knights, and a holy swordsman. He continued, Mine is a path that reeks with the stench of blood. I would not be so quick to choose it. Mentioning the loss of his parents, he said, Both my parents are gone. Grieving, he added, I hardly have the freedom to pick and choose. Ethen asked Cecilia, Sir Hastred, you too would do anything to respect your late father's will, wouldn't you? Cecilia replied, Of course. It is my duty as his daughter to do my utmost to respect his wishes. She acknowledged the challenge of knowing his exact wishes and expressed hope that it wouldn't be misunderstood. Advising Ethen to return, she mentioned Sophia waiting for him. Ethen thought, Why are your eyes so sad? He went to Sophia, expressing concern about running off. Inwardly, he pondered Cecilia's unanswered question. What must I do in order to protect myself? Mine is a path that reeks with the stench of blood. I would not be so quick to choose it. He wondered about Cecilia's words regarding the path of a holy swordsman, considering it should be glorious. However, he was puzzled by her negative portrayal of it. In a different scene, a queen sat on a royal sofa, dressed in maroon and black, holding a matching hand fan. She remarked, Oh dear, is that so? If he ever found out, he'd be enraged at such insolence. Her son, sitting in front of her, replied, You can't tell anyone, mother. This is just between you and me, she assured. Why? Of course I won't, dear. Sophia went to Ethen and told him to take notes. Take note, Your Highness! That is an example of perfect posture and a perfect swing. Ethen, holding a sword, attempted to practice. Sophia added, You, on the other hand, Your Highness, have neither. Cecilia stood beside Ethen, also armed. Ethen wondered, Must she continue to tease me like this? Sophia thought, Especially in front of Celia. Was that another wobble I saw? Ethen looked at her and thought. Her swing is admittedly tranquil and graceful. She warned me that the path of a swordsman is one stained in blood, but I can't imagine that being the case for her at all. Sophia, as Ethan's supervisor, initiated applause, exclaiming, "Attention, attention!" While Ethen held a sword, he and Cecilia attacked a wooden piece. Sophia advised Ethen, "It's been 9 weeks since my training started. Celia often joins me during my classes, going over the basics." Cecilia elegantly cut the wood, Ethen thought. And when she, a grandmaster and holy swordsman, is practicing the basics so diligently right beside me, adding, "I've no choice but to work harder." Sophia interrupted him, saying, "No! Your balance is broken. Keep your back straight. Like this." Ethen, feeling frustrated, thought, "Ugh! I'd rather learn from Celia, not Sophia. But Celia never says a word during my lessons. Not about my posture, my swinging, or anything." As Sophia and Cecilia conversed, Ethen felt left out, pondering. "Is it because I'm too awful to warrant a comment? Still, I wish she'd say something. Maybe tell me I'm good for a beginner, or that I need more work, or just anything." Trying to gain attention, he moved his head around, acknowledging, "I'm acting as if I'm hungry for attention from Celia." Upon returning to the castle, Ethen massaged his arm, reflecting, "I'm feeling much better than I did weeks ago. All my scratches and sores have healed, but my swordsmanship is hardly improving." Concerned, he wondered, "Will I ever get stronger at this rate?" and expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Celia." Cecilia, standing in front of him, responded as Ethen called her. "Yes, Your Highness?" he exclaimed. "I want to learn sword fighting." "But not from Sophia, from you," Cecilia suggested. "Sophia is a wonderful teacher. Why don't you try learning from her for a bit longer?" Ethen insisted. "No, I want to see you use a sword. You can show me some moves, at least." She agreed, replying, "Very well then." She added, "I'll let you know when I have your new schedule ready." Ethen felt happy upon hearing this. While having a meal, he thought, "I'm certain she'll be a better teacher than Sophia." A servant serving him food misinterpreted something, prompting her to ask, "Pardon me." Ethen, engrossed in his thoughts, envisioned improvement in no time. Observing the delicious-looking gravy with chicken pieces, he asked, "What's this?" Meanwhile, he found a note in his pants pocket, wondering, "It's not from Celia. Who is it from then? Who would send me a note? I shouldn't rouse any suspicion. I need to act normal for now." A royal letter was written. "Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, how you must be suffering in such an isolated castle. This old servant's heart is breaking. I, Woodson, and 8 others have formed a secret society to put into action what God has decreed. So when your mind is made up, please alert the maid who passed on this note. If you give us a date and time, we shall gather then at the folly in the southeast corner of the Hastred grounds. We only pray that you may return to the capital with all speed and claim your rightful place on the throne." This letter was received by Ethen. He was learning it. From the Society of 8 Woodson, Rasfield, Rosen, Lewid, Iron, Sawyer, Sana, Blanyet. After reading it, he thought, "Is this saying I can return to the palace right away? That I can once again become the Crown Prince? Even though Uncle is king? If Uncle legally adopts me, it wouldn't be impossible. Hold on. How do these people know me? I thought the only people who know I'm alive are those working here. Whatever the case, I can't ignore this note. If Celia finds out about this, she'll detain me. And if she decides to do so, there will be nothing I can do about it." He added, "Nothing I can do? Is the only reason she's been so good to me, to hold me hostage?" Ethen was going into his room, while Cecilia was also leaving the dining room. Ethen thought, "It is rather strange. I've been here for quite a while, but she still hasn't taken me to the palace. There's not even been any mention of sending correspondence to my uncle. Does she have no intention of letting me go? What if she's only being nice to me until I let my guard down in order to take advantage of me? It's only because of my legitimate blood that she's keeping me alive. He's in utter grief, holding his chest while thinking. It's for the best. It was always my intention to return to the palace. If I use this note, I can turn this situation around to my advantage. It had been a good day until a few hours ago. Ethen, in an elegant green suit, hurried towards Cecilia, addressing her as Cilia. She responded with, "Your Highness," and inquired, "What's the matter?" Ethen requested the promised lesson urgently, emphasizing its importance to him. Cecilia, understanding his concern, said, "I see. All right, then I'll meet you tonight." Surprising Ethen. He sought confirmation. "Do you mean it?" As Cecilia left, Ethen reminded her, "You mustn't forget." And she thought he seemed happy. Later that night, in the castle's backyard, Cecilia asked her servant to fetch a sword from the vault. The servant complied, and Cecilia reflected. It had been an especially fine day. Yet now, as she faced 4 or 5 veiled men, one shouted, "Who dares to approach?" Cecilia identified herself as the liege of the fortress, and they recognized her as Cecilia, the holy swordsman, threatening her with, "Prepare yourselves!" They started moving towards her. Cecilia thought, "It doesn't seem like Ethen has made it here yet. This situation will only get worse if he shows up. I need to take care of everything before that happens." As they shouted and rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Everyone, together! Kill her!" Cecilia drew her sword and engaged in combat. Swiftly, she incapacitated one of them, albeit at the cost of staining her white pants with blood. Reflecting on the situation, she thought, "Just as my father." Examining the fallen opponent, she mused, "Looks like I killed someone who had something more to say." Seated, she heard a noise and pondered, "Who's there?" Spotting someone behind a pillar, recognizing the shoes, she realized, "Those shoes. Ethen?" Wondering how long he had been there, she noted, "I'm sure he can tell by sounds alone that the fight is over. The fact that he hasn't come out yet means—" Ethen, frightened and in tears, covered his mouth. Cecilia empathetically thought, "He's been through so much already. I shouldn't be offended he's tried to use me this way." Touching her sword, she contemplated, "It's only because he has a lot to think through, all on his own." Despite feeling pity and sympathy, Cecilia acknowledged. Still, recognizing her soft spot for the young prince, she leaned her sword against the stairs and began to leave. Observing her departure, Ethen saw that she's going. Ethen marveled. She took care of all of them in a matter of seconds. She's terrifying. Determined to return to his chambers, he noticed a sword by the stairs, prompting him to think, "What's this?" as he held it in his hands. Meanwhile, Cecilia contemplated the inevitable revelation of Ethen's existence to the palace, acknowledging, the palace was bound to catch wind of Ethen's existence sooner or later. He's the crown prince who's come back from the dead, after all. She recognized the sensitive nature of this information and pondered the challenge of keeping it a secret. It wouldn't have mattered how much I tried to keep it a secret. That's information both the royalists and anti-royalists would sell their souls for. She added, realizing that only a select few were aware of Ethen's existence, most of whom she trusted. She regretted, "I shouldn't have let my guard down. Should I check everyone who knows about Ethen and trace back their actions? All this only makes my heart grow heavier." Determined to gather information, she headed to the library where Sophia awaited. Sophia addressed Cecilia as "my liege," and presented a letter, revealing, "We found a pass to Yen's son on one of the bodies from yesterday." Cecilia, reading the pass, commented, "This is to be expected if they came from the capital," and inquired further. Chris joined the conversation, sharing that the pass was issued in the name of Baron Hostino, a close friend of the captain of the guards. Explaining their connection, he revealed, "My brother attended the Royal Academy with them." Cecilia deduced, "Then it had to have been King Ravnal who sent them." emphasizing the urgency to act. After carefully reading the letter, she declared, "We need to move now," leaving them to contemplate the possible leaker of Ethan's information. Cecilia concluded, "This means the one who leaked the information on Ethan would have been," and decisively stated, "We're departing by ship tonight." In the library, Cecilia addressed Chris and Sophia with a firm decision. "I'm leaving by boat tonight," she instructed Sophia. "Sophia, get the ship ready. I leave everything to you." Sophia and Chris were shocked. Chris exclaimed, "My lord, then I should." But Cecilia cut him off, saying, "Chris, you're out of this." Chris, bewildered, shouted, "My lord! What are you talking about?" Sophia queried Cecilia. "My lord, why did you suddenly exclude Clays from this job?" Cecilia explained, "Chris is the person who revealed the existence of the Crown Prince." She continued, "I also have close contacts who informed me about recent events." Their astonishment left them speechless. Cecilia elaborated, "I heard Countess Orso say, His Majesty may not be able to hunt at the palace this year." Sophia doubted Chris's involvement, but Cecilia quoted the Countess. "His Majesty is so busy with a pesky job that he doesn't know if he can afford to hunt." Placing her hand on the table, Cecilia asked, "Who do you think she was talking about?" She speculated, "Maybe she wasn't talking about the situation we were hissing at." She recalled the scenario from last night when a few men came to her for a fight. She discovered that one of them was Chris. However, it was too much of a coincidence to just let it go a cancelled hunting festival due to sudden intruders. At first, she wasn't sure who the person that revealed it was. Then, she explained how she found out, saying, "I came to know about it because your reactions made it clear." Upon hearing this, Chris began defending himself, stating, "My lord, I'm just—" Cecilia interrupted him, acknowledging, "Yes, you were just being loyal to your family. I know. It's just a matter of conflict in this case. In the event of a conflict between your house and Hastred's interests, you can betray Hastred any time." She expressed deep disappointment in Chris, saying, "Just like now." Sophia questioned him. "Chris, did you really leak information?" Chris responded, "Sophia." Sophia, furious, attacked him, holding his collar, and demanded, "Did you really sell the Crown Prince's future?" Chris admitted, "That's right." While witnessing their confrontation, Cecilia intervened, commanding, "Stop." She asked Chris, "Do you have any excuses?" He sat down, bowed his head in front of her, and replied, "No, I don't. I betrayed Hastred." She affirmed, "Yes. Take responsibility for what you did." Chris agreed and left, saying, "Yes, my lord." Sophia called out to Cecilia, "My lord," and began supporting Chris, stating, "Chris is a loyal knight." He added, "Although this time, I think he made a mistake because he had strong loyalty to his family." He requested, "So please, just this once." Cecilia replied, "Sophia, and don't tell this to Leon. I'm getting tired." Sophia inquired, "Are you forgiving Chris then?" Cecilia responded, "Chris thought Eden would be a predicament for us, so he just brought it up to his family instead, as he was worried about us." She explained, "Of course, he also wanted to relieve his inferiority complex. Anyway, he will be jolly again after a few days of being sullen, but stay still." She emphasized, "Leon is different from me, so he will try to expel him." Sophia agreed, saying, "Of course, yes, lord." He added, "But these days, you are not getting along with His Highness. His Highness is also very upset." Cecilia, shocked, sought confirmation. "Really?" Sophia confirmed. "Yes, he brought me a great child's sword." "Isn't that a gift from the Lord?" She started thinking, "Can I describe it as a gift?" Cecilia clarified, "It wasn't a gift. It's my old sword, so it's not exactly a gift." Sophia exclaimed, "It's such a good sword, so how can you say it's not a gift even if it's not new?" He added, "It's still a great gift because it's still sharp." Then why did His Highness say he doesn't know? Cecilia replied. Well, from his point of view, it's kind of vague to call it a gift. While leaving, she said, Anyway, before you go to catch them, we'll go to Jensen first. Sophia replied. Yes, sir. Cecilia thought. Before I deal with it quietly, I should make the Crown Prince stand out and say that he is alive. She went upstairs, where all the lights were illuminated. She found Ethen wearing a royal blue suit, holding a sword. Cecilia greeted him. Your Highness, and asked politely, Was Hastred not to your liking? She held his cheeks with affection. Ethen replied, No, it was comfortable. Cecilia put her hand on his face and remarked, You look tired. It will be hard for you on the ship. He reassured her. It's okay. I don't get seasick, Cecilia said. You'll get your rightful seat back now. Ethen agreed. Yeah, and held her hand, saying, You know, silly. Cecilia encouraged him to continue. Yes, please go ahead. Ethen expressed gratitude. I don't know what kind of person you are, but you were the first one who was nice to me without any ulterior motive. Thank you, he added, and I'm sorry. Cecilia returned his sword, saying, Please take back this sword. Ethen replied, For me, this sword is just too good. This sword will be wasted on someone like me. As he left, he mentioned, So I'll be on the boat first. While heading towards the boat, the royal guard stopped them, threatening, Stop this instant. If you come closer, we will regard you as someone who is against the royal authority. They dragged Ethen towards them, and Cecilia, attempting to protect him, was halted by guards with swords. Ethen screamed, Silly! As Ethen approached the boat, royal authorities apprehended him, leading to his arrest and confinement in jail. Get in! They demanded. Ethen urgently pleaded. Wait! Allow me to see my uncle, no, His Majesty! Confused, he questioned. What's going on? An intrusive thought crossed his mind. Did Cecilia deceive me? He insisted. No, Cecilia is not the kind of person who would do such a thing. I saw it with my own eyes. Clenching his fists, Ethen pondered. If my uncle had been looking for me, he would have brought me here so we could face each other. He added, If he saw my face, he'd know that I am alive. What if my uncle... Meanwhile, when the royal authorities arrested Ethen, Sophia exclaimed, My lord, what shall we do now? Chasing Cecilia in the castle lobby, Ethen voiced his disbelief. I never thought he'd act like this. Cecilia considered. The palace's reaction and response were definitely quicker than expected, as if they were aware of it. Determined to find the truth, she asserted. This wasn't done by Chris. Puzzled, she questioned. Then who? Cecilia reassured Sophia. Calm down. It's not like I didn't see this coming, Sophia asked. Then who would do it? Cecilia realized. The handmaiden probably tipped off High Priest Rasnathif about Ethen. Afterward, she added, Word of the Crown Prince should have reached Rasnathif's ears by now. Emphasizing the risk, Cecilia stated, As a half-royalist, there's no way she'd miss the Crown Prince. And if the anti-royalist line that follows her learns of it, and makes a ruckus indiscreetly. Convinced, Cecilia declared, His Majesty will call for me, even if we stand still. In a lavishly furnished room, the king summoned Cecilia, elegantly seated in royal attire with a cup of tea. Cecilia, donning black and white attire, sat before him. Setting his cup down, the king inquired, I can't help but ask why you did that. He questioned, Are you going to turn against me? Cecilia assured, No, your majesty. Smiling, the king remarked, Even if Hastred is a duke, it's only a single title. And asked, Do you think it will be difficult for me to forfeit it? Cecilia replied, No, your majesty. As she laughed, the king, irritated, warned, Don't laugh, even if it's just a jeer. He pressed, But why did you dare strike me in the back of the head? Cecilia explained, How could I do that to you, your majesty? Making her point, she said. But with all due respect, Hastred is free, and I am free as its master. The king, furious, queried. Excuse me? Cecilia clarified. With all due respect, Hastred has changed its owner. Pointing to herself, she declared. His Majesty has no contract with the new owner me? He asked incredulously. This means that there is no contract between me and your Majesty, no relationship at all? Feeling he wasn't taking her seriously, Cecilia asked. Ha, are you trying to make fun of me? She added. Your Majesty, you can change the owner of the Duke of Hastred's title. Confidently, she asserted. However, the owner of the Knights of Hastred is me. Convinced, she stated. His Majesty may change the owner of a title, but he cannot change the owner of the order. The king thought. Hastred is a formidable knighthood. It's very expensive, to say the least. Acknowledging, he noted. I know you were always weighing the best deal between me and my relatives. Adding, he said, of course, you would covet this powerful order. Surely you will not be able to refuse my offer. The king addressed Cecilia, saying, Cecilia Sirian. He expressed, I respect Hastred. If Hastred considers you to be their master, of course, I will recognize that as well. Adding, he stated, but it seems that Hastred and I have a disagreement over who should be the head of the household. Cecilia responded firmly. I am Hastred, so there can't be a difference of opinion. If you think there is a difference of opinion, I can show you the differences between me and the group claiming to be Hastred. Offering a way forward, she said, if you wish to do so. The king, furious, exclaimed, I'm offended. How dare you have the audacity to say in front of me that you can have a contract with other countries? Cecilia promptly apologized, saying, I apologize, I thought we were just talking about possibilities. He questioned, have you really thought of someone else sitting in Hastred's chair? Cecilia remained silent. The king laughed and remarked, no, I was just thinking about the possibilities. Explaining his perspective, he said, who would I consider to be the master of Hastred if it wasn't you? Me and Ilid's friendship isn't exactly rocky. He continued, but you're a woman and you're young, and it's true that there were mixed feelings about making you the duke. Even I can't be called a good king if I ignore everyone's opinions, can I? Uplifting 3 fingers, he proposed. So, taking all this into consideration, I propose to you a 3-pronged mediation. He offered. First, I grant you the title of Duke, and hereby, Hastred and Groslin agree to a lifelong contract with Cecilia Sirian. Continuing, he said, in other words, until you die, Hastred is under contract to Groslin. The salary and salary increase will be the same as in the contract with Ilid. Adding, secondly, Cecilia Sirian, the Duke of Hastred, is hereby made responsible for Ethen Groslin, and is jointly and severally liable as surety for all his legal activities. And thirdly, you are to marry Ethen Groslin. Cecilia, hearing this, got astonished. In the lockup, Ethen reflected on his uncle and aunt, realizing, now that I think about it, it's strange that I didn't suspect my uncle first. He considered, maybe it was because I had been brought up by my uncle and aunt from a young age. Alternatively, he pondered, perhaps it was because I thought of them as my parents. Adding, he expressed, so I believed that they would find me, that they would be waiting for me. After a while, he faced the harsh reality, realizing, but the reality is, it was just another part of the plan of a man who had been trying to take the throne for a very long time. Recalling Cecilia's actions, he clarified, Cecilia wasn't locking me up, she was keeping me from dying. Remembering her care, he recalled, she gave me a meal to keep my stomach from rumbling and said, eat slowly, Your Highness. Grateful, he acknowledged. She gave me a cozy place to sleep so I could get a good night's rest. Realizing his own mistakes, he admitted, I may be a fool, but in the end, I'll take it all in my stride. Recognizing Cecilia's kindness, he said, even though we had nothing to do with each other, she saved me and let me live like a decent human being. He expressed his deep gratitude, saying, To me, all I ever had was you, Cecilia. Regretfully, he acknowledged. All the times I've doubted and betrayed Cecilia are stabbed deep into my heart. Disheartened, he confessed. I guess it's all over. Fearful of his fate, he thought. My uncle will kill me, cut my throat, or starve me. In the end, I will die. A wave of realization prompted him to say, Cecilia, I'm sorry, I'm going to die without being able to repay the favor you've done for me. Determined, he added, I will repay this favor even in death. I'll tell my parents and all my ancestors. Expressing his sorrow with a heavy heart and tearfully concluding, to give you their blessings. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, a guard approached Ethen, stating, I am here to serve you, Your Highness. Ethen, taken aback, pondered. What? They've been treating me like I'm going to die for the last few days, and now they're going to serve me? Gathering his thoughts, he realized. The time has finally come. 2 guards escorted him somewhere, and as they walked behind him, Ethen determined, no matter what you do to me, I won't run away. I will never stand cowardly again, and I will never show weakness. He regretfully added, if there's one last thing I regret, it is the fact I never got the chance to apologize to Cecilia. The guards led him to a well-furnished bathroom, where a large bathtub was filled with water, surrounded by beautifully arranged towels, bathrobes, and bathing accessories. 2 female servants attended to his bath, and after the cleansing, they provided him with beautiful blue and white royal attire. Ethen, bewildered, wondered, what's going on here? Despite his expectations, everything was the opposite of what he thought. After the preparations, a servant lady in a long black dress guided him to another room in front of his uncle, announcing, His Highness is here. A reply came. All right, let him in. Ethen speculated. What the hell was my uncle thinking? Is he going to ask me what I want to say before I die? It doesn't matter. As far as he's concerned, I must be something that needs to disappear. He resolved. If I die, I will die with a treacherous look in my eyes. In the room, a girl elegantly dressed in a long pink frock with red hair turned towards him. It was Cecilia. Shocked, Ethen questioned, Why is Cecilia here? Cecilia calmly greeted, Your Highness, leaving Ethen in further bewilderment. His uncle announced, My nephew is here. Ethen, caught off guard, was unable to say anything, feeling disappointed in his shabby appearance. He thought, I look so shabby right now. I don't want to show my shabby self to Cecilia. His uncle inquired, How is it, nephew, seeing your fiancé? Ethen, astonished, muttered, Fiancé? King insisted. Ethen, when a king asks a question, a subject must answer. Ethen apologized. My apologies, Your Majesty. In his thoughts, Ethen contemplated. Yes, I will give you the position for now, but one day you will have to give the seat back to me. Ethen addressed the king. It would be a great honor to me if Sirian would become my wife. Respectfully, he asked. So by what name shall I greet her? The king chuckled, saying, Haha, you're so blunt. You were blunt when you were younger, and you still are. King inquired of Cecilia. Is he like that in Hastred? In Hastred, he was a good and kind man. The workers liked him very much. Ethen realized the king's intentions, thinking, I'm sure you're asking to see if I'll grow up to be the one to usurp the throne. Understanding Sylvie's role in defending him, he replied, Your Majesty, No, I wish to remain in Hastred and end my days as a useful human being in Hastred. Doubting, the king asked, Do you mean it? Ethen affirmed. That is my wish. The king joyfully declared. Then, I will bestow upon you, my nephew, the title of Archduke Ursias. You shall be loyal not only to Hastred but to the country and to me. Grateful, Ethen responded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The king suggested taking Ethen to Cecilia's manor to rest. Cecilia, holding Ethen's hand, agreed. Yes, sir. I will escort him, Your Grace. As she led him to the rest area, she asked, Are you all right? Suddenly, Ethen fell unconscious, and Cecilia, worried, urged, "Your Highness, please lean on me." As she tried to support him, Ethen hugged Cecilia and questioned, "Why did you do that? Why did you save me again? I'm not worth saving." "I promised," Cecilia responded, "to give you sword lessons." Realizing her goodness, Ethen expressed, "Cecilia, you're such a good person, more than anyone else in my life." Lost in his thoughts, he collapsed, and Cecilia screamed, "Your Highness!" In the latest episode, Ethen lost consciousness, collapsing before Cecilia. Lying in bed, he sensed a cool and pleasant feeling, gradually waking up. Cecilia, placing her hand on his head, politely suggested, "Please sleep some more." She added, "You're tired, so you should rest more." Cecilia, seated beside him, gently pressed his head. Ethen reflected. Cecilia's hands, they're cool and pleasant. Meanwhile, Sophia entered, expressing concern about Leon's potential anger over risking Hastred to save Ethen. Ethen was shocked at the thought of Cecilia putting down Hastred for him. Cecilia addressed Sophia, stating, "What I'm betting on is Hastred's contract, not all of Hastred." She firmly declared, "Even if you all leave Hastred, Hastred remains mine, because I am Hastred." Sophia immediately apologized, and Cecilia ordered him to leave. Ethen realized, "We got engaged by making a contract to save me." Concerned, Cecilia reassured him, saying, "Your Highness, it's okay." She added, "No one will take you lightly now, and no one will look down on you. So don't worry about it, and go to sleep, Your Highness." Cecilia lightly pressed his head, and he drifted to sleep, thinking, Cecilia, I'll be stronger. I'll protect you just as you were willing to save." After some time, Ethen woke up, and Sophia approached with a royal letter. Astonished, he asked Cecilia, "Are you saying this is all a list of Ethen's possessions?" He added, "As far as I know, since you've been knighted, it's a given that you're going to marry." He was very surprised, especially at the size of his estate. Cecilia provided an explanation, stating, "There's nothing you can say in front of His Highness." Sophia responded, "But, my lord, he'll have to get used to it. There are already countless invitations coming his way." Ethen, sitting on the bed, remained speechless. Sophia continued, "Besides, if the Archduke misbehaves, you'll be in danger too." He exclaimed, "Especially since you've been commissioned by the king to slay demons." Ethen thought, "As soon as Cecilia was betrothed to me, she was ordered to slay demons as the head of the Knights of Hastred, as if to confirm her submission. I was given the title of Urshias by Rothnal." He added, "Urshias, an ancient word meaning one who walks in the sun. The sun symbolizes the king, so I literally obey the king and never go against him." It was also meant as a warning not to think rashly. The reason for Sophia's astonishment at my property was its size. Half of what my father had left me had passed to Rothnal, as it was the property of the royal family. To me, the only child, my mother that is, inherited it due to the enormous wealth my father had left me. Counting his vast possessions, Ethen mentioned gold and mithril mines, vast farmlands, 4 castles, jewels, and extensive bonds and real estate. Cecilia, addressing the financial aspect, advised, "Anyway, I'll get you a good accountant. You'd better not trust people too much when it comes to money." Perplexed, Ethen asked, "Why?" Cecilia responded, "Because money has the power to change people. People don't change, but money changes people." Worried, Ethen agreed, saying, "Yeah, I'll be careful." Cecilia suggested, "And before I go, there's somewhere we should go together." Ethen, puzzled, asked, "Pardon?" They visited a shop adorned with royal dresses on display. Ethen inquired of Cecilia, "Where is this place?" She, donning an elegant gray coat with a black shirt and white pants, replied, "This is the renowned Larder costume shop in Jensen. We'll be fitting some of your highness's outfits here," explaining their purpose. A girl in a long yellow frock approached them, expressing excitement. It's been a long time, Your Excellency, the Duke. I thought you'd forgotten about Tracy. Cecilia, after a considerable absence, greeted her. Madame Larder, it's been a long time. Tracy responded. Oh, please call me Tracy. Ethen observed, thinking. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but Cecilia is popular with both men and women. Cecilia introduced Tracy to Ethen, saying, This is Archduke Ursias. Tracy, astonished, bowed her head and said, Your Highness Archduke. Cecilia whispered to Ethen, Highness, please tell her to raise. Ethen instructed. Raise, Larder. Cecilia expressed. Yes, Your Highness, and remarked, I'd like to see what His Highness will be wearing. Ethen thought. She's the exact opposite of Cecilia. Tracy asked. You mean socializing clothes, right? She continued. Please leave your clothing for socializing to me, Larder. Exhausted, Ethen lay on the sofa thinking. I'm so tired, as Tracy overwhelmed him with various clothes to try. Realizing he might have tried on all the clothes he'll ever wear, Ethen relaxed as Tracy turned her attention to Cecilia. He thought, I'm glad Larder's eyes have turned to Cecilia. While on the sofa, he wondered why Cecilia hadn't come out yet, and Tracy mentioned, Seeing you grow up after so long, I thought I'd be blinded by your beauty. Cecilia emerged from the trial room in a beautiful pink royal dress. Observing her, Ethen pondered, I wouldn't really care if someone else wore the dress. Why is it that when she wears it, it tickles my heart so much? Tracy exclaimed. His Majesty is mesmerized. She bowed and said, I see you have all your clothes ready to go. Then, Your Highness, farewell. And so, we parted ways for 2 long years. It was a bright sunny day, and Ethen sat by the window, deep in thought. 2 years had passed since Silly left to exterminate the demons. His teacher approached him, visibly upset with his academic performance. Exclaiming, he said, Your Highness, Archduke Ursias! Your Highness, you have shown unprecedented academic achievement. It's clear that you must now be admitted to the royal school. You'll do better than anyone else. Ethen replied, Indeed. But internally he was upset, thinking, I've been studying for 2.5 years now, determined to be strong. My teachers began to urge me to go to the royal school. He went to school daily in his uniform, realizing at 13 that he should have been admitted long ago. However, he felt conflicted, knowing it's an unavoidable part of his life as an archduke but not wanting to be separated from Cecilia. Concerned about Cecilia, he pondered, Is she doing fine now? Despite writing to her weekly, he received brief replies once or twice a month. Kissing her letters, he remembered her. Meanwhile, Rosemary, a 10-year-old maid in charge of Ethen, approached, asking if he had a headache. Thane, a 13-year-old servant, suggested fetching Dr. Orson for medicine. Ethen, holding his head, insisted. Don't make a fuss. Medicine, blood, whatever, it's a good indicator, but don't tell Cecilia. Rosemary offered to order hot soup and warmed wine, and Ethen agreed to the wine. Reflecting, he thought, Thane and Rosemary are here, and it bothers me that Cecilia is not around my age. As Rosemary left with his books, Thane thanked her, stating, This is the servant I brought with me. Ethen added, I don't like being treated like a child, but Cecilia gave them to me. Rosemary brought him a cup of hot wine, and Ethen, sitting on his head, drank it. As he sipped his wine, thoughts of Cecilia crossed his mind. A lady servant remarked, She used to love warmed wine too. Ethen reflected, Would have loved this warmed wine. While drinking, he pondered, I wonder if she's okay. I wonder if she's overdoing it. If something happened to her, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I want to be there for her. I want to be her strength. To do that, I need to gain everything, not just status and wealth. Placing the cup in the window, he observed the sunlight turning the wine bright red, thinking, For example, the king's seat. No, I must take it back. Concerned, Rosemary asked, Your Highness, are you all right? Ethen felt dizziness, becoming numb. Rosemary and Thane panicked, with Thane rushing to get Dr. Orson. Ethen, lost in his thoughts, recalled his deteriorating condition since he was kidnapped at a young age. "My body has been slowly deteriorating since I was kidnapped," he reflected. "By the time I was about a year old, my condition had deteriorated uncontrollably, and I finally broke down. Although I am now in somewhat better condition with extreme care." Dr. Orson attended to him as he became unconscious, noting the painful after effects. Ethen continued, "Cecilia is on the battlefield as a paladin, and I can't support her, but I often spend a lot of time in bed. When I'm stretched out, my body and mind become weak, and I wish Cecilia was there when I woke up." Dreaming of Cecilia, he expressed, "Cecilia, I want to see you. It's just the two of us now. Family is supposed to be together. I miss you, my dear Cecilia." On the other side, Cecilia was engaged in a battle with her enemies, shouting commands to her liege members. "Don't miss a single one. Drive them to one place." Ethen, reflecting on the situation, thought, "I don't know what the weather is like there. It's been a bit rough here lately. Haven't even made my social debut, and I'm still getting mountains of invitations." He continued, "Some of them are from people who want to take my fortune away from me, as Cecilia says. There's a long line of them, including His Majesty, so I'm paying attention. My studies are going well, even if it is a little frustrating. I'm always nervous because I have no way of knowing how well I'm doing. There are no teachers out there to give me a hard time, so I just have to pull myself together. I'll wait for your reply. I love you." In a different scene, Cecilia was taking a bath in a bathtub and smoking when Leon entered. She informed him, "I am taking a bath." Playfully, Leon covered his eyes, saying, "Oh, you're blinding me." Yes, I know. Don't worry, you're so beautiful, I can't see because I'm dazzled." Cecilia asked for a letter that a lady servant held. Leon informed her about the day's battle report, stating they didn't miss a beat. He sought permission to check it, and Cecilia replied, Okay. Leon, curious about her alliance with the Archduke, asked, "And why are you siding with the Archduke?" Cecilia explained, "As you all know, I have an inheritance problem. I did it to settle it." Leon suggested, "Well, there was no need to put Hastred on the line, anyway." Cecilia, displeased, asked, "So that's why you came to me at bath time? To keep me from running away?" "I needed the Archduke's support to stand up to my relatives who were disputing my inheritance and pretending that Hastred was theirs." Leon, frustrated, suggested, "My lord, you're taking me for a fool. Someone within Hastred was appeased, right?" Cecilia clarified, "Leon, they didn't do anything wrong. It's just that they've had to learn to live in this world." Leon, angered, exclaimed, "That doesn't change the fact that you betrayed him. The traitor must be caught in the first turn." Cecilia pondered. Who betrayed whom? Him? That might be a possibility. Strangely enough, I don't see myself in that position. Maybe it's because I've been living near death. Indulging in her thoughts, she continued, "I always feel like I'm standing in a gray area. People make their positions clear and go with it. I always see myself half submerged and half not, in a place that is neither land nor water. As the Duke of Hastred, following in my father's footsteps, I am supposed to decide and be in charge of everything, so why am I doing this to myself?" Cecilia ordered Leon, saying, "Anyway, don't find and purge him. Do you understand me?" Leon reluctantly agreed, and she concluded, "And next month, this war will be over," smiling confidently. Cecilia was currently in the midst of a war, riding on a horse and reflecting. "It took less than a month to complete the slaying of the demons. I got lucky this time, finding the demon lair. Looks like we can rest easy for a while." Her liege members were transporting supplies when a servant rushed towards her, screaming, "Your Excellency!" "His Highness the Archduke." "His Highness the Archduke." The servant informed her that Ethen had fallen sick, prompting her immediate departure. Upon reaching Ethan's bedside, she questioned the doctor about when he started feeling unwell. The doctor, mentioning Ethan's weakness, replied that it began 3 weeks ago. Cecilia, furious, demanded more clarity, stating, "Before I left Jensen, he was perfectly healthy." The doctor casually mentioned the after effects of torture poison but assured her that he would soon recover, laughing off the severity of the situation. Ethan was calling Cecilia. "Cecilia! Cecilia!" She stood beside him, worried if something had happened to him. Rosemary asked Cecilia, "Your Grace, you've been traveling day and night. Why don't you have a cup of tea?" Cecilia replied, "Sure, can I have a glass?" While serving her tea, Rosemary informed her, "Your Grace, Dr. Orson is acting strangely." Cecilia asked, "What's wrong?" Rosemary explained, "His Highness has been ill for some time, but lately, he's been drawing blood for 4 days. While having tea, Cecilia inquired, "Why is he ill?" Thane replied, "I don't know, but he keeps saying it's because he's weak, mentioning torture poison." Rosemary added, "And then he gives me and Thane a gift and tells us not to tell His Highness because it's no big deal." On hearing this, Cecilia became furious. She thought, "What the hell has been going on in the 2 years I was gone?" "Well, the report said he'd been getting sick more often, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." Meanwhile, Sophia entered the room screaming, "My lord!" He whispered in her ear, saying, "According to Chris, Orson was gambling." Cecilia said, "Find out more about Orson now." He replied, "Yes, ma'am." Then, she instructed Thane and Rosemary, saying, "And Thane, Rosemary, go and fetch Jonathan and His Highness's accountant." They both bowed their heads in front of her, saying, "Yes, ma'am." Cecilia added, "In the meantime, I must find out what has happened to His Highness." In an unconscious state, Ethan was lost in his intrusive thoughts, calling for Cecilia. "Cecilia! Cecilia, where are you?" Cecilia rushed to him and replied politely, "Your Highness." He didn't believe that Cecilia was in front of him, and asked again, "Cecilia! I miss you." He hugged her tightly, starting to cry. "Now let's never separate. Ever again. You're the only one for me, Cecilia. I love you so much, so stay by my side. Cecilia." He held her hand tightly, and Cecilia became happy that he's awake now. "Your Highness, are you finally awake?" Ethan asked. "Cecilia?" She replied. "Yes, Your Highness. It's been a while." Ethan started screaming. "So you've come back?" "Ugh." She stopped him, saying, "Your Highness is very weak at the moment." He realized. "That's right, I definitely felt dizzy, and then I was just like," he said. "You saved my life again?" Cecilia told him. "It wasn't me, it was Ingrid, a mage famous for herbalism, who saved Your Highness. You've awoken." Ethan thought. "Does she know?" "I know. I'm happy to have Cecilia back as always." Ethan noticed a burning smell and asked her, "Why is there a smell of burning grass?" She pointed towards Ingrid burning something on the table. "Yes, Ingrid burned it," she added. "You'll have to keep drinking it for a while." Ethan asked her, "If she was taking care of me, what about Orson?" Cecilia said, "Orson has been taken to the Capitol Guard for now. I'm going to visit him tomorrow." Ethan tried to get up and asked, "The Capitol Guard? Why?" Cecilia stopped him, saying, "Don't push yourself, Your Highness." Cecilia asked Ethan, "Did you know that Orson was addicted to gambling?" He replied, "No. I was not aware of that at all." She replied, "He gambled away his fortune and was practicing without enough money to buy herbs. People who are addicted to gambling will do anything." She added, "People who are addicted to gambling will do anything. He was secretly selling Your Highness's blood as a liquid shield." Upon hearing this, Ethan was astonished. Ethan was profoundly shocked when Cecilia revealed that Dr. Orson was selling his blood as a liquid shield. Skeptical, he asked, "What did you say?" Overwhelmed, Ethan contemplating a life free from external control, began to sweat and thought, I thought I was done living life controlled by others. Tears streaming down his face, he started bleeding. Concerned, Cecilia approached him, addressing him as, Your Highness. Ethan's mouth was bleeding profusely, and he shouted, How dare they treat my blood as some sort of talisman, while I've been here struggling to just breathe? Overwhelmed with grief, he continued, How dare they? When I... In anguish, Cecilia embraced him tightly, assuring him that everything would be all right. Through tears, Ethan looked at Cecilia and found solace, thinking, Yes, at the moment I'll be fine. As long as you're here. As long as you stay here, just like this. He cried out. Cecilia! She politely responded. Yes, Your Highness? He confessed. I just wanted to say your name, squeezing her tightly in the embrace. The next morning, a girl in a royal green dress approached Cecilia with excitement, saying, Hey Han! Cecilia, still in bed, asked, Ingrid, what brings you here so early? Cecilia was still on her bed. She replied, Back to bed after accompanying the young highness for breakfast? You're even staying here in his castle. Look at you being all caring and attentive. Cecilia asked her, Stop that, Inga. What did you really come here to say? Inga sat on Cecilia's bed and started saying, I found traces of Rostiology in His Highness's blood. He must have ingested trace amounts of it over a long period of time, enough for the poison to accumulate in him. Cecilia asked her, What kind of poison is it? She lay on her bed comfortably and began explaining to Cecilia. Well, it's a medicinal herb that can be quite good for you in small doses. But it can be a potent poison if used alone. It's not an easy plant to manage. To add to that, it's quite rare. There aren't many who would know of its existence unless they're an advanced herbologist. She continued, Or perhaps if they're a very capable physician. Cecilia asked her, How long do you suppose he's been ingesting it? In response, Inga pointed out her 4 fingers and said, About 4 months? I don't think that Orson guy is the guilty one, though. Cecilia was in shock. Huh? Cecilia's friend lay on her belly and explained, Rostiology lingers in the blood, so if he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have drawn his blood. She explained, In this case, he actually helped His Highness survive by drawing his blood and taking the poison out. Proudly, she continued, Of course, in the end, I was the one who saved him with my skills. Cecilia responded, Then I shouldn't be interrogating Orson on why he poisoned His Highness but rather on who it was that bought his blood. Lost in thought, Cecilia proceeded with Leon, her assistant for the day. Leon asked, My liege, must you always make me accompany you when you visit the Yensun guards? Cecilia replied, Yes, walking behind him, thinking, It's crucial that Leon comes with me whenever I visit this place because Leon is the captain of the guards, the big shot in complete control of the security of the capital, me aptly nicknamed the Cunning Bear. As they headed towards the guard visit, someone called out to Leon, Leon! Leon! My darling baby brother! It was Leon's eldest brother, who doted on him. They hugged tightly, and Leon, with tears, exclaimed, It's been so long! Why do you never come see us? His brother replied, Yes, brother, long time no see. Leon held his brother's cheeks and said, Have you been eating? Is the food at Hastred not good enough? Is somebody bullying you? He added, My grace! Look at him! He's lost weight! Cecilia observed them, and when his brother mentioned Leon's appearance, she thought, has he? His brother continued, Just look at this sunken face of his. How much? Leon, furious, covered his face and screamed, Shut it! We're here to talk to that physician you locked up. His brother asked. Physician? Leon stated. The crazy bastard who dared to draw and sell the Grand Dukes. The other person replied, Oh, yes, him. Of course, I can arrange a meeting if that's what you want. Laughing, he continued, But what's the reason? Cecilia thought. He's aiming this question at me. Leon called his brother. Brother. Leon's brother responded. Yes, my dear baby brother? Irritated, Leon screamed with rage. Must I handle every little formality? Can't you take care of such trivial matters? His brother reassured. Of course I can. Your big brother will take care of everything, Leon insisted. I'd like to get this over with so I can go and get some sleep. Bring him to us now. His brother enthusiastically ran off, saying, You can rely on me, baby brother. Leon, annoyed, remarked, As always, his affection for you is quite touching. Cecilia laughed and commented, Don't let him fool you, my liege. He isn't called the cunning bear for nothing. He may act a fool around me, but around others, every word he utters carries weight. Leon explained to Cecilia. He'll change his demeanor entirely if he finds it necessary. Cecilia observed Leon's seemingly cold attitude toward his brother and asked, Why are you so cold towards him? You know he only acts that way toward you because he loves you. Leon replied, Love isn't everything, my liege. Leon expressed, I'm a 36-year-old man, yet he treats me like a baby, even in your presence. How could you possibly call that love? Cecilia, understanding his coldness towards his brother, thought, Is that how it is? She reminded him. Everyone has their own reason. As soon as I was knighted holy swordsman, father prepared to have me inherit the order of knights. She added, I was made Grand Master of Hastred at a very young age. But it wasn't a joyous occasion for my uncles. One of them slapped me across the face with a glove, demanding a duel, though I was a good 15 years younger than him. Grieving, she thought, Nobody's ever babied me. I guess I'll never know how he feels. Upon learning about Dr. Orson's intentions towards Ethen, she brought him in front of herself to teach him a lesson. Orson was thrown at Cecilia's feet. Cecilia exclaimed, You're finally here. It's been a while, Orson. I believe we have a few things to discuss, don't we? Leon attacked Dr. Orson in response to the sale of Ethen's blood. Orson screamed. His Grace took the gold mines from George. Furious, Leon yelled. George? That George? You mean he's the one who bought all the blood you sold? Orson replied. Yes. Leon grabbed his collar, blood staining his clothes. Orson explained. It was a few months ago. We made a bet among those of us in high society on whether your Grace would succeed or fail in eradicating all the monsters. Fergie, another royal figure, desired Ethen's wealth. Jorga staked his gold mines, and his Grace half his inheritance. Orson continued. Both Leon and Cecilia were astonished. Orson further explained. But your Grace returned, having distinguished yourself in battle. So George, having lost a fortune, wanted to take revenge on his Grace. Cecilia recalled what her biologist friend had told her. You should take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. I'm an herbologist, and this is only my opinion after all. But His Highness has a deep-seated wrath, a truly disturbing one. She added, I'm not saying Orson did a good job identifying the problem, but he was right about His Highness's past and his pent-up feelings about it causing unhealthy amounts of magical power to rise in him. Cecilia emphasized. And you know this already, Cecilia. Magic only grows stronger with time. At his age, his magic should still remain condensed, but it's already beginning to expand. Cecilia asked. He is not draining his life force and transforming it into magic, is he? The reply came. Luckily no. Suggesting treatment for Ethen's illness, she stated. Of course, the best remedy for his ailment is to dissolve his anger before he ultimately kills himself. Expressing more concern, she added. But a deep-seated anger like his isn't something that can be dissolved by force, unless some fateful opportunity arises. He must live, learn, and grow to overcome that resentment himself. Just take care he doesn't get involved in anything drastic. Cecilia thought, what if he's become a compulsive gambler from all the pain while I was gone? Leon, standing behind her, remarked, Well, that was unexpected. Do you think he's become a gambler? Cecilia replied uncertainly. I don't know. Recalling a conversation between Ethan and his accountant a few days back, a man in a purple shirt, dark brown jacket, and white tie arrived in the room. He said to Ethan, "It just won't do to enlarge your fortune through gambling. For one, it is not dignified." Rissel, Ethan's accountant, thought. Dignified, then continued. Secondly, a life with a fortune gathered through gambling will not end well. So many will begrudge and resent you, it's just not advisable. Describing further, he added, it's also why so few nobility will dabble in gambling as anything more than simple entertainment. The more power you have, the more resentment you cause others to harbor, just as was the case in that huge gambling circle you participated in a few months ago. Ethan got curious and asked, is that so? Rissel replied, why do you think the late Duke Hastred was cursed? Realizing he didn't need to share this information, Ethan felt offended. He started explaining. I mean, was it a painful death? Rissel said. From what I heard, he passed in his sleep peacefully. An intrusive thought crossed Ethan's mind. So Cecilia lost her only family to another. I remember the pain and grief I felt when I found out my parents had passed. Cecilia is alone. Just like me. He added, she has her enemies. Just like me. We're alike yet different. Ethan pondered. How nice would it be if we could stand together? If I could just be by her side? While sitting at a dining table with vegetables and meat in his plate, Ethan thought. It's been several days since Cecilia visited after she said she was going to talk to Orson. She hasn't even come by for meals. He asked Thane standing beside him. Thane, is there any correspondence from Cecilia today? Thane replied. No, sir. However. Ethan became concerned and turned towards Thane, asking again. Thane explained. Her Grace discovered that George placed bets on the success of her campaign, and it seems she's confronted him about it. Ethan was shocked. What? Then Cecilia must have found out that I also took part in that bet. Is that why she hasn't come back? Worried, he thought. Because I made a bet on her fate? Because I made light of her life? He started crying. What if she hates me now? If she tells me she despises me now? Ethan placed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring, no, I must explain myself. I must tell her my side of the story. At once. He started screaming. Prepare the horses. Your Highness? Rosemary exclaimed. But it's cold outside. Please, at least take the coach. Ethan insisted. No need. I'll ride out right away. Rosemary pleaded. But, Your Highness! Thane cautioned him. The Yensun branch of Hastred is at the palace at the moment. Rosemary screamed. Thane! Ethan asked. Why are they at the palace? Thane explained. Because, at the moment, Hastred belongs to His Majesty. Ethan turned and started moving. Thane shouted behind him. Your Highness! We're nearing Afer Alley. It's the most dangerous area in the slums. Ethan, riding his horse, declared. I don't care. I need to see Cecilia at once. Thane chased after him, and they arrived at a very old place. A person with a child was standing there, wearing simple clothes. Ethan saw them and got shocked, saying, But what is all this? Meanwhile, someone hit Ethan with a rock, and blood started dripping from his head. Thane screamed, Your Highness! In the recent episode, someone hit Ethan with a rock, causing his head to start bleeding. As Thane saw him, he screamed, Your Highness! Boarding him on the horse, Thane urged, Your Highness, we need to keep moving. The longer we stay, the more danger we'll be in. Despite the blood dripping from his head, Ethan kept moving. They reached the castle, and Thane began cleaning the blood from his head. As they entered, Cecilia saw him and exclaimed, Your Highness! Ethan, responding, said, Cecilia. Cecilia became worried and rushed towards him, asking, What happened, Your Highness? She took a napkin from Thane's hand and started dabbing at his head. Thane explained. We went through Afer Alley. Cecilia asked. Afer? That was a risky thing to do. Ethen apologized. I'm sorry. I had to. But Cecilia, over there. Ethen proceeded to share all the scenarios that happened in Afer Alley, people sleeping out in the open without a roof or a door for cover, the harrowing stench filling the streets, the tattered clothes hanging overhead, rows upon rows. When he arrived there, he thought, do the poor not deserve even the warmth of blue skies? I couldn't even speak. Cecilia said to him, I understand, but first, we need to take care of your wound, come this way. With one hand, she was tending to his wound and holding his hand with the other. They started moving towards the room, where a doctor dressed Ethen's wound. He expressed, I've been through a lot, but that place was unlike anything I've ever seen. Adding, I heard nobody would blink an eye nor offer help even if the person right beside them were to die. That's why that place has been forsaken. Reflecting on the despair in that place, he thought, is their life so full of despair that they do not care whether they live or die? Ethen emphasized, with such a poor area in the middle of the capital, are we supposed to go on as if nothing is wrong? You're the king, uncle. What have you been doing? They need someone that can save them, just as Cecilia saved me. Ethen was sitting in bed with Cecilia. She asked him, Your Highness, what made you ride through that alley in the first place? Ethen motioned to speak privately, saying, Cecilia, I'd like to speak to you alone. This is a conversation that needs to be just between us. Cecilia nodded to Leon, signaling him to leave the room. Ethen started telling her about the bet he made with George. I had no intention of betting on your life as mere sport. They had the audacity to claim it a sure thing you'd end up dead, that no fool would ever bet on you. Regretting his decision, Ethen began crying. That's all. I would never treat you as some entertainment. Cecilia held her face and said, Your Highness, hugging him. Who else would do this for me? I've had plenty of supporters in my life, yes. She pointed towards her liege members. But would any of them risk everything they had and even speak up for me in front of so many like that? Cecilia continued. Not even my own father would. Reflecting on her past life in that Colosseum where the sky was cloudless and blue, she became emotional. Ethen concernedly asked, Cecilia, are you okay? She wiped her tears with her hand and replied, Your Highness, thank you. Overwhelmed by someone's genuine worry for her, Cecilia added, Sitting here like this, I can see just how tall you've grown. You're nearly as tall as I am now. Ethen, somewhat surprised, said, Huh! Oh, right. Cecilia mentioned, While I stayed at your castle, Rosemary would brew me various flower teas. I loved them so much I ended up getting a variety of them for myself. Would you like a cup? Ethen agreed. Yes, that sounds great. They drank tea together. Leon arrived and said, Phew, he's finally gone. That was a surprise. Cecilia reassured. All right, we're good now. Leon moved towards George, who, upon seeing Leon, asked, Leon? In response, Leon kicked him and exclaimed, We almost got caught. All because of this idiot. George. Leon kidnapped him, covering his mouth with a piece of cloth. George cried when Leon kicked him. Cecilia, standing beside Leon, said, Let's get back to where we were before our precious guest dropped in, shall we? Leon, grabbing him by the hair, removed the piece of cloth from George's mouth. Cecilia sternly questioned, You tried to profit from the noble blood of my own fiancé, the Grand Duke. Do you admit to this? Vice Captain Leon, pointing a sword towards George's neck, exclaimed, You know just how loyal I've been to the Lawson family. Leon, visibly irritated, interrupted George's defense, screaming, Do you actually think talking about my family will help matters here? Cecilia reiterated, Let me repeat myself. She continued, You tried to purchase the blood of a very noble personage. Orson claimed you were blinded by vengefulness, but I don't believe that. Not for a minute. You're a merchant. You wouldn't take revenge on anyone unless there was money in it for you. So why don't you tell me who it was that wanted to buy his blood? George, overwhelmed, continued crying. After kidnapping George, Cecilia sternly inquired. So why don't you tell me who it was that wanted to buy his blood? George, with a taunting smile, provocatively said, Oh, don't tell me you're not aware of who's the most desperate in need of his blood in this whole kingdom. He screamed. You've already pledged to live as the loyal bloodhound of the mighty sun, and you think you can get away with. George continued. I was informed you planned to sell his blood as some ward against bad luck. Begging desperately, he added, I was obviously lying. I could hardly say the king wanted it. Cecilia questioned. Then what about the Rostiology? George replied. Rostiology? You mean that poisonous plant wizards sometimes buy? What about it? Cecilia thought. He has nothing more to hide, yet it's clear he doesn't understand why I brought that up. The poison couldn't have had anything to do with him, she concluded. George wanted to take revenge on his. Perhaps Orson was right about one thing, at least. George, now on his knees with hands tied, begged. I've told you everything there is to tell. You can let me go now, right? Leon stepped forward, holding a sword in his hand, and declared, Do you know how much in losses I'm incurring by being kept here? Cecilia, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, how terrible for you. George was puzzled, and Cecilia ordered Leon, Go. Leon executed him with his sword, and Cecilia stated, Find the source of all this so we can eradicate it, whether it be monster or human. The sudden disappearance of Hastred George became the talk of Yensun. Upon hearing of George's death, Orson confessed everything to the Yensun guards, down to the very last detail. Even though Leon forced the entire report from his big brother, Grig, there was no mention of the Rostiology plant in it at all. Meanwhile, Ethen and Cecilia were drinking tea together, and there was a sunflower in Ethan's cup. While sewing the flower, he said, This flower reminds me of you. Cecilia replied, I'm flattered. However, Ethen, irritated, screamed, You're a human being, and this flower is a mere plant. It was the highest form of compliment it could have gotten. Cecilia thought, How over the top, and added, Listening to him speak like this makes me want to run in the other direction. Cecilia enjoyed her tea, and a servant interrupted, saying, Your Highness. Apologizing for the disturbance, the servant delivered a message about a guest. Cecilia, tapping her hand on the table, said, Victoria must be here. Ethen asked. Victoria? Cecilia offered. Why don't you come with me? She grabbed his hand and continued, Once you become a student at the Royal Academy, they'll teach you everything about this, but let me give you a brief introduction. She added, Different types of wizards. There are 5 kinds of wizards: the wizard scholar, who focuses on research; the defense wizard, who specializes in using magic circles to prepare for attacks; the attack wizard, who maximizes the use of magical weapons; the sorcerer, who expels curses born from charms and incantations. Finally, there's the healer, who heals people through magic. Unlike physicians, they have magic, but other abilities are needed to become a healer, and it's said they come to realize their power on their own. As they leave, holding hands, Ethen expresses concern about being born into a predetermined role like a sorcerer or healer. Cecilia looks at him and asks, What's there not to like? Ethen wants the freedom to choose his own path, challenging fate even if he was born with healing or sorcery abilities. Cecilia admires his resolute nature and reflects on his noble innocence. She thinks about how he risked half his fortune and future for her sake. As they discuss, a person in black attire enters and remarks, Challenge fate, will you, Your Highness? Perhaps you only think so because you are not a healer yet. The girl introduces herself, saying, At your service, Your Highness, Your Grace. I am Victoria Salyazo. Cecilia held her shoulders and said, Victoria Z. Salyazo, great wizard healer. You're here, Vicky. I was waiting for you. She replied. It's good to see you, Cecilia. Ethen approached her and said, "Victoria Salyazo." She replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He asked her, "So what is so good about being a healer?" She replied, "Well, the money, the honor, and above all else, freedom from any interference." Freedom. Upon this statement, Ethen said, "I suppose it wouldn't be bad being a healer if that was the only way to possess those three things." Now he moved to Cecilia and said, "But Cecilia, you may do just as you please." Confused, she asked, "Pardon?" Ethen moved his hand forward and said, "Money, honor, freedom. I will procure enough of that for the two of us." He said this while smiling. "Enough that you will be able to do whatever you want. I'll give it all to you." Cecilia was shocked, sweating with fear. Here's a brief introduction to Victoria Salyazo. Victoria Salyazo, who appeared to be an old friend of Cecilia's, was an odd person. It rained non-stop in Istrum since her arrival. She kept her whereabouts as hidden as her face, which she covered at all times. After several days, I couldn't repress my curiosity any longer. Ethen was drinking tea with Cecilia. He asked her, "Cecilia, you said Victoria was here for my healing?" She replied, "Yes, I did," he said. "But she's been here almost a week now. Is she even alive?" Cecilia explained, "Vicky is in the woods. She's staying at the groundkeeper's cottage." Ethen asked, "In the woods? Why?" Cecilia said, "She's not one to enjoy other people's company." Ethen was astonished a little bit and said, "Cecilia, about your friend." She replied, "She is rather odd, isn't she?" Cecilia explained, "She's a good person, though she may appear strange at first. She has her reasons, though she hardly likes to explain. Everybody has secrets about themselves or some part of their past." She continued, "I heard Sophia paid you a visit recently." Ethen replied, "Ah, yes, she did." Cecilia told him, "Some time ago, Cecilia made her first request that I take Paul, Sophia's firstborn son, as my valet." Ethen thought, "As Cecilia had already chosen Thane and Rosemary for me, I didn't think of it as any big favor." However, Cecilia looked troubled. He was wearing a sky-blue royal dress and having a meal with Cecilia. He said, "I had my misgivings about this child, Paul, who Cecilia went as far as making a formal request just for me to take him in." He added, "But it being the first time she asked me such a thing and Paul being the firstborn of Sophia, my first tutor, I accepted." Sophia paid a visit to express her gratitude afterward, which was certainly a sight to behold. Ethen, sitting on his chair, said to Cecilia in front of him, "I'd much rather talk about you, Cecilia, than about Polly." Cecilia asked. "Polly?" Ethen said. "From what I hear, you're quite the gardener. There's a greenhouse over at the Sarian Castle, is there not?" "I went there once, but I had no idea you were the one taking care of the plants." Cecilia replied, "It's just a hobby. I don't do much. The gardeners do most of the work." Ethen asked, "Do you also have a garden at your Yensun townhouse?" She replied, "Yes, gardening became a hobby of mine after I did so much of it at Hastred." Ethen continued asking, "Why did you do so much of it there?" Cecilia placed her cup of tea on the table and said, "My mother had never been healthy." She explained, "The greenhouse consisted mostly of medicinal herbs for her. Even after my mother passed, Father kept the greenhouse." She added, "I had my fair share of health potions growing up, thanks to that." Ethen got more curious and asked, "The greenhouse work then, is it in memory of your mother?" She explained, "Well, it's become something of a habit of mine." Reminding Ethen about killing George, she said, "Killing is what my job mostly comprises of, whether it be of monsters or not." Speaking to Ethen, she added, "So sometimes it gives me pleasure to keep something alive." Hobbies can give you a different experience than what you're used to. On hearing about her hobbies, Ethen thought, maybe I was too rash in asking. She didn't look like she wanted to talk about it. But she never tells me anything unless I probe, even though I'm so curious to learn more about her. He added, I want you to be free to do whatever you please. I wasn't lying when I said that. I guess I'm not that dependable yet. If only I were all grown up. If I were grown and a king, I'd be a finer, much more suitable partner for Cecilia. I'd be someone she could be proud of, more than anybody else. Ethen was saying to himself, Cecilia, I will make it so that you never have to do anything you don't want. I will make it so that whenever you smile, it will be out of true happiness. He added, It may be raining now, but I promise you clear skies someday. Ethen was studying in the study room when Paul entered, calling loudly, Your Highness. Paul whispered in his ear, Are you participating in the hunting games this season? I'm very good with dogs. If you are, please consider taking me. Paul laughed as he said this. Ethen's teacher approached and reprimanded Paul, saying, Paul, running that mouth of yours again? You're always getting in the way of His Grace's studies, do you realize that? Isn't it enough that you're behind in your own studies? Holding a stick, the teacher turned and said, We might as well take a small break now. Paul, holding a book, sat on the sofa with Ethen, saying, Whoops, sorry, I'm all right. A servant brought some cookies on a tray, saying, I brought some snacks. Sweets will help you concentrate. These cookies are popular among commoners. They may not be to your taste, but I hope you like them. Ethen thought, Paul is definitely not as intelligent or tactful as Thane or Rosemary. While taking a bite of the cookie, he continued thinking, And I understand why Cecilia seemed so uncertain when she made her request, but that doesn't justify the way Avid treats Paul. Suddenly, while taking a bite, half of the cookie fell, and blood started dripping from Ethen's mouth. Rosemary and Thane were shocked, and Rosemary screamed, Your Highness! At the end of the video of part 1 we seen that Ethen studies as Paul interrupts, eager for a hunting partnership. The teacher scolds Paul, and during a break, snacks are offered. While contemplating friends, Ethen's bite on a cookie results in a sudden, alarming incident. As Ethen took a bite of the cookie his teacher gave him, blood started dripping from his mouth, alarming Thane, Rosemary, and the teacher. Ethen's hands were stained with blood as he realized, My body's reacting to that cookie. Paul, witnessing the scene, screamed, Someone help us! Help His Highness, please! He fled the room in panic. The teacher, in a moment of urgency, retrieved something from his coat pocket, exclaiming, Damn it! He threw something at Ethen. Thane swiftly defended with his sword as the teacher attempted another attack. Paul, still in distress, warned, Get away from the door! Cecilia suddenly appeared, surprising Ethen, and attacked the teacher, slamming him to the floor. Amidst the chaos, Paul rushed towards Ethen with Victoria, crying, Are you all right, Your Highness? He noticed the red streaks on Ethen and expressed concern. Victoria reassured, There's no need to worry. That's his reaction to the Rostology. Ethen, bewildered, questioned, Rostology? What's this about? Cecilia explained, Someone was poisoning you with it. In order to locate who that was, we had you drink teas that would react to it. Pointing towards the teacher, she added, And it looks like we've found our culprit. Ethen, clenching his tie, thought, So you've been protecting me, even from afar. Cecilia called him, suggesting, Your Highness, you must return to Hastred. Meanwhile, she pondered, If I leave for Hastred, then what about you? Ethen, contemplating, questioned, What do you plan to do after you send me back? He said, Cecilia, don't do this on my account. Cecilia approached him, stating, I'm not going to do anything. Ethen insisted, You don't have to do things like this for me. I'm not worth it. Thinking, Please don't get blood on your hands for my sake, Ethen cried, Don't send me away, Cecilia. Don't try and save me. Cecilia hugged him tightly, confessing, Whenever I'm with you, I feel so weak, so powerless. I'm sorry, adding, that this is the best I can manage. I'm sorry, Ethen. The horse carriage rattled fast. Rosemary took care of Ethen, who blinked his eyes upon regaining consciousness. She asked, "Your Highness, are you okay?" As Ethen became aware, he questioned, "What's going on? Where are we going?" Thane, sitting in front, replied, "To Hastred, Your Highness." Ethen ordered, "Turn the horses around. We're going back." Thane remained silent, not accepting the order. Ethen, realizing, grabbed Thane's sword. Thane screamed, "Your Highness!" Ethen shouted again, "Turn the coach around, to wherever Cecilia is. Now!" On the other hand, Cecilia, dragging a person, aimed to attack him with her sword. He pleaded, "Cecilia, you know I was only trying to defend myself." Trembling, he begged for mercy. Cecilia calmly replied, "Of course, Your Grace. I'm sure you were quite nervous for yourself, as the younger brother to the king. The queen is known to be infertile, but you're not even that much younger than His Majesty. And now the lost prince has been found." As he sobbed, Cecilia pointed her sword towards his neck, saying, "Yes, yes! I was driven to this." "You Cecilia interrupted, stating, "Yes. Like you said, you were only defending yourself?" She added, "But you know, I can only tell you the same, Your Grace." "Cecilia." Meanwhile, Ethen arrived, surprising Cecilia. She questioned, "What are you doing here?" Ethen intervened, pleading, "Cecilia, stop this at once." He held her face with his hands, saying, "Don't do anything irreparable on my account." Ethen, tearful, reminded her, "Remember? You and I," he added, "still have a wedding to carry out." Filled with emotions of happiness and passion, he declared, "Still have a wedding to carry out." His hands slipped from Cecilia's face, and Ethen lost consciousness. Cecilia caught him, preventing him from falling. Ethen, in his thoughts, expressed, "Cecilia, now I understand." He conveyed to her, "Why your smiles always had that faraway look," adding, "You've lived your entire life closed off. That was the only way you could keep distant from your own desires." As Ethen felt unwell, everyone was busy taking care of him. It was a busy week, and thanks to Victoria waiting outside, there was no lasting damage to Ethen. However, it took 3 full days of healing for him to come to. In a castle, royal members gathered for a meeting with the prince. The door banged, and someone entered, screaming, "As for the Duke, how dare she try and kill me? A person of royal lineage!" His face covered with bandages, he furiously declared, "There should be no need for a trial. What she deserves is extreme punishment." As everyone sitting there started murmuring, a royal person mentioned, "From what I hear, Prince Ethen was somehow involved in this." Another added, "Yes, and this is Cecilia Sirian we're talking about. Were we to execute her without a proper trial, how would the Order of Hastred react?" Another royal person emphasized, "We need to give full consideration to both sides and follow proper procedure with a case like this." A person in a green royal dress and glasses chimed in, "Yes, we need to consider her position as a duke as well. Don't you agree, certainly? I believe you all have the right of it." The person with bandages thought, This is not how I intended this." The prince gave his opinion, saying, "Let us have a trial." In the courtroom, Cecilia stood in front of the king. Murmurs and whispers filled the room as the incident was discussed. The king banged his hammer, giving his decision. As testified by the witnesses, this man attempted to harm Prince Ethen. Meanwhile, royal authorities dragged the teacher out of the court, screaming, "You have to listen to me, Your Majesty!" The king declared, "And thusly shall be exiled from the land of Grosland, never to return. As for Cecilia Sirian, who stands here under the accusation of holding Grosland at sword point, she shall, after taking into account that her actions were done in defense of her fiancé, Prince Ethen Grosland, be sent away to fight the monster king, Liege." Cecilia bowed in front of him and said, "As you command, Your Majesty." In Ethen's room, a beautiful bookshelf adorned the space beside the bed, displaying books in an organized manner. Ethen lay on the bed, and Cecilia sat beside him, holding his hand, saying, "As winter comes to an end and spring draws near, I prepare to leave you yet again." Ethen politely called her Cecilia, and expressed, "That day, it was as if I had nearly gone blind." He added, "I was afraid I was going to die without having a chance to see your face one last time." Cecilia chuckled and said, "You really know how to exaggerate." Ethen laughed, thinking, "I made her laugh." Cecilia looked at him with love, reminiscing about how Victoria used her magic to treat him. She thought, "But it was, Your Highness. Had Victoria not been there, you might not have survived. But I can hardly tell you that." Placing her hand on his head, she thought, "When you're alive and well, smiling at me like this, I don't want to hurt you when you risked your life for me." Cecilia began to speak about Ethen's actions that had angered the king. She mentioned when Ethen tried to use magic against the teacher. "You're not yet accustomed to using your magic. You nearly hurt yourself in the process," she continued. "He's ordered you to enter into the Royal Academy." Ethen, shocked, asked, "The Royal Academy?" "I don't want to go," Cecilia replied. "It's the king's order." Adding, "You know the school has invited you several times before this." Ethen expressed his concern. "But I'll be required to stay in a dormitory if I go." Meanwhile, he thought, "I don't want us to drift further apart, but Cecilia does have to leave on that mission." He added, "There's no telling how long it will take this time, and her opponent is Lichtian, the king of all monsters." Ethen rose from the bed, stating, "All right. On two conditions, though. One, that I'm able to enroll in the College of Magic. That doesn't mean I'll completely overlook the etiquettes course. I do understand how important it is." Cecilia held his hand, and he continued, "And two, that when I graduate at 20, we proceed with the wedding immediately." In response, Cecilia thought, "I'm always preparing to leave you, yet you—" Ethen squeezed her hand, affirming, "You're always preparing for our next encounter." Cecilia replied, "I'll return safely." He insisted, "You must, Cecilia." Cecilia departed on her horse, bidding farewell with Thane, Rosemary, and Paul. Ethen's eyes were filled with tears. Later, he sat at the study table, writing his homework. Meanwhile, Cecilia informed Leon about her mission, showing him a map. In spring, Ethen always remembered Cecilia, who remained busy in her mission. Holding a piece of paper, a purple-headed boy in a liege uniform entered the room and said to Cecilia, "My liege. My liege? Are you all right?" Cecilia reassured him. "I'm fine. I just haven't been getting enough sleep." He asked, "It's been tough, hasn't it? To think it's already been 7 years." Cecilia, smoking, replied, 7 years. She gave him a side eye and asked, "What did you come to report?" Wearing her liege costume, Cecilia, amidst flapping curtains, contemplated. 7 years have passed since I received the order to banish Lichline. After what seemed like a lifetime of battles, we've finally closed in on its lair. In the barren land, living in camps, her liege members fought nervously. As they faced banished Lichline, a large monster with blood-red eyes, fear gripped them. A liege member screamed, "Who is it that dares disturb my lair?" The purple-headed boy yelled, "It's Lichline!" Another boy urged, "Spread out!" Leon commanded, "Keep focused! Attack!" The monster growled, warning, "Foolish humans! I will make you rue the day you decided to set foot on my land." Blazing in fire, Cecilia confronted him, shouting, "Everyone get back!" The monster dragon blasted fire continuously, its dark red eyes furious. As saliva splattered on Cecilia, she screamed, "Search the dragon's lair! Don't leave a single monster alive!" Leon rushed towards her, asking, "My liege, are you all right? Is its blood poisonous?" Meanwhile, the purple-headed boy approached Cecilia with concern, asking, "My liege, what if something had gone wrong? Do you know how many of us would have dropped down in tears?" Cecilia reassured him, "It's fine. I'm still in one piece." she inquired. Is there any news on the Silurian harp? One of them responded. Sophia took a few nights to go and locate it. The purple-headed boy questioned. But what does His Majesty even plan to use it for? This mission was supposedly about banishing Lickline, but I can't help being suspicious. Leon pondered and said, It's said that whoever possesses the Silurian harp will gain happiness, but did any of its owners actually meet a decent end? Reminded of Sophia's instructions, Cecilia shared. Under the pretense of attacking Lickline, Rafnal had ordered in secret that I secure the Silurian harp. Legend has it that owners of the Silurian harp will become happy, consoled by its music, but according to records, they all met grisly ends, robbed of everything. Cecilia thought, the harp can't be for himself. She stated, We'll return upon securing the harp. In the castle, wedding preparations were underway. Ethen asked Risen, Risen, how are the wedding preparations coming along? Risen, discussing with Paul, replied, Everything is proceeding smoothly, Your Highness. Thane and Rosemary stood behind Ethen. Paul exclaimed, Dressed to the nines again. Are you really that pleased she's coming back? Ethen replied, Of course I am. It's her, after all. Indulging in his thoughts, Ethen reflected. After 7 long years of waiting, she's finally coming back. Cecilia, I've changed much over the years. For one, I'm taller than you now. It's been 2 years since I've been out in society. Even to this day, my heart starts beating fast whenever I think of you. As I am now, will you finally be able to truly see me? Will you finally see me as a man? Meanwhile, Risen called Ethen, saying, Your Highness, the daughter of Marquise Andrea requests tea. Paul added, Again? She never gives up, does she? Rosemary sighed and added, How many times has it been now? Asking for tea is all the craze among the ladies in Yensun now, Paul remarked. Rosemary described the trend, saying, Every afternoon, they get in their coaches, visit family members of their choice, and demand tea. It's protocol for the chosen family members to be grateful to have been chosen and to provide the fanciest tea possible. Servants approached for tea requests, and Ethen interrupted. Rod, how many times have I told you? He added, Decline all requests for tea. Or are my orders mere jokes to you? Rod, always with a cheeky response, said, Not at all, Your Highness. Must be because of all the talk about a dashing young man's sworn fidelity to a fiancée then much older than Shauna himself. Talk that's causing Duke Cecilia much censure. This time, he apologized to Ethen, who replied, You may go. I have no intention of having tea with anybody. Warning Rod, he added, And the next time you come up here with some nonsense drivel about tea requests again. Rod replied, Eek. Yes. Understood, Your Highness. Still standing, Rod said, Come with me. Thane, Rosemary, and Paul took pity on Rod. Ethen ordered them, saying, Bring me my jacket. I'm going out. Thane expressed concern. Your Highness, you don't intend to visit that place right before the wedding, do you? Ethen insisted. My jacket. Thane replied reluctantly. Yes, sir. 2 girls chattered and played draft games, with number games on the board. Sophia, holding her hand fan, was also there. As Ethen entered, Sophia noticed him and said, Welcome, Your Highness. We've been waiting. After King Cecilia's mission to banish Lickline, rumors of her return spread as Lickline's head was displayed on the northern gates of Yensun. It was rumored that along with the monster king's head, she presented the mythical Silurian harp to Rafnal. People speculated about the king's motives and wondered who the target of the harp's curse might be. Ethen expressed, It doesn't matter to me whether Rafnal gifts the harp to me or another royal person. However, in his thoughts, he emphasized, Cecilia's back after 7 years, and that's all that matters to me. In the castle, he pondered on how to approach Cecilia, thinking, She must have arrived at the Yensun branch by now. I need to go see her, but what excuse can I give? Reflecting on the past 7 years of no communication, he added, I cut off all communication with her, even a single letter. It felt like an eternity, but it was necessary for her to see me not as a child, but as a man. Concerned for her well-being, he wondered. Is she doing well? Is she hurt anywhere? Contemplating the myriad questions, he admitted. There are 1,000 things I'd like to ask, but where do I even begin? Considering various approaches, he thought about requesting tea like others or discussing wedding plans. However, he dismissed the idea, realizing wedding preparations for Hastred and Ursias are already over, and Cecilia would only smile and nod. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he expressed, If I have to wait until our wedding day to see her, I might die of heartache. Someone called him, saying, Your Highness. It was Rod, hesitant and awkward, asking, Do you have a moment? Ethen became furious, screaming, I dare you to tell me one more time there's a request for tea time with me. He roared at Rod, who got scared and stammered. But, Ethen interrupted, yelling, Rod! Trying to explain, Rod said, But it's your fiancé. Bowing and apologizing. My apologies, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. Ethen thought. What nonsense! As Rod left, helpless. Reflecting on Rod's words, Ethen realized. Did he really think I'd say yes to some tea request if he held on? Fiancé? He screamed. Wait. Who did you say it was? Rushing towards Rod, he grabbed him. Rod, scared, cried, Duke Hastred and Baron Hyen. Apologizing, he begged. I'll never do it again. Ethen replied. Good job. And Rod, relieved, said sorry again. Ethen smiled. You did a good job. Excited, Rod asked. Then where shall I show her to? Ethen instructed. To the greenhouse. I'll be there shortly. Thinking about his appearance, Ethen wondered. How do I look right now? Grabbing a table, he thought. I've heard people compliment me on my appearance, but I look far too pale. I don't think Cecilia would find me attractive. Considering Cecilia's preferences, he added. At least when I was young, she saw me as lovable. But what if she doesn't like the way I look now? No, this isn't the time to brood. He grabbed his collar, clenched his wrist, and started leaving, thinking, I need to go meet her. Reflecting on life, he pondered. Why do we always expect more the more we have? If I were 11 again, I'd have given almost anything to have what I have now. Opening the window and running, he thought. So why is it that now, I can no longer be satisfied? Cecilia and Sophia dressed beautifully, Cecilia in a white and pink pastel dress and Sophia in a red royal dress. Cecilia greeted Ethen, saying, It's been a while, Your Highness. Ethen, overwhelmed, thought. I once thought the Cecilia I always saw in my dreams was so beautiful, so perfect, that when I finally reunited with her, she would never truly be that beautiful. Continuing his thoughts, he admitted, that I'd never find her that perfect. That I'd be disappointed in something. But now that I finally see you, you're even more beautiful than you were in my dreams. You take my breath away. Standing in front of Cecilia, he grabbed her hand, kissed it, and said, Welcome back, Cecilia. He expressed his desire to prepone their wedding, to which Cecilia lovingly replied, It's soon enough as it is, Your Highness. Ethen persisted, suggesting a wedding in 10 days, but Cecilia explained, It's summer. Most nobles have retreated to their estates. They won't be able to arrive in Yensun in 10 days. She emphasized the need to keep a low profile, considering the union between Hastred and Ursias. Ethen understood, acknowledging the political aspects of their union. Meanwhile, Sophia, noticing Paul's appearance, exclaimed, Look at you! You've lost so much weight! Irritated, Paul denied it, attributing it to his mother being away. Sophia, concerned, screamed at Ethen, Your Highness, please tell me you've been feeding Paul. Ethen reassured her that Paul had been eating well, but Sophia continued, questioning Ethen's influence on Paul. Ethen wondered about Paul's behavior, noting a change in his usual demeanor. Confused, he thought, shouldn't he be happy to see Sophia? What's wrong? As Cecilia tapped on Ethen's back, she mentioned, I'll see you tonight. Astonished, Ethen blushed and asked, Tonight? For what? Cecilia's statement, I'll see you tonight, left Ethen blushing and astonished. He wondered, for what? Of course, she didn't mean it that way. In the castle, everyone was beautifully dressed in royal attire, including Ethen in a white royal dress. While sitting, he thought, how stupid of me to get excited over nothing. I knew it. But still, I wouldn't have gotten all worked up had I known it was the ball she was referring to. Reflecting on his anticipation, he added, even so, I can't help but look up every time someone walks in to see if it's her. I feel like such a fool. Lost in his thoughts, Ethen was interrupted when someone called him, saying, Your Grace. A girl in a yellow royal dress, Olivia Zandria, stood before him, expressing excitement to see him again and asking about his well-being. Paul joined the conversation, acknowledging the previous meeting at the commencement. However, when Olivia Zandria began expressing her feelings, Ethen, feeling the weight of her persistent advances, considered how to handle the situation. He grabbed the sofa, raising it, and thought, must I turn her down yet again? Olivia rushed towards him, asking, Your Grace, would you be interested in? Ethen interrupted, stating, I need some rest. Don't send for me unless absolutely necessary. Thane and Paul were happy to see Ethen stepping away, while Zandria was sad about his departure, calling after him, Your Grace. Rushing to the terrace, Ethen encountered a person in a stylish black royal dress who criticized him, saying, You could have been a bit nicer. She's pretty enough. She even prays every night. Ethen retorted, Fervent prayers aren't what she needs. She needs to learn to stay away from men who are already betrothed. The person continued with suggestive remarks, taunting Ethen about his focus on being betrothed. Ethen, furious, shouted, Enough of your filthy talk, and pointed out that people thought he would have been better off as a priest. Cecilia intervened, calling Ethen, and the person introduced himself as Larrywood Zandria, the firstborn son of the Marquis of Siphon. Larrywood, nervous in Cecilia's presence, claimed to be a friend of Ethen and referred to Cecilia as Miss Sirian, infuriating Ethen. Cecilia, unimpressed, commented on Larrywood's lack of etiquette, suggesting they meet under better circumstances. Larrywood, visibly shaken, left the scene. Cecilia extended her hand to Ethen, suggesting they leave together. Ethen, seizing the opportunity, screamed, Give me a chance to take the lead for once. Cecilia agreed, and they danced in front of the guests, who admired their performance. While dancing, Cecilia remarked on the passage of time and the change in their dynamic. Ethen, intrigued, asked her, So what was it you wanted to tell me? Cecilia asked Ethen, Could you imagine what it's like to live your entire life in the shadow of the one who gave birth to you? Ethen thought about Paul, knowing that Sophia was born with powerful magic and exceptional swordsmanship, making her a formidable figure. Reflecting on Paul's discomfort when Sophia returned, Ethen suspected an inferiority complex. Contemplating his own desire to surpass Cecilia, he pledged, I'm willing to do anything to leave your shadow, so that you may be free to do whatever you want, and so that I'll be able to give you everything. Recalling Victoria's secret messages, Ethen appreciated her role and acknowledged her as a powerful figure. Victoria, bowing before him, explained that she called him to ask about his ideas on the throne. She emphasized Ethen's legitimacy as the heir according to tradition and the Grosselin bloodline. Victoria laid down all her honor for him and requested, Please take your place on the throne. While dancing, Ethen, wanting to share something important with Cecilia, began to speak. Cecilia eagerly asked, What is that? However, before Ethen could express himself fully, during Ethen and Cecilia's dance, a crash interrupted the celebration as a monstrous creature with red furious eyes arrived, growling loudly. The dancing couple halted, and a purple-headed boy of the liege rushed to Ethen. Cecilia screamed to him, Chris! Protect His Highness! Chris swiftly responded, Yes, Your Grace. Cecilia, taking charge, ordered Sophia. Sophie! Guard the king and queen! Sophia replied. Yes, my liege. In the chaos, she yelled. Run! Ag! Concerned for Cecilia, Ethen tried to stop her, saying, Wait, Cecilia. However, Chris insisted. Please, Your Highness, we need to go now. As someone mentioned that the doors wouldn't open, security aimed arrows at them. Cecilia, quick thinking, shouted, Get down! She grabbed a table cover to shield them, and Sophia, following orders, screamed, My liege! Cecilia instructed her. Get the archers, Sophie! I'm putting my faith in you! At that moment, the king rushed in, and Cecilia raised, wondering who would use a monster to attack the king. The creature, despite the king and queen being present, seemed to be searching for something. Chris informed Ethen, Your Highness, I must get you to safety. Realizing the danger, Cecilia understood that the monster wasn't after their majesties, but was specifically targeting Ethen. Despite Chris's warnings, the monster attempted to attack Ethen, causing him to fall to the ground. The monster growled menacingly as Cecilia rushed at it, striking its back with her sword. However, a blue light emanated from the monster, shocking her. Undeterred, she firmly gripped her sword and swiftly decapitated the creature, revealing a purple magic stone. Cecilia, surprised, grabbed the magic stone, jumping away from the defeated monster and landing in Ethen's arms. Ethen, deeply concerned, screamed at her. Are you insane? What if you had gotten hurt? What if you had died? Cecilia, lost in her thoughts, realized Ethen's perspective on her strength. She hugged him tightly and asked, Would you mind letting me down, Your Highness? Ethen, still worried, called out, Hastred! As the king arrived, Cecilia bowed before him, addressing him as, Your Majesty. The king, furious, demanded every detail behind the incident, ordering an immediate investigation. He instructed Cecilia to ensure that everyone involved in the incident was brought before him. Cecilia, acknowledging the king's orders, called Chris and directed him to ensure the safe return of all guests. Chris affirmed, Yes, my liege, and Cecilia added, Be mindful of the servants. Our knights accompany the guests home, and there may not be enough room left in the carriages. Cecilia, ensuring the safety of the servants, instructed Chris. Make sure the servants don't get left behind. Have them all gather and stand by in a hall while they wait. Chris promptly replied, Right away, my liege. Turning her attention to Leon, Cecilia showed him the purple magic stone, saying, This is... Leon identified it as a magic stone and deduced. Somebody used that to summon the monster. Gripping the stone, he expressed his outrage. So there's a traitor in the palace. How dare they? Cecilia agreed, saying, Exactly. Find Victoria and show her the stone. She's sure to find something. Leon affirmed. At once, my liege. Cecilia, contemplating the situation, wondered about the captain of the guard when Ethen called out. Cecilia. Concerned, she asked. Are you all right, Your Highness? Ethen, gripping her hand tightly, insisted. Let's go home. Cecilia, assuring him, replied, I'm perfectly fine too. Ethen, with determination, screamed, Come back with me. Cecilia remained silent, prompting him to implore more politely. Please. While holding her hand, Cecilia pondered. Why do you try so hard to protect me? Ethen, asserting his role as the Duke and Master of the Order, stated, As Duke and as Master of the Order, I should always be the protector. Even the knights who put their lives on the line for me are under my protection. And yet, you're always watching over me as if I'm the one in need of protection. Recognizing his concern, she reassured him, saying, Your Highness, I'm all right, emphasizing her training to handle such situations. Ethen released her hand, conceding, All right. I'll go back alone this time. Tenderly, he touched her face, asserting, But next time. Planting a kiss on her cheek, he vowed, I won't let this happen again. Later, while contemplating in his study, Ethen reflected, I always thought that after our reunion," he added, "after I turned 20 and you came back from the war, we would wed, and I'd finally have my happy ending." However, he mused, somehow, the closer I get to Cecilia, the further she seems to be slipping away from me. Reminiscing about moments when he felt it was just the two of them in the world. Was I mistaken? Am I just another knickknack? Some ornament that Cecilia has to keep safe? Meanwhile, someone entered the room and said, "Your Grace, a message for you." A servant brought a tray with a letter placed on it and stated, "It's from Raznativ." Ethen took the letter and replied, "I see. You can go." Ethen opened the letter, finding a handkerchief inside. The servant left the room, saying, "Yes, Your Grace." As Ethen started reading the letter, it began, "I hope this letter finds you well, Your Highness. Allow me to get straight to the point. Within, you will find a handkerchief that belonged to the late Queen." Ethen thought, "Mother's?" It was one of the palace washerwomen who brought it to me. She informed me that one of the ladies in waiting gave her a considerable bribe and ordered her to burn it. Little did she know, the washerwoman had an invalid son. The washerwoman believed that if she committed such a sin, her son would never be healed. Hence she came to the temple to see me. Inspect the handkerchief, and you will find blood upon it. Ethen opened the handkerchief, discovering blood in it. Blood, of Her Majesty's, containing trace amounts of poison in it. He recalled that poison, saying, "Poison. I'd been told that Mother died of a broken heart after my presumed death. I blamed myself, thinking that I was the one who caused her death. I couldn't forgive myself. But I held on to life. I refused to let their lives be in vain, even though I often thought it should have been me who died in their stead. Yet, all this time, it was, in fact, death by poisoning that brought me such suffering and pain." Ethen squeezed the handkerchief and slammed his hand on the table, repeatedly punching it. Rosemary and Paul rushed in. She screamed, "Your Highness! What's the matter?" Holding his head, Ethen screamed, "Leave, all of you!" Rosemary came in front of him to stop him. "Your Highness," Rosemary said, "your hand! We need to call the physician!" Ethen screamed out loudly, "I said leave!" He clenched his teeth and thought, "I don't care if Cecilia sees me as some ornament. I need to see her now." After that, he stepped out of the room. Paul screamed out, "Your Highness, where are you going?" "Your Highness!" Ethen turned and said in rage, "Don't come after me." Rosemary, Paul, and Thane stood still. In the castle room, Cecilia sat on the sofa wearing a simple white dress with a red coat on her shoulders, holding a book in her lap. She listened to some voices. "You mustn't rush in like this. Please calm down." At that moment, Ethen rushed in, opening the door. Cecilia stepped towards him and said, "Your Highness?" He hugged her tightly. Cecilia got worried and asked, "What happened?" Ethen was crying badly. She asked again, "Your Highness, what's the matter?" He replied, "I miss you, Cecilia. I had to come." Cecilia wiped his tears and said, "Sit down." Ethen sat on the sofa. Cecilia asked him, "How are you feeling, Your Highness?" She patted his head with a cloth and said, "You're drenched. I'll have them bring you a change of clothes." He replied, "I'm fine." She rubbed a cloth on his face. Meanwhile, Ethen said, "Just stay here. Cecilia!" He pulled her hand towards him, revealing tattoos on her arm. Cecilia got astonished. "What is this?" When Ethen held Cecilia's hand, a tattoo appeared on her hand, the constraint seal tattoos. A religious practice many priests subscribe to in an effort to become closer to God. The tattoos suppress magic to force an expansion of power. To become marked with them is to experience excruciating pain. While this is usually done to expand one's magical power, the ones etched across Cecilia's body were mostly designed to keep her power under control. On seeing her tattoos, Ethen started thinking, "These aren't tattoos that can ever be done to yourself. Which means this is something that was done to her." He added, She's always sacrificing herself for others, risking her life in battle to save and protect her country. And yet, this is how they repay her? Cecilia called him. Your Highness, Ethen asked. Cecilia, who did this to you? She replied. Your Highness, it doesn't matter. What's done is done. I'm fine. He grabbed her shoulders and asked her, Are you fine? A cloth dropped over his head. He screamed out again. You never tell me the truth. He squeezed her shoulders and said, You're always putting others before yourself. She replied, That's not really. Ethen said, Cecilia! You! He started crying and said, You torture yourself. Leaning on her, he continued, I heard the worst possible news today. He added, And the bad news, it doesn't end when it reaches your ears. Putting his head on Cecilia's shoulder, he cried and said, I have to keep thinking about it. I have to ultimately learn how to face it. But I couldn't bear it, and I ended up thinking about you. You're all I have. He screamed, You're everything to me, and I needed you. And yet you. Then he started thinking, You must be in so much more pain than me, but you've never learned how to take pity on yourself. People say, but Cecilia Sirian does not need pity. She only commands respect, praise, and honor. But He hugged her tightly. I pity you more than anyone in the entire world. Cecilia started thinking about her tattoos. As master of the Order of Hastred, as a holy swordsman, and as heir to the Sirian family, I'd taken these tattoos for granted. The path I walked was one of glory that anybody would dream of taking, and I never resented the hardship I faced. Yet here is Ethen Grosslin, in anguish because of me. He's the one in pain, even though these tattoos on my body no longer hurt me, and he resents things done to me that I never considered as abuse. She added, Not even my father, nor those who look up to me, would grieve so much for my pain. They would never think to put my suffering before theirs. Yet when no one else dared to entangle themselves with me, you alone came to me, and you alone opened the door to my heart. Cecilia wiped his tears and said, Don't cry. I'm fine. He replied, Fine. Why do you keep saying that? How could you be? Cecilia leaned her nose on his face, chuckled, and said, I have you now. That makes me one very lucky person. Ethen became happy. Thank you, she said. My little fiancé, who could hardly defend himself. Ethen screamed out loudly. What must I do in order to protect myself? He hugged her again and said, I'm not worth saving. Cecilia thought. Has now grown taller than me. He's someone who risked half his fortune, no, half his potential, half his future for my sake. Ethen said, I'll give it all to you. She's thinking, and is shedding tears for my sake. Ethen, I'm happy that you've taken that step towards me. And in some twisted way, without even realizing it, I came to enjoy the worry and concern you had for me. Ethen grasped her hand tightly and said, Cecilia. She replied, Yes, Your Highness? Ethen asked, May I become yours tonight? She replied, Yes. They both kissed. Ethen and Cecilia kiss each other. Ethen lovingly lifted Cecilia in his arms and carried Cecilia to the bed. Ethen loved to Cecilia on bed. Ethen was saying, Cecilia, you're strong, gorgeous. There's no one who desires you more than I do. I love you, Cecilia. I want to have a family with you. No, on second thought, all I need is you by my side forever. The next day, Ethen woke up still in bed, and Cecilia was standing in front of him. She asked, Oh, you're awake. Seeing her fully dressed up, Ethen asked, You must have woken up early. Cecilia said, Breakfast will be ready soon. You should get dressed and come downstairs to eat. He replied, All right. She said, Then I'll see you. Ethen stopped her, saying, Wait, Cecilia. He kissed her and said, See you downstairs then. Cecilia got shocked and replied, My hand, Your Highness, hee. Meanwhile, Leon rushed in, saying, My liege. She said, Leon? You're here early. Is something wrong? He told her. It's about the magic stone you asked me to give Miss Salyazo. He gave her a letter. She sent an urgent message from her tower. She couldn't ascertain who the stone belonged to. He added, but she's certain it's from Hastred. Leon informed Cecilia about the stone, stating that Victoria couldn't ascertain its owner, but she was certain it's from Hastred. Cecilia was shocked. From Hastred? Here's a brief explanation of Hastred. Hastred is an order with a very strong bond, united under the banner of freedom. Each member places such absolute trust in the other that having a traitor among its ranks would be unthinkable. If there ever were a traitor, they would be nearly impossible to locate. A traitor within the order would not only be a direct threat to both Ethen and the king, it would be treason, a violation of contract, and a threat to the very existence of Hastred, a complete act of treachery. And no one within Hastred would be oblivious to this fact. Cecilia thought. I have to find the culprit. She asked Leon. Who else knows of this? He replied. Aside from me, only Miss Salyazo and her master. Cecilia said. All right. We'll give it some time before sending a message back to Victoria. She thought. If there really is a traitor among us, they're likely connected to my uncles. My uncles who are still remonstrating against the king to reclaim the Hastred dukedom, even though I'm a holy swordsman and the rightful heir, simply due to the mere fact that I am a woman. She added, but this won't be enough to take me down. Whether they're my father's brothers or not, I will not hesitate to destroy them. She went to Ethan's room and thought. My only concern is. Ethen saw her and got excited. You're finally here. He added, I'm surprised I made it here before you. To see him, Cecilia started thinking. This man with the radiant smile, my husband, my only family, and my greatest vulnerability. Then, she reminisced about her childhood. Once, when she was a little girl, she wished for a doll. She was at the market with her father when her eyes first fell upon it. It looked like the prettiest thing on earth to her. Seeing what other girls her age were like, she didn't think having a doll was anything strange. She said to her father, Father, I want this doll. So she asked her father for it without hesitation. Her father replied, Never ask for such a foolish thing again. Do you understand me? She thought, foolish. That's when I learned there were things I could never have. So I'm not allowed the same things as other girls. After that, she began receiving, under her father's tutelage, what most would deem a masculine education. Education she never thought was unusual for a girl like her. She added, I was just 13 when I had to wield my sword and represent the top of my class at the military school of the Royal Academy. I remember it had been such a beautiful day. She recalled a day when the sky was remarkably blue, without a single cloud in sight. All the spectators were celebrating as if that day was some blessed holiday. Their eyes shined with curiosity, wondering whether a 13-year-old girl could truly defeat the gladiator in front of her. She was getting ready to fight with a tall man. In the audience, her father was there as well. But the only thing she wished for was for him to stop the game and save her. Never in my life had I wished so ardently for help. She thought. In hindsight, she reflected. Father probably wanted to show the world that his only child, Cecilia Sirian, possessed the strength to inherit everything from liege Sirian. But it was the opposite. Her father stood up and turned his face. So despite my ardent wishes to father, saving me was not a possibility. The person in front of her started saying, This little girl is the only thing standing between me and my freedom. He screamed out loudly and attacked her, shouting, This is for my freedom! She defended herself, ultimately killing him. His blood splattered on her face, and she thought, I never wanted to kill anyone. I never wanted to take anyone's life. After that, she said, I need to become stronger. I can't be weak. To be weak is to forsake father's wishes. She reminisced about her adult life, thinking, how ironic is it that I, the girl who claimed her place by decimating others' freedom, is now the master of an order of knights fighting in the name of freedom. she added. Little by little, over time, I killed off more of my weaknesses. I grew stronger each day so that I would never need protection nor help from anybody else. There were times when she made up her mind to give up everything. She went to her father and sighed, saying, "You should remarry, father." Her father thought, "Under normal circumstances, I'd have married long ago." She added, "It's bothersome how everyone keeps gossiping about you being without a child." On this, her father thought, "With a young child in tow by now," she said, "it would be good to leave behind an heir." Meanwhile, she thought, "Perhaps it wasn't that I found it bothersome, but that I was all worn out. Maybe all I wanted was some time away from my relatives telling me what to do, away from my thoughts, and away from all my duties." She reminisced, "And that's when I met you, Ethen." Cecilia reminisced about her past, from childhood to adulthood. "And that's when I met you, Ethen. Even then, you had an air of elegance around you, yet you were so small and frail, as if you'd break into 1,000 pieces at any moment." She explained his appearance. Golden hair as light as a lemon, pale, soft skin, and clear blue eyes with a violet hue. When your eyes met mine. At that time, she shared her feelings about him. "I found myself hoping that you would somehow find the strength to carry on." She added, "I began taking care of you out of respect for my father's wishes, but it wasn't long before I came to have a genuine affection for you. You, with a strong mind and will of your own, who has always acted in consideration of me alone." She continued, "Someone who had, for the first time in my life, told me I could do anything I wanted to do." Meanwhile, Ethen was kissing her arm, on which tattoos appeared. "Now I can no longer push you away. How could I after seeing the way you grieve for my pain?" In bed with Ethen, he expressed, "I love you, Cecilia." She started thinking, "Is this love?" She touched his face softly and thought, "Ethen, I've always been hiding in the gray area, watching on as a spectator." She added, "And though I'm old enough to know there can be no promise of forever, all I need is you by my side, forever. It makes me feel warm inside." He kissed her face, and she started comparing Ethen with the doll she wanted in her childhood, but her father denied. "You're just like that doll, Ethen. Something so sweet it makes me vulnerable." She touched his face with love and thought, "When you told me I could do as I wished, I truly did consider relinquishing my power. But I've come too far, and I can no longer hold on to the past. So instead, I will use all of my strength for you, Ethen," she declared. She added, "That past is no longer an obstacle. You've taken my hand, and we're together now. So I'll protect you, just as you've protected me." Ethen, wearing a brown prince costume, came by waving his hand, saying, "Cecilia, could we?" Meanwhile, someone called Cecilia, saying, "Your Grace, there is something you must see." Cecilia interrupted Ethen, saying, "My apologies, Your Highness. It seems..." Ethen tapped on her shoulder and said, "It's fine. You must be busy. We can talk later." Stepping forward, she nodded her head and said, "Right. We'll talk again later then." Ethen also waved his hand and smiled. Ethen thought, "But we never did." Cecilia became so burdened with work that it was practically impossible to see her after that. After that, Ethen went to the lounge of the castle, beautifully furnished in a white theme. He opened the door and screamed out, "Cecilia!" He went to a maid and asked, "She's not here. Is Cecilia back?" She replied, "Her Grace left early this morning." He screamed out at every corner of the lounge, "Cecilia!" After being depressed, he sat by the window and started saying, "How is she still so busy? It's been 6 weeks already. It's only a fortnight now till our wedding, and Cecilia's still occupied elsewhere." He added, "I can hardly say I'm surprised, though. I idle endlessly, whereas Cecilia always has her hands full." He started crying and said, "How could I possibly burden her further by demanding her time as her lonely lover? How overbearing would that be?" Reminded of what he actually wants, he expressed, "All I need is for her to be by my side, but I know even that would be asking for too much. Though the world has done nothing for her, it continues to demand from her. No matter how hard she tries, all she gets in return is suffering. He added, but with how kind Cecilia is, she thinks nothing of it. All I could do was simply wait without protest for her sake. Even though the silent, solitary waiting took a heavy toll on me, there was no other way. While sitting by the window, he pressed his head and said, I must, in order to grant Cecilia freedom. Crying, he continued, that's the only. Reminded of how Cecilia took care of him when he got sick, he recalled her saying, Your Highness, you're awake. I was told you passed out. They said it was due to stress. He thought. Again. Reflecting on his feelings for Cecilia, he expressed, I've already passed out once from pining for you when all I had to do was wait 2 months for you. He added, I'd wanted to present a healthy, manly front for Cecilia, but now, when all I had to do was wait 2 months for you. Cecilia, sitting beside him on the sofa, told him, They also told me you haven't been eating well for days. The wedding's next week. Do you think you'll be all right by then? Ethen, waking up from the bed, said, Cecilia, I abhor myself for having worried you, and yet, he added, I'm so glad I've finally gotten to see you. Leaning on her, he asked, Cecilia, do you really have to leave again? I know better than anyone how busy you are. Grabbing her arms, he started crying, saying, Still, please, just for now, tell me you have time. On the other hand, a royal person was expressing distress while holding his heart, screaming, Not only did we fail to get rid of the Crown Prince, we lost the magic stone as well. We can't risk another failure. He added, You know full well they'll never find out who's behind it, no matter how hard they investigate the stone. It's only a matter of time before they track us down. When that happens, it's all over. He continued, Even so, we cannot stop here. That damned witch. I'll drag her to hell if I have to. Cecilia and Ethen drew closer. Describing their connection, Ethen shared, After that, Cecilia came to spend the night with me every night. He expressed the happiness that dispelled his brooding and contentment, acknowledging the fear that her visits might have ulterior motives, as he sought refuge in her arms nightly, aiming to prevent falling ill. Despite his determination to mature for Cecilia, emotions overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling like a child when with her. During a quiet moment with Cecilia sleeping in his arms, he admitted that her absence fueled loneliness, making it hard to sleep. A kiss on her neck prompted self-reflection, acknowledging the unease of feeling foolish. The following day, Ethen, dressed royally and holding a newspaper, contemplated regaining his rightful place, expressing determination while still focused on Cecilia. I shall be waiting where we always meet, he declared, raising questions about a possible reunion at the wedding. Meanwhile, Raznadiv, seated on a bed in a white dress, clutched a rattling cup of tea as Ethen summoned her. Confirming the king's attendance at the wedding, she suggested it as a strategic moment to reclaim the throne. Ethen, taken aback, questioned her about potential plans for an assassination attempt during the ceremony. She responded, A wedding must take place at the temple, and security is limited there. Such an opportunity won't come again. Reminding Ethen of the monster incident during Cecilia and his dance, she emphasized, We've already failed once. Missing this chance is not an option, Your Highness. Now is the time for a bold decision. Ethen, puzzled, thought, Bold and wise? Is this about politics on a day meant for sacred vows? He voiced concerns about Hastred, to which Raznadiv chuckled, assuring, They won't be able to pin anything on us, and I've set loose some puppets to confuse them. Ethen, frustrated, reflected on the contaminated wedding, thinking, This decision lacks any sensibility. Recalling the monster attack on Cecilia, he became emotional, desiring her safety. I want Cecilia to save herself and love herself before anyone else. Why must she risk her life for others? Dressed in a prince's coat, Ethen pondered freeing Cecilia from duty, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Meanwhile, Raznadiv humorously raised the succession issue, annoying Ethen. She suggested, Leave throne matters to me, Your Highness. Ethen mused. A wedding remains a wedding, regardless of what happens. Just as a match is still a match, whether it lights a candle or a smoking pipe. He remarked, bringing up Rafnal's death as an additional incident. Rafnal's death would be an extra occurrence, that's all. While touching his face, he smirked. Ha! Have I learned the art of self-justification? He added. Well, if it means setting Cecilia free, I can do much more than justify myself. It's Ethen and Cecilia's wedding day. The castle is beautifully decorated, guests are arriving, and there's a lot of hustle and chatter. A luxurious white horse-drawn carriage is part of the scene. Ethen, wearing his white and gold wedding attire, gazes out the window and thinks, very well. I have my reservations about Raznitov's plan, but if it succeeds. He contemplates the success of the plan, thinking, Cecilia will finally be able to live a life of liberty safely in my arms. There will no longer be any chains tying her down. He adds, I've committed to my decision. Cecilia, I'll give you freedom and happiness so that you can do anything you desire. Meanwhile, chaos erupts outside as the horses become uncontrollable. Thane protects Rosemary, and on hearing the commotion, Ethen asks, What's going on? A liege member shouts. Someone's causing trouble, it seems. Ethen wonders, is this part of Raznitov's plan? But she never mentioned. Reminding her, he says, You're the root of all evil in this kingdom. The horse carriage is out of control, and someone screams, Renounce the wedding this instant. Ethen pondered. No, this can't be part of her scheme. His liege member advised. You must wait here. Ethen reflected. It's me they're talking about, not the king. What they want is for me to renounce the wedding to prevent Ursias and Hastred from forming a union. Smirking again, he thought. Ha! Was I truly naive enough to believe nothing would happen to me while scheming an assassination? Addressing them, he said, I'm here. Thane and Rosemary stood behind him, attempting to prevent him from going elsewhere. Thane screamed, Your Highness, you cannot step out alone, it's too dangerous. He pleaded, Please, at least wait for the Hastred knights to arrive. I will accompany you if you cannot. Ethen replied, It's all right. There are those who have come here just to attend my wedding. I can't allow them to be in danger. Adding, These people want me, and me alone. I must oblige. Thane insisted, You stay here. Nevertheless, Ethen started stepping outside, contemplating. There's no telling. Stand back. What will happen to me the moment I step outside? In a fit of rage, he declared, But I will not sit idle and watch as they try to interfere with my life. On Cecilia and Ethen's wedding day, with all preparations completed and guests in attendance, the horse carriage encountered difficulties. Ethen ventured outside to investigate, accompanied by the liege members. Utilizing his magical abilities, Ethen threw a sword, causing a cascade of events leading to a fire. Amidst the chaos, he marveled. I feel so light, so full of strength. As panic ensued with people screaming about the fire, Ethen used his magic to summon rain, dousing the flames. In the downpour, Ethen began fluttering. Suddenly, Cecilia appeared, wearing a beautiful white and pink dress, shouting, Your Highness, are you all right? She held his shoulder and urged, Hurry, let's return to the carriage. The knights will get things under control. It's too dangerous for you to be out. Reaching her, Ethen embraced Cecilia, asking, What about you, Celia? Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Cecilia reassured. No, I'm all right. Someone in the crowd roared. The one true heir! Surprised, Cecilia and Ethen turned to look. People exclaimed, The Crown Prince just saved us with his magic. Joyful that Ethen had extinguished the fire, they chattered. Isn't this what a king should do for his people? As expected of the one who was meant to be king, no? Upon witnessing the enthusiastic crowd, Ethen pondered. The crowd, they're all. He and Cecilia stood on the horse carriage, surrounded by people chanting, The one true heir. The true king. Ethen thought. This must be it. Raznitiv's plan all along. Recalling Raznitiv's words, he remembered. It will provide the perfect moment to win back your place on the throne. Realizing Raznitiv never explicitly mentioned attacking the king, only seizing the chance to win back the throne, Ethen said. But Cecilia is the king's knight. At this rate. As the crowd cheered for Ethen, Cecilia grew furious, exclaiming, "Someone is instigating them." Ethen tried to stop her, saying, "No, Cecilia!" Amidst the chants of, "Ethen for king!" Cecilia sensed manipulation, urging, "The crowd is being swayed to a frenzy." Employing magic through her sword, she commanded, "Search the crowd! Track down the ones who dare utter such treachery!" Liege members responded, "Yes, my liege." The instigator, hiding in the crowd, rushed out, hurling insults. "Damn cowardly cur! You're nothing but a slave to the king! You dare call yourself master of the Order of Hastred?" Ethen lamented. "Now my bride has become the subject of insult at her own wedding. Is this Raznitiv's fault, or is it mine?" Grinding his teeth in rage, he questioned, "Why should she be on the receiving end of such scrutiny?" "Why?" Cecilia reassured him, patting his shoulder. "My liege! The carriage is safe, please come quickly." Chris sighed, remarking, "What a scene she made, all to disperse the crowd." With a gesture of his hands, he warned, "Had that gone on for much longer, you and the crowd would have been in some real danger." Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, he added, "And I doubt you'd want that kind of trouble on your special day. She did it all for you, so instead of that expression you're making right now, why not repay her with a smile?" Ethen complied, smiling, but soon questioned internally. "What? Put on a smile?" Reflecting on the situation, he thought, "Why does everyone always take it for granted that Cecilia should be the one to take all the blame? And Cecilia, why do you always take it upon yourself to make those sacrifices?" Expressing frustration, he added, "Is this the blood-stained path you spoke of?" A nervous servant interrupted, saying, "Your Grace, the road is all clear. Now we can resume our journey to the temple." Contemplating a red and golden crown embedded with beads, Ethen declared, "So, in order to set you free from the tragic fate and chains that hold you down, I shall become your king. I will be the one who sits on the throne as your ruler." After the unfortunate incident at the wedding, Ethen forcefully confronted Raznitiv, casting her to the ground in front of the gathered priests. Tensions rose as Raznitiv defiantly declared, "I have greatly incurred your wrath." To which Ethen, growing cold, responded, "My wrath?" Amidst the chaos, other priests chastised her actions, emphasizing, "You acted without my permission, without informing me, and are now merely being punished as a consequence. Is that not so?" As the confrontation escalated, a brave priest defended Raznitiv, exclaiming, "How dare you touch her reverence?" Raznitiv attempted to halt the commotion, shouting, "Enough!" She then humbly apologized to Ethen, saying, "My deepest apologies, Your Highness." Unfazed, Ethen criticized both her and the priests, stating, "You and your priests are all the same, full of insolence with no respect for your superiors. Don't bother coming to the reception. You won't be welcome there." In the aftermath, the shocked priests quivered at Ethen's words. A fallen priest on the floor screamed, "Your Reverence!" But Raznitiv silenced her, asserting, "Silence! His Highness is the only legitimate heir capable of dethroning the current king." While departing, Ethen pondered, "It's just as I thought. Raznitiv won't dare to cast me away even after an act like that. Even if her desire is to bring down Raphnel, who ruthlessly ruined the late beloved king, and place me, the legitimate heir to my father, on the throne." He added, "She will not be able to tame me, and she will not be able to use me. In the end, we will see who will be left standing over whom." He proceeded to the castle where Cecilia, Raphnel, and a girl were engaged in conversation. Ethen stepped forward and called Cecilia. He flinched after hearing, It's quite uncommon for Hastred to take so long to locate a criminal, no? Cecilia directed this remark to Raphael. She added, it is uncommon for the royal palace to be under attack. In fact, I believe this is the first time in history. Raphael stood there, listening, then tilted his head when Cecilia said, I can assure you we are putting in our full effort, but the criminal is proving to be quite meticulous. He replied, meticulous or not, I expect faster results. The other girl, dressed in black and white royal attire, holding a hand fan, said, Your Majesty, today is her wedding day. While flapping the fan, she added, shouldn't you be giving her words of congratulations and blessings instead? Raphael spread his hands and started saying, blessings? Why, her wedding ceremony was even fancier than mine ever was. Just look at this reception. How many more blessings could she possibly need? That girl said, all this extravagance cannot be what she wants. If I were to guess. While stepping forward, Ethen said, yes, Aunt. He tapped Cecilia on the shoulder and said, it is a long-standing tradition of the Grosslin men to prepare a ceremony and reception party, befitting the jewel-like beauty of their bride, is it not? Cecilia turned and looked at him. He continued, a lady also values stability, something which extravagance may not provide, you will learn. Ethen smiled and replied to her by saying, thank you greatly for your advice. I am nowhere near deprived enough to be concerned about stability, but should such circumstances arise, I shall call to mind your wise words. She was numb. Meanwhile, Raphael started screaming, why, you insolent little. Ethen smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to take a walk with my bride to escape this stifling air. After this, he started leaving with Cecilia. After that, Ethen became well aware of Raphael's intentions. He thought, I have long known the fact that Raphael never intended for me to marry Cecilia. He only meant to keep Cecilia, the master of the Order of Hastred, and a swordsman so powerful it invoked the need for constraint seal tattoos, celibate till death. As her marriage would form a league with power strong enough to contend with the king himself. After her father's death, when it seemed more and more possible that Cecilia would find a suitor, Raphael had to make a decision, as giving the Hastred dukedom to another would mean losing a powerful ally. He added, and so he came up with the perfect plan to keep Cecilia as his ally, using me, the poor Ethen Grosslin with nothing to his name. He likely surmised that with our age difference, the betrothal would have quickly been broken off by either me or Cecilia. It was the perfect card for him to play. He could publicly welcome me back, as murdering his own nephew wouldn't do, and at the same time, keep Cecilia from marrying. But as our wedding day approached, he grew nervous. Hastred, with its ever-growing renown, and Ursias, of untold wealth, would soon unite to form a power unmatched by even the king himself. Raphael may have tried his hand at interfering with our marriage by constantly making us the subject of rumors and jokes concerning our difference in age. He was thinking that, but all that's left him with is a raging tiger right under his nose. Someone called him by saying, Your Highness. Cecilia patted his shoulder and said, You've been too rude to His Majesty. Ethen thought, his first mistake was thinking that I would ever give up someone so beautiful. Ethen put his hand on Cecilia's face and said, Cecilia, I don't really feel like taking a walk. He grabbed her close to him and said, Why don't we go out to the balcony instead? Cecilia nodded her head, and they kissed. They both returned to the castle. Ethen was explaining what they did after returning to the castle. After returning to the castle, we spent all of our time together. We kissed passionately, laughed while embracing, and even shared stories of our respective childhoods. He described his childhood stories, and although Ethen spent days feeling innocent happiness, he also seemed nostalgic about the life that he could have lived. Ethen was laughing, and Cecilia gazed at him while holding a wine glass. Now, Cecilia started telling about her childhood. When I started telling him about the few precious memories of my childhood, Ethen's eyes would grow round and wide, he'd frown, and even grow angry on my behalf. Ethen threw out the wine glass and hugged her tightly. Though the times where people had once targeted me in my youth had long since passed, Ethen was concerned with my well-being, frantically asking after my health and any injuries. Ethen started crying badly by hugging her, to the point where he didn't even notice he had spilled his wine. It was strange to think that we spent our first night together talking about our childhoods. They are lying on the bed, and Cecilia was patting him. Ethen asked her, saying, "Have you ever given thought to what we would do in the future?" Cecilia said, "The future?" Ethen added, "Yes. After our marriage and my position have somewhat settled, I want to travel with you." He was lying on Cecilia and said while glaring, "Given how busy you are working, I highly doubt you've ever properly rested or traveled." Cecilia became awkward and said, "I take breaks, I rest." Ethen asked, "Smoking and sleeping?" "I mean real rest, real traveling, stuff like that." Cecilia replied, "I'll think about it." Ethen sat beside Cecilia and said, "Very well. If a destination ever comes to mind, tell me right away." "Cecilia, do you remember what you told me when I was younger?" Cecilia asked him, "What are you referring to exactly?" Ethen replied, "When you swore to help me." Cecilia replied, "Ah, yes, I remember. Though I am a Grosslin and hold the title Benif Grand Duke Ursias." He added, "If I were to ever reclaim my position as Crown Prince, I would like to set up a charity." Cecilia asked, "A charity?" Ethen explained to her, "Currently, the gap between the classes in Yensun is too large. Plus, the rich look down on the poor. The working class is the backbone of the country, but all of this is negatively affecting them." He added, "If this continues, Yensun will collapse. Things need to be addressed now before it worsens." Cecilia started thinking, this is the kind of person who strives to make the world a better place for others to live in. I trampled over countless people to get to where I am now, but not you. You would have made it this far without doing so." She added, "You embody all that is good and are always shining." Ethen chuckled and asked her, "Shall we sleep now?" Cecilia thought, "Everybody will want to support you. When I talk to you, it's as if I'm able to reclaim the innocence I lost long ago." Next morning, windows are opened, and curtains are fluttering with air. Ethen and Cecilia are stepping out. Ethen asked her, "How's your head? You said you felt dizzy last night." Cecilia replied, "I'm fine. It was because of the alcohol." "Haha." Ethen grabbed her hand and said, "But you can't." In front of them, a servant was stopping Chris from entering. He sang while holding him, "Please return later." Chris said, "Move aside." Cecilia asked him, "What is it, Chris?" He replied, "Apologies, my liege." He's very serious, and said, "It has arrived." Cecilia got astonished. She said, "I understand." She tapped on Ethan's shoulder and said, "It appears I need to leave, Your Highness." "I apologize." Ethen grabbed her hand, kissed it, and said, "I suppose you have no choice." While waving his hand, he started leaving by saying, "Come back soon." Cecilia turned towards Chris and said, "Now then, let's go." Cecilia led Priest Rostov into a dimly lit room constructed with bricks, where an array of torture implements hung ominously. Addressing Rostov, she remarked, "What an unpleasant situation. I'm certain I warned you, Rostov." Rostov, bound and frightened, sat in a chair. "You've known me since I was young. Perhaps because I'm a woman, you are unable to respect me as your master," Cecilia asserted. Reaching for a dagger on the table, she continued, "That's why it's difficult for me to overlook this. I do not take pleasure in torturing someone who was once my teacher." Despite Rostov's evident fear, Cecilia stated, "Our conversation could end rather simply and quickly, Ross." Donning a long black coat, she warned, "However, if you wish to prolong things, I'm sure I can make that happen. I told you." Holding the dagger, she added, "Billiam is who you need to fear the most." As she inflicted pain upon Rostov, who eventually confessed, Cecilia disclosed, "This was a plan fabricated by my uncle Xian, my father's younger brother." Standing with her liege members, Cecilia faced her uncle's protests, replying with a side eye, "For Hastred." As royal authorities dragged him away, her uncle exclaimed, "How dare you!" How could you treat your father's kin this way? I've sacrificed my whole life for Hastred. I shall not be treated like this. Cecilia taunted. For Hastred throughout my whole life. Cecilia expressed. My uncle has referred to me as a witless little girl. Whenever there was a matter involving me, he could never stay out of it. Adding details, she continued. From my education to my etiquette lessons, my magic tutors, and even my marriage, he meddled in it all. Describing Rostov as her magic teacher, she remarked. However, his only success was implementing Rostov as my magic tutor. Recalling her father's efforts to block Xian's interference, Cecilia noted. Father blocked most of Xian's incessant antics, but he constantly overstepped in my life, greatly irritating me. As Xian's words angered Chris and Sophia, Cecilia stated, This isn't even overstepping anymore. He's completely crossed every boundary. Killing him is too lenient. Agreeing, Sophia added, That's correct. I've overlooked your antics all this time because you were my father's brother. In a decisive moment, Cecilia snapped. However, this time, you not only dishonored me and threatened the safety of the Grosselin family. Emphasizing the gravity, she added, But you've also sullied the name of Hastred. While Xian begged on his knees, Cecilia departed, stating, I've watched you for a long time, but ultimately you've disappointed me, Xian. In response, Xian screamed, What did you say? Cecilia calmly replied, The fact that you believe Hastred belongs to you because you've meddled in my life truly turns my stomach with disgust. Cecilia emphasized, You must settle the debt for betraying Hastred. While sweating, Xian loudly exclaimed, You still haven't realized I'm the reason for your success. How foolish! Hastred, no, you betrayed me, Cecilia! In response, Cecilia stated, You couldn't stand my father and me. You always coveted our positions as though they were yours. She questioned, Was it you who killed my father? Xian, trembling and angered, yelled, You dared to place blame for Ilad's death on me. You ungrateful little! Observing Xian's genuine anger, Cecilia wondered, Does that mean he didn't kill father? Taking a sigh, she said, As I said earlier, I've overlooked your actions all this time due to your being father's kin. She added, But father is no longer here, so I no longer have a reason to do that. Xian replied, Do you even know what you're saying? Cecilia, in frustration, ordered authorities to drag him away, declaring, We shall hold a trial at Hastred. Xian, you will no longer be allowed to interfere with Hastred ever again. Following that, Xian was brought to court and defended himself. Despite his complaints and evidence, the judge ruled against him, banging the hammer and sentencing him to death by hanging. Cecilia explained, It was the natural conclusion for a criminal who had betrayed Hastred and placed the kingdom in danger. Then, another uncle stepped forward, rushing to defend Xian. However, the judge, tired of their behavior, scolded and humiliated them. Authorities dragged him out of the court, and they had no choice but to accept the decision. As an act of mercy, I pardoned the rest of his family and made Xian bear the full brunt of the punishment. After realizing the decision wouldn't be reversed, and hearing that his family wouldn't be punished, Xian requested to see me. Cecilia went to jail to meet him. He admitted, I heard you intervened on behalf of my family. It's true that I could not stand you or your father. Adding, The things I felt belonged to me so naturally became yours that I could not help my feelings. However, I did not kill Ilid. Rising up, he continued, Despite how I felt about him, Ilid was an amazing brother, one whom I admired greatly. As my life is already lost. He stepped forward, saying, I must share something because of the mercy you have shown me. Cecilia asked, Do you know something? He held the jail bars and squeezed, saying, Cecilia, beware the king. Cecilia, flinching, asked, Do you mean Rafnal? Xian replied, That's right. Ilid was looking into him. Ilid and the previous king were close. He suspected the current king had a hand in his friend's death. Grabbing his collar, he urged, That's why you mustn't trust the king, Cecilia! It's possible he was the one behind Elise Da. Cecilia, furious, screamed. Guard! Open this door now! The guard replied. Yes. Meanwhile, Xian fell unconscious to the ground. Cecilia cried out. Xian! Black blood was coming out from his mouth. She said, pondering. Black blood? A curse? No, this is the curse of a promise. He swore to someone that he would never speak of this topic. In utter rage, she thought. But to whom? Under the starry night sky, adorned with countless stars and a brightly shining moon, a profound sadness lingered. Xian's family wept bitterly for his passing, and his funeral took place at the beach. His lifeless body sailed away in a boat, with priests standing solemnly by. Cecilia, dressed in mourning attire with her hair braided, held a lantern, looking on with deep sorrow at her uncle's demise. In the midst of the grief, her aunt approached, crying, and held Cecilia's hand, expressing profound sorrow. Cecilia, feeling helpless, thought, I wonder how my aunt felt. She then spoke. I shall leave now. As the sea waves created a rhythmic noise by colliding with each other. Standing alone at the beach, Cecilia contemplated. Having to apologize to the niece who caused her husband's death. The sea waves splashed against her feet as she pondered. This long, unfortunate relationship we had was washed away by the waves and the setting moon. The waves crashed against rocks, seemingly attempting to erode them. Continuing her thoughts, Cecilia added, rather than seeing me as a witless girl or as his incredible older brother's child, if he had tried to see the real me, perhaps we could have been a real family instead of having such a twisted relationship. As she stepped onto the beach, her footprints left imprints on the clay. Engrossed in her thoughts, Cecilia wondered, for how much longer must I live this way? Feuding with my relatives, the inability to trust those around me, the constant shroud of death. How much longer will I? In the midst of her contemplation, someone called out her name, Cecilia. Turning around, she found Ethen, who hugged her tightly. Puzzled, Cecilia asked, Your Highness? Why are you here? Gazing at his face, she repeated, Your Highness? Ethen responded, I know enduring all of that wasn't easy. I'm proud of you. Cecilia, shocked, thought, how did he know that I've been enduring it this entire time? You are like moonlight that can always find me. Seeing Ethan smile under the moonlight, he politely suggested, Let's go home. Cecilia thought, You come and find me, just like the moon, and hugged him, saying, Okay. Ethan stood in front of a luxurious room, stepping inward. A servant informed him, Oh, that's the former Duchess's room. As you can see from its decorations, it's more suited to a woman's tastes, Your Grace. Ethan entered the room, rejecting the offer for another, stating, No, I like this one. I shall stay here. In his thoughts, Ethan considered, Cecilia's room is next door as well. Cecilia resides in the Duke's room. The servant, feeling helpless, politely left, saying, Please rest well then. Ethan explored the room, touching the furniture, and reflected. So, this is the room of the previous Duchess. Cecilia's mother. Ethan reflected. I had originally planned on sharing a room with Celia, but she looked tired. She needs time to herself to properly rest. His hand touched a photo frame, holding a childhood picture of Cecilia dressed in a pink dress. Ethan uttered, How cute! Wondering if the previous Duchess had drawn it. Noticing a bookshelf, he remarked, There are also several notebooks. Flipping through a book titled, The Stairs of Greed, Ethan realized, This is the previous Duchess's diary. It contained entries like, Cecilia, today I saw the most beautiful flowers, showcasing the love and affection the Duchess had for her daughter. Ethan chuckled as he read about Cecilia's parents' romantic conversations. He continued reading, uncovering a page where the Duchess expressed concerns about her health and the impact on Duke Sarian. Ethan thought, It seems she left this behind on the slim chance that the Duke may read it. I'm starting to understand why Celia always tries to appear so strong. Closing the diary, Ethen thought. This diary shows how much Duke Sarian cared for his wife. He treated their love so carefully, as if it were as delicate as bubbles. Placing the diary back on the shelf, he remarked, "It must have been a steep fall indeed, a fall so deep that I don't even want to imagine it. Though you were once so soft-hearted, you had no choice but to become strong on behalf of your bereaved father." Ethen became more concerned about Cecilia after reading her mother's diary. The next day, wearing a white shirt and skirt, Cecilia burst into Ethan's room, finding him sitting on a chair with a newspaper. Both were well dressed. Smiling, Ethen asked, "Did you sleep well?" Later, they sat at the dining table with breakfast laid out. Cecilia dragged a chair beside him, expressing, "You didn't even think to wake me." Ethen replied, "How could I wake a person who barely has any time to rest?" Cecilia retorted, "At least you could have started eating first." Ethen set aside the newspaper, saying politely, "I wasn't that hungry earlier, and I wanted us to eat together." Cecilia sighed and agreed. "Well, let's eat then, shall we?" While holding a fork, Ethen mentioned, "Although, there is something I'd like to eat." Playfully poking a tomato, he put it in Cecilia's mouth, saying, "Trust me. I promise it won't be as tasteless as this." Cecilia politely responded, "Your Highness," and ate it, apologizing that she must escort her aunt that day. Ethen inquired, "You mean Xian Sarian's wife?" Cecilia confirmed, "That's correct." Ethen smiled and wished her a safe trip, adding, "I hope you'll think of me while you're away." Meanwhile, a pamphlet in the newspaper sought a maid, specifying requirements and offering housing near the palace for a woman over 55 years old with a quiet and thoughtful personality. This newspaper ad seeks a blonde maid from Groland, aged over 55, with a quiet and thoughtful personality. Housing near the palace is provided. Ethen receives the newspaper and realizes, "This strange advertisement is a coded message from me from Raznativ." He decodes the message. Quiet means 2 weeks from now, and thoughtful means midnight. Near the palace means she'd like to meet at my townhouse, and recommendation is necessary means there's someone whose identity needs my confirmation. Ethen goes to the seaside, sits in the boat, and thinks, "I wonder who that could be." I wanted to wait at Heartthread for Cecilia's return. He spots a large boat in the sea, which stops, and Raznatif steps in wearing a black coat. Raznatif bows in front of Ethen and says, "I have been waiting for you, Your Highness." Ethen brushes his shoulder and replies, "No need for such greetings." He puts his hand in his pocket and says, "How extraordinary must this person be if my confirmation is required?" Raznatif nodded, and a person tied with ropes was dragged outside the boat, his face covered with cloth and hands tied. Raznatif lifted the cloth from his head and said, "It seems, Your Highness, this is the person who kidnapped you long ago." Ethen asked, "How did you find him?" Raznatif explained how they discovered him, and the person said, "It's already been 9 years, but I'm still afraid of being recognized. Damn it, I'm scared to death." Raznatif mentioned, "One of my men discovered him while investigating a different matter in the back alleys of Yensun." Ethen, lowering his hand, asked, "I see. And were you able to find out who gave him the order?" Raznatif replied, "Yes, it was as we expected." Ethen clenched his wrist, thinking, "So it really was my uncle." He added, "It's clearer now more than ever that Rafnal tried to get rid of me." Raznatif asked, "What should we do with him?" Ethen pondered. "What to do with him indeed? I want revenge for all that I endured. Whip him until his skin flays, then burn him with hot irons until he begs for death. No, I need something even worse, even crueler." At that moment, he recalled Cecilia's words. "Your Highness, you are merciful even to those who have wronged you." Ethen asked Raznatif, "What would you have done?" Recalling Cecilia's words, he realized, "The one I should truly be angry at isn't this person. It's Rafnal." Afterward, Ethen turned and started leaving, saying, "Take care of it." Raznedev replied. Yes, Your Highness. As Ethen left, panting badly, he thought, how can you do this to me? Remember everything that man did to you. He grabbed the curtains, thinking, everything he made me go through. You're going to let him off the hook with a quick and easy death? Weeping badly, he added, he needs to suffer and die in agony. You, of all people, aren't supposed to betray me. You aren't supposed to. Clenching at the wall, he said, Cecilia, I need you. Meanwhile, fire blazed in the torture room where Xian and a person were tied with ropes, both screaming loudly. One of them pleaded, I don't know anything, I swear. Please spare me. Sophia held a spatula of fire and remarked, that much is obvious just by looking at you. Bringing the spatula close to him, the person started trembling, crying, I really don't know who ordered it. I don't, but… Cecilia sat in front of them, twisting her arms. The person screamed, I know who Lord Xian sent letters to every week. Cecilia got astonished and asked, Every week, huh? The person replied, Yes. Seeing that he immediately sent a letter on days that went especially bad, there's no doubt that person was also involved. Xian yelled, You traitor! How dare you? He added, Silence. The trembling person said, It was High Priest Raznedev. Cecilia, astonished, thought, What? Considering the situation, she pondered, it'd be more believable to say she tried to help Ethen instead. Could High Priest Raznedev really have been involved? Everyone is aware of Raznedev and Rafnel's sour relationship. Why would she do anything to help him out? Cecilia ordered Chris. Chris, look into Raznedev. Chris replied. Understood, my liege. She added, Look into Grand Duke Ursias as well. Sophia, shocked, asked, My liege, that means… Cecilia put her hand on her chin and said, That's right. It's possible that this situation is just a diversion. If Ethen and Raznedev have been in contact then… In the recent episode, Cecilia, having kidnapped her uncle Xian and his servant, was stunned to discover Raznedev's letters to Xian. Contemplating the purpose of the magic stone Raznedev gave Xian and Rafnel, she wondered if it was initially intended to assassinate the king but was redirected toward Ethen by Xian and Raznedev. Drawing a conclusion, she realized that Raznedev was willing to commit treason to ensure Ethen inherits the throne. Sophia addressed Cecilia, stating, My liege, if His Highness is somehow involved, how would you like us to resolve this matter? Leon added, If it comes to that, Grand Duke Irises will not only have to face the king but also Hastred due to our contract. Deep in thought, Cecilia pondered the implications. Chris, seemingly lost, reflected, That's right, Chris. Just like how you had to, the time has come for me to make a decision. Cecilia chuckled and remarked, Hastred's enemy. When did it begin? Continuing, she added, Must be taken care of. When did I start masking my pain with a smile? All liege members bowed before her, affirming, Yes, my liege. Chris asserted, We shall investigate it thoroughly without leaving a single detail. As the door shut, Cecilia ascended the stairs, guided by the light from the burning fire on the wall. While climbing, she contemplated the possibility of Ethen being an enemy to Hastred, willing to go to any lengths, even killing a king, for the sake of its freedom. Cecilia acknowledged the gravity of the situation, reflecting, However, if that enemy was Ethen, I wouldn't simply be killing a duke. I'd be killing Ethen. Could I do it? In the midst of her thoughts, the sound of horse riding approached, with horse steps splashing water. Riding through a barren area in the rain, water drained from Cecilia's cheeks as she pondered impulsive decisions and her actions regarding Ethen. Arriving at the castle, Cecilia was received by lady servants, one offering a towel for her face and hair. Continuing her contemplation, she questioned Ethen's involvement with Raznedev. In the castle, she pondered orchestrated events involving Xian Sirian of Hastred, recalling the demon at the palace and the attack at their wedding. Entering Ethen's room, she silently expressed, I don't care if you're the Duke or the King. Just please. Finding him peacefully sleeping, Cecilia sat beside him, gently brushing his face. Ethen, awakening, grasped her hand and confessed, Cecilia, I'm exhausted. She inquired about his struggle, and Ethen, holding her hand to his face, revealed, Yes. You didn't ask me to attend the funeral with you. It was upsetting having to find out the location myself. Cecilia inquired, Is that so? Ethen, concerned, expressed, People were bound to treat you with scorn. As your husband, I should have been at your side. Reminding her of the funeral, he shared his frustration at feeling invisible when she didn't call for him. Concerned about her appearance, he exclaimed, And why do you look so thin? I should have fed you properly before you left. Leaning on him, Cecilia held his face, confessing, The way you constantly protect me makes me happy. She kissed his forehead, making Ethen incredulous. Rising from bed, he grabbed her shoulders, shouting, Is that really you, Cecilia? I wasn't dreaming? Assuring her he was fine, Cecilia laughed, apologized for the difficulty, and Ethen embraced her, reiterating his well-being. Cecilia reflected on her deep love for Ethen, kissing his forehead, saying, I wish you really were fine, I truly do. Hugging her, Ethen declared his well-being. Cecilia thought, My wonderful lovely Ethen. I've never regretted choosing you. Even if they end up on opposite sides, she hoped he'd always be happy. The next day, Leon expressed concern about her sudden disappearance. Cecilia, dressed in a gray coat and white pants, reassured him. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Is there anything to report? Leon discussed the investigation of the magic stone, revealing a familiar magic signature with no recollection of the owner's identity. Cecilia approached the stone, and as she touched it, purple light emitted, leaving her astonished, exclaiming, This is... On a bright sunny day, there's a small hut surrounded by plants. Ingrid's hut. Cecilia visited the hut where Ingrid, dressed in a yellow outfit, was serving tea. Observing Cecilia, Ingrid greeted, It's been a while, Ingrid. As she continued serving tea, Ingrid inquired, Here, drink this. And what brings the busy leader of Hastred here, especially to my shabby little home? Leaning on the table, Cecilia responded, I suppose there's no need to explain myself with our relationship. Ingrid then shared her investigative findings, revealing, While investigating, I discovered that High Priest Raznatif often visited Grand Duke Iris's home. It seems it's been going on for a while now. She added, Ethen's attendants, who are always by his side, reacted as if it was their first time hearing about it. All the knights of Hastred investigated this matter and found that magic was involved, the same magic that also came from the stone. I felt your magical signature from it. Curious, Cecilia asked. Why'd you help her? You know that's treason. In response, Ingrid, pointing towards herself, replied, I'm a traveling wizard, Cecilia. Is there anything wrong with me wanting to study beside the high priest? Cecilia pondered. Ingrid, she has no thoughts of backing down. Clenching her wrist, Cecilia exclaimed, Though it's unlikely your family will be affected by your words just now, I can't promise your life will be spared. As they had tea, Ingrid placed a plate on the table, remarking, Cecilia, you still don't get it, do you? Instead of throwing me into a dungeon, you've come all the way here to have a conversation with me. Snickering, she poured tea on the table, adding, Or are you behaving this way because of your little fiancé? Pouring tea, she continued, Cecilia, I despise the current king and queen. They exiled a dear friend of mine from Yensun. Now that friend can never return. Cecilia, shocked, listened to Ingrid's thoughts. You may find me foolish for committing treason for just a friend, but I'd make the same decision even if I were to go back to the past. Tea dripped down from the table. Cecilia reflected. Everyone goes down the path they build through their own choices. Chris, Zion, Raznatif, Rafnal, Ingrid, everyone. And Ethen, it seems you've also made your choice. Emphasizing the importance of Hastred, she recalled. Hastred is a place where free knights have gathered. the founder of Hastred once said. And that ideal has continued for hundreds of years. Hastred has been able to shine so brightly all these years because, no matter what, it has never strayed away from the founder's ideal. Adding, however, despite being its leader, I've never been able to experience freedom myself. If I were to allow myself to be swayed by emotions, if I desired freedom, then the freedom that Hastred has dreamt of, and the many lives attached to the organization, would be destroyed in an instant. She recalled Ethen's words. Cecilia, you may do just as you please. Money, honor, freedom. I will procure enough of that for the two of us. At that moment, Cecilia was in tears, and they trickled down her cheeks. Enough that you will be able to do whatever you want, she thought. Reflecting on Ethen's reassurances, she pondered. I wonder if you know how badly I want to believe you when you say your communication with Raznatif is insignificant. In the lovely moments when we locked lips and embraced each other until we fell asleep without a care in the world. I would never have even dreamed of something like this. Seeing her reflection in the tea that had spilled on the table, Cecilia contemplated. This foolish, fruitless hope to become someone who supports you and not the king. Rising, she slammed the table, addressing Ingrid. Of course, Ingrid. Studying is important. As she left, she added, but take care of yourself as well. Cecilia sat in the horse carriage, thinking. In the end, I failed to convince Ingrid. Unfortunately, there's only one path available to me. No matter how badly I want to take another one, it's impossible for me to do so. Stepping out of the carriage, she pondered. Ethen, would you be able to accept that I cannot choose you? As she stepped out, Ethen embraced her, saying, Welcome back. Cecilia wondered, would you be able to understand me? They kissed, and Ethen confessed, I can't hold back any longer. Cecilia and Ethen lay on the bed, with Ethen embracing her. He confessed, Actually, Cecilia, I pray every night for this wretched world to end. Kissing her forehead, he added, If the world ends, that would mean no kingdom and no Hastred, so you'd belong only to me, right? Cecilia acknowledged similar thoughts, explaining, If you were a person with no money or social stature, I think we could have lived a peaceful, happy life. Ethen hugged her tightly, expressing, All I need is you to be happy. Rising from the bed, he questioned, But Cecilia, if I had absolutely nothing, then who would take care of you? Recalling Chris's words, he continued, You don't even take care of yourself. Ethen asserted, I couldn't have stood seeing you live like that. So I believe we still would have ended up like this. Cecilia agreed, and they shared a kiss. She added, Don't get hurt. The next day, with the bright sun casting rays through the window, Ethen, lying in bed, searched for Cecilia. Not finding her, he wondered, Did Cecilia leave? She didn't try to dissuade me, nor did she agree with me. It's very like her. As birds chirped outside, he reflected. Even after discovering that I was preparing to commit treason, she stayed by my side as my wife. However, as the leader of Hastred, she had left. Squeezing the blanket, Ethen thought, I love how you always do everything to the best of your ability. That's why I'm going to do my best too. Because I will always need you. Rising from his bed, he contemplated. If Hastred's contract is what is controlling your freedom. And with a magical gesture, a sparrow perched on his hand. I'll take the throne and gain ownership of that contract. Ethen declared to the sparrow. Instructing the bird, he said, Tell Raznatif we'll strike as soon as possible. And then it vanished from the room. Ethen, now dressed in a black royal outfit, stepped outside. Thane and Rosemary awaited him, holding a bag. They addressed him. Your Highness. Ethen inquired. What is it? Thane explained. We're planning to leave Yensun for a short while. Bowing and requesting permission. Ethen realized. Oh, Cecilia is allowing her people to escape while they can. He reached into his pocket, taking out stones of different colors. Handing them to Thane and Rosemary, he apologized. I apologize for never properly taking care of the two of you. This should be enough to use in case of emergencies. I apologize for deceiving both of you." Emotional, Thane and Rosemary received the stones. Thane handed Ethen a letter from Paul saying, "This is a letter from Paul. Please take care of yourself, Your Highness." In the letter, Paul explained his sudden departure and assured Ethen he would return once things were fixed. Reading the letter, Ethen chuckled, thinking, "It seems Paul doesn't know anything. Sophie must be boiling with anger." Placing the letter in his coat pocket, he reflected, "However, I can no longer stop. Too many things have changed. All that remains is revenge." Stepping forward, Ethen continued his journey. In the barren landscape, people with horses confronted Raznatif, accusing the current king of betraying and murdering their former king. Raznatif exclaimed, "We cannot allow that cunning traitor to continue sitting on the throne." Ethen arrived, and Raznatif pointed at him, declaring, "The original connection to Grosslin, our true king, Prince Ethen Grosslin, has returned to take back his throne." Ethen, on horseback with companions, rushed towards the enemies, engaging in battle using his magic. He shouted, "The doors have been breached," and ordered, "Hurry! Go inform the king! Charge!" Ethen used his magic to restrain the people in front of him as he rode forward with Raznatif and others, contemplating. "This is strange. Hastred's Grand Master knew of my plans for treason, so he must have strengthened his defense." Royal authorities were shocked at Ethen's arrival, making him wonder, "So how were we able to get in so easily?" While riding, Raznatif approached him, stating, "It appears the king has already lost everybody's trust." "There are no hints of retaliation," Ethen replied firmly. "No." Then he screamed loudly, "Something's not right. Open the doors." Ethen, leading his army, approached King Rafnal's castle. As he entered, his army followed closely behind. Upon opening the door, loyal members of the court stood before him. King Rafnal sat on his royal chair with Cecilia by his side. Rafnal, noticing Ethen, remarked, "So you've arrived at last." Cecilia stood beside him, visibly shocked. Ethen pondered. "I thought the defenses were lackluster, but I see it was all part of a plan to get me here." Aware of Rafnal's fatal weakness in emphasizing legitimacy, Ethen realized Rafnal orchestrated this situation to rightfully eliminate him. Intrigued, Ethen mused, "Will you feel more justified in killing me if you capture me in the act of betrayal?" He smiled at Rafnal and said, "You knew we would meet like this." King Rafnal sneered in response. "I never once believed those pretty words you vowed to me all those years ago," Ethen recalled, reflecting on Rafnal's care for him. "That's why I gave you the name Ursias. It was all to warn you to keep your head down and not misbehave." He continued, "However, it looks like my dim-witted and troublesome nephew didn't understand my thoughtful gesture and made a choice mired in immaturity." King Rafnal explained his concern for Ethen, stating, "I almost pity my poor brother who so mournfully searched for his child, only for that child to grow up so uselessly foolish." Ethen, astonished, absorbed the revelation. "I have come this far to get my revenge and gain Celia's freedom. But before getting here, I took a moment to look back at my childhood and pinpoint the moment you might have changed." Ethen described his intentions. He added, "Because," recalling a moment when he asked Rafnal about something and Rafnal placed his hand on Ethen's head, saying, "It's natural for children to be curious, but don't do anything dangerous, Ethen." Reflecting on how Rafnal had treated him with warmth, Ethen thought, "You had always treated me with such warmth. As I thought of you like a father at one point, I foolishly believed that you also loved me." He considered the possibility of forgiveness if Rafnal genuinely apologized for his betrayal, acknowledging his greed for power and honor. "If you had genuinely apologized to me for your betrayal, confessing that your greed for power and honor blinded you, then I might even have forgiven you," Ethen remarked. Aware that Rafnal was ready to fight, he added, "But now I can see that you were waiting for the right time to strike." While sitting on his royal chair, King Rafnal smiled and said, "I'll give my silly little nephew a chance." Stake your honor in a one-on-one duel. Furious, Ethen clenched his wrist, expressing his frustration. Why is it you always speak with such finality? Upstairs, a servant screamed out. My liege! The royal guard is attacking the castle guards. They've betrayed us. Raphael, shocked, gritted his teeth and wrist with rage. Ethen, standing in front of him, said, Idrid Grosslin. Holding a handkerchief filled with blood, he continued, I am not here today to steal your throne. Instead, I am here to recount your crimes. After hearing this, the king started trembling with rage. Ethen pointed towards Raphael and asserted, And take back what was originally mine. He added, This handkerchief is just one piece of evidence that proves your role in the death of our previous monarchs and the assassinations you committed to reach the throne. Raphael, furious, ordered his liege members, Kill them! Chaos ensued as both sides clashed. Meanwhile, Reznadif screamed to her army, To your positions! Liege members engaged in combat with royal authorities. Sophia fought with her sword, and a member of the royal army fell. Observing the struggle, Ethen thought, As expected of Hastred, we don't lack in numbers, but it's like fighting a wall. Reznadif used magic to halt the onslaught, and Ethen worried. They're too strong. If this continues, we'll get pushed back. Cecilia raised her hand and declared, Enough. All liege members stopped and turned towards her. Ethen was surprised, thinking, Cecilia? Raphael, standing from his chair, exclaimed, What are you doing? Cecilia responded, Did you not offer the chance of a one-on-one duel, Your Majesty? She added, Our contract was to protect the king, not to be sacrificed in the name of political strife. Handing over her sword, she said, Therefore, let's resolve this matter through combat. Ethen was shocked to learn that Cecilia wanted to fight him, thinking, Cecilia? Raphael questioned, Are you saying you're willing to kill your own husband? Cecilia retorted, Did you not predict this day would come? Taunting Ethen, she smiled and said, When you forced that young and thoughtless child on me? Turning her hand, she declared, Let's end this here. I refuse to be a part of this in the future. Raphael found it interesting, laughing loudly. So you only accepted him out of pity? And now you'll kill him with your own hands? How cruel! Looking towards Ethen, Cecilia waved her sword and said, I want to end things painlessly, but I'm afraid I can't make any promises. Trembling, Ethen asked her, Why are you doing this, Cecilia? Stepping forward and weaving his hands, he pleaded, I know you're behaving like this because of Hastred and Raphael's contract, but you should stay out of it, Cecilia. Sweating and desperate, he added, I just need a moment. That's all I need to capture Raphael. Trying to remind Cecilia of her words, he said, You said you were on my side, Cecilia. You said you loved me. Cecilia approached him and asked, Have I ever actually said that? When Ethen reminded Cecilia of her words, Cecilia approached him and asked, Have I ever told you that I loved you? Smirking, she replied to herself, I don't remember saying such a thing. She then ordered Chris, hand His Highness a sword. Chris handed his gleaming sword to Ethen. Wanting to appeal to Cecilia's senses, Ethen said, Come to your senses. It goes against my morals as a knight to fight someone so distressed. Cecilia, pointing her sword towards him, commanded, Raise your sword. Ethen, recalling his words to Cecilia, stated, I wanted to save you, Cecilia. I wanted to save you like how you saved me. I wanted to help you reclaim your freedom. He hugged her and continued, You forced yourself into a contract with Raphael to save me, and I believed that if I got rid of everything imprisoning you, you would stand down. But everything was a lie. He reminded her of the time when she took care of him, emphasizing, You simply sympathized with me as I was a young and foolish child. Ethen clarified, You aren't my wife, but a loyal knight willing to betray me for the king. Clenching his sword tightly, he thought, If this was always to be our conclusion, then why save me at all? Ethen confronted Cecilia, asking, Did you enjoy seeing me fall in love with you? Cecilia flexed her sword and invoked, "O holy sword!" Ethen, both weeping and smiling, gripped his sword and declared, "Everyone, stand back." Cecilia and Ethen continued their sword fight, both showing emotion through their moves. Cecilia smiled while Ethen cried. After a momentary break, Ethen tried to use magic to stop Cecilia. They paused, assessing each other, with a history of shared moments evident in their expressions. The conflict carried a desire for resolution, but the path to understanding seemed unclear. Despite the tense situation, Ethen wished for a peaceful end, while Cecilia maintained her composure, showing determination mixed with regret. As their magical clash lingered, the confrontation hinted at the possibility of uncovering deeper truths and finding redemption in the midst of their emotional turmoil. Cecilia again rushed towards him, invoking, "O holy sword!" However, she got drenched as Ethen once again screamed out his magical words. Ethen stopped her with his sword, realizing, "Huh! Wait, Cecilia's hand just, wait." Everyone was astonished by what was happening. Cecilia's mouth was bleeding, and she came forward, apologizing. She fell into Ethen's arms. Ethen asked her, "Why?" Cecilia replied, "Why has it come to this again?" She threw her sword away. Ethen thought, "I know what kind of person Cecilia Sirian is. She's my first knight. She's warm, kind, beautiful, and a liar. Most of all, she is someone who truly loves me." Tears streamed down Ethen's face as he admitted, "I knew all that, and yet..." While holding Cecilia in his hands, he thought, "The pain of being betrayed again by someone I loved was too overwhelming." He added, "Even though I knew how genuine of a person you actually were, I couldn't trust you." Repenting, he continued, "And betrayed you once again. I made lofty claims that I was acting to reclaim your freedom. However, I never stopped to consider your thoughts, and now I've killed you." Ethen grabbed his sword and said, "Kill." Holding his sword tightly, he declared, "I must kill the person who did this to you." Sophia and Chris screamed, "Your Highness!" Royal authorities rushed towards Raphael. Ethen ordered them, "Seize him." Cecilia, clad in a white shirt and black pants, gracefully entered the castle's backyard, showcasing her flowing red hair. A table and chairs were arranged there, and a lady was seated. Spotting Cecilia, she greeted, "It's been a while, Cecilia." Caught off guard, Cecilia responded, "You." The lady invited her, "Come take a seat." As Cecilia settled, she noticed mystical elements on the table. Pouring tea from a kettle, the lady remarked, "As an enlightened sage, this meeting shouldn't be taking place." Offering a cup to Cecilia, she continued, "However, Illy entrusted me with something. Do you know who I am?" Cecilia acknowledged, "How could I not know one who has reached enlightenment, such as yourself?" While holding the teacup, Cecilia inquired, "But how do you know my father?" Amused, the lady chuckled. "Oh, haha, we were friends," she explained. "As I'm sure you know, Illy was an avid book collector. He had several books that I wanted, so we became friends rather quickly." Cecilia responded, "Oh, I see." Using magical abilities, the lady continued, "As I was saying, I've appeared before you to fulfill a promise I made with Illy." Cecilia became curious. "A promise?" she replied. "He was certain you would help the Crown Prince reclaim the throne. Though don't think he saw you becoming the queen." Cecilia pondered, "Queen?" The lady found a letter and said, "Ah, here it is. With this, I've now fulfilled my contract with Ilid Sarien." She fluttered it completely. Within a second, all the alphabets started dispersing. Astonished, Cecilia uttered, "Is this a cursed contract?" She thought, "Does this mean the curse that led to my father's death was his own doing?" She added, "Why? Why would he do that? For what purpose?" Cecilia screamed with rage. "Are you asking me to believe this?" Slamming her hands on the table, she asked, "Why are you only informing me of this now?" The lady sat comfortably and waved her hand, saying, Illid told me to inform you once Ethen Grossland took back the throne, but I was living at the very edge of the continent, so I only heard the news now. She rose from her chair and started performing magic. Cecilia, seeing this, asked, "What does that?" The lady replied, "It's been a while since I've talked to another person, and it just so happens to be Illid's daughter." She looked at Cecilia and asked, "Care for a walk?" She started stepping forward, and Cecilia followed. While walking, the lady chuckled, "You look like you have a lot on your mind." Cecilia instantly replied, "I do." She frowned and added, "I can't seem to understand why my father would enter a cursed contract." The lady took a sigh and said, "Even someone as enlightened as myself couldn't always tell the purpose behind Illid's strange actions." She continued, "He committed suicide by cursing himself. What could be stranger than that?" She explained to Cecilia, "But when we made the agreement, he said this to me." Meanwhile, she used her magic and showed a flashback of her father. Her father was saying, "Cecilia will undoubtedly bring the Crown Prince back to the throne." He slid the curtain and added, "Even if it takes a very long time, she'll do it." The lady was lying beside him, yawning. She asked her father, "I don't understand. Why not just help then? Why do you need to die?" The prince turned back, glaring at her. She continued, "On top of that, if you commit suicide, Cecilia will face many disadvantages when inheriting the dukedom. Isn't that why you're doing this entire curse arrangement so secretly?" The prince, standing and holding a bookshelf, replied, "Every little thing and moment must belong to Cecilia. That way, Cecilia will be able to inherit everything I own. And then the entire world will know." The prince, now sitting in a black suit, looked at his daughter Cecilia, who was clenching his pants. He said, "They'll see that my daughter is no murderer but an incredibly honorable and just person." In a flashback, Cecilia held her father's hand. After that, she sat, holding her cheek with a mark of a slap on her face. In the next flashback, she was crying. Then, she stood, wearing a liege uniform. Reflecting on these memories, Cecilia thought, "Father was asking for my forgiveness. He noticed too late that I was in pain, and this was his way of trying to fix things." Overwhelmed with emotions, she cried and said, "He really was such a strange human being." The lady said to Cecilia, "Well, it's time for you to return." Cecilia, shocked, asked, "Huh? Aren't I dead?" The lady laughed and added, Now. No matter how enlightened I may be, even I can't speak to the dead." She snapped and advised, "Hurry back now before the person you risked your life to save gives up his own. Goodbye, my queen." And she vanished. Cecilia asked, "But why am I a queen?" When she woke up, she was in bed, thinking, "Where am I?" Meanwhile, someone called her. "Cecilia?" Cecilia dreamt of her conversation with the lady, reminiscing about her past and her father's wish. As she woke up, she found herself in bed. Ethen stood in front of her, saying, "Cecilia?" Her body was covered with bandages, and she wore a white shirt over it. Shocked, she exclaimed, "You!" While looking at him, she uplifted her hand and smiled, saying, "You should have." Then she patted his face, saying, "Woken me up." Ethen kissed her forehead and said, "No, don't strain yourself." Holding her hand, he added, "Everything you're worried about, your nights, Hastred, I'll put them all on hold for you. You just focus on resting, Cecilia." Ethen cried, and she leaned on him. Cecilia fell back asleep, explaining, "When I woke up again, Ethen had already reclaimed his throne with me as his queen. A servant offered her a crown." She added, "The kingdom was collapsing from within because of Rafnel's mishandling." Despite Hastred's efforts, despite the high walls that were built, and even if Ethen's coup hadn't happened, the kingdom was destined to fall. Normally, I would have been executed because of the crimes I committed as Rafnel's dog. Now she's describing the liege members, saying, "However, all those people, including Ethen, could see in that brief moment that I had forsaken Hastred. It was the moment when she was fighting with Ethen. She immediately recalled Ethan's words. But Cecilia, you may do just as you please. That's right. I threw my duty to Hastred away. Ethan, you told me to do as I please, right? She added. At that moment, I wanted to pick you over Hastred. For the first time in my life, I chose something I wanted. Then, she went to a place, opened the door, and saw liege members in front of her. Stepping forward to them, she said, As you are all aware, the Order of Hastred was involved in a treasonous plot against the throne. However, our contract was one of protecting the king. It was not meant to extend to the entire order. She pointed at herself and said, Hastred's treasonous behavior shall be dismissed as a reflection of a personal contract with Cecilia Sirian. She smiled while saying, Therefore, I declare that the Order of Hastred is no longer connected or owned by the Sirian family. All the liege members got astonished and started shouting as Cecilia said that. The next liege will be decided upon through a vote by the remaining soldiers. They screamed, My liege! Cecilia smiled and said, The currently imprisoned knights will also be released after this, so don't worry. One of the liege members started screaming in rage. My liege, you said under no circumstance would you ever abandon Hastred. A girl also screamed out, My liege! My liege! Please stay as our leader! Others also shouted, My liege! Cecilia uplifted her hand and said, Enough. Hastred also needs to change. She added, It's the start of a new era. Now enough, all of you. All the liege members were weeping badly. While smiling, Cecilia said, Everyone, may the glory of Hastred let's meet again. She pointed her hand forward and said, Continue on. She turned and started leaving. She thought, Just how long was I planning on leading this order? How big of an impact has Hastred had on my life? It was all because of the previous leaders who worked hard to maintain the order, no matter what. She realized and said to herself, Ethan, you helped me realize something. Although I didn't want to have it stolen unfairly from me, I never once wanted this place to begin with. She laughed loudly, saying, I can taste my freedom. On the other hand, Ethan was rushing outside. Thane and Rosemary were chasing him. Ethan screamed, Cecilia! Rosemary said, Your Majesty! Please maintain some dignity! Cecilia was holding her horse. She saw Ethan coming and stopped. Ethan rushed to her and hugged her. Cecilia said, Your Majesty, you should have waited inside. Ethan kissed her and said, How can I stay still when I know you're coming to me? She smiled and said, Your Majesty, I'd like to go on a trip. Will you permit it? Ethan replied, I told you, Cecilia. Be it money, honor, or freedom, I'll acquire all of it until it's overflowing. Holding her face, he added, So do whatever you please. No matter how far you travel or how long you are away, know that I shall always be here for you to return to. Ethan became emotional and said, But I'll miss you, so don't be gone for too long. Because I really, truly cannot live without you. Meanwhile, Cecilia was gazing at him. Rosemary and Thane, standing behind them, observed. After that, Cecilia left, and Ethan returned to the castle, stepping forward. Meanwhile, Rosemary asked him, Why didn't you tell her to stay? We all know you'll worry yourself sick as soon as she leaves. He replied, How could I hold her here? At that moment, Paul rushed in, sobbing and screamed out, Why? Why did no one tell me anything? Paul entered the castle visibly distressed, shedding tears as he exclaimed, How come nobody told me? He hurried towards Ethan and inquired, Your Grace, did the rest of you know? With tears streaming down his face, he continued, You're so mean! I mean, Your Majesty! How could you not tell me you were planning a coup? Paul, gripping Ethan's shoulders, expressed his concern. What if something bad happened to you? Not even Mother told me what was happening, and on top of that, she sent me home. Ethan, squeezing Paul's shoulders, responded firmly. All Sophie wanted was for her son to be in a safe place. Family members of traitors aren't promised safety. Despite Paul's emotional outburst, Ethan continued, Paul, Sophie will die too one day. So, don't say something you'll regret, and let go of your inferiority complex toward her." He maintained his grip on Paul's shoulders. Paul, bowing his head, humbly requested, "Please allow me to stay here. Any position will work. It can be any odd job or chore. Just please let me stay by your side and support you." Thane and Rosemary escorted Paul away. Ethen, reflecting on the incident, thought, "I don't want to be blinded by all the overprotection I've received anymore." Later, Ethen explained the aftermath of his fight with Ravnal, stating, "The imprisoned knights of Hastred were all quickly released, and as soon as she was freed, Sophie left Hastred and became the captain of my guards when my liege risked her life, and your majesty attempted to take your own." Sophia sat in front of Ethen, admitting, "I was no longer a part of Hastred." Reflecting on the moment Ethen was attacked, she realized, "It was then I knew I was not a knight of Hastred but your majesty's supporter." Filled with guilt, she confessed, "I betrayed the order." Ethen explained, "It didn't seem like anyone had a problem with the betrayal that Sophie spoke of, but she left because she couldn't accept it." He added, "Perhaps it was because of what I said, but despite whatever Sophie did, Paul did his best with whatever tasks he was assigned." Normally, when a knight became the captain of the guards, people would consider it a promotion or a political move. Paul chose to change. Thane and Rosemary were already aware of the situation, having known that Ethen had been contacting Raznatif. Ethen acknowledged, "They might have even helped to cover up some of my mistakes by doing so, all on behalf of our friendship." Reflecting on choices and change, Ethen remembered Rosemary asking, "Why didn't you tell her to stay?" While climbing upstairs, he thought, "That's why I couldn't hold on to you. I didn't want to be a foolish man who couldn't trust or wait for you. I didn't want to bother you by keeping you in the same place." He added, "I'll change too for you." Later, Ethen visited someone with long white hair in jail, identified as Idris. Wearing royal attire, Ethen greeted, "Long time no see, Idris." Idris, facing downward, questioned, "Why haven't you executed me yet? Are you enjoying seeing me like this?" Ethen replied, "No, I wanted to ask you something." Idris responded, "Ask me something?" Ethen replied, "That's right." He clenched his wrist and explained, "Initially, I thought of killing you as soon as I captured you. However, there are answers I need." Ethen shouted, "Why didn't you kill me immediately? A 5-year-old must have been easier to kill." Frowning, he remarked, "I see you don't remember who raised you." Ethen was left shocked and continued, "Who do you think stopped me, saying she'd die with you whenever I talked of killing you?" Recalling a conversation with his aunt, he exclaimed, "I told you countless times not to be weak and grow fond of him. This is the only way to get to the throne." Ethan's aunt held him in her arms, crying, and shouted, "I never agreed to that. That was all your selfishness. I've raised Ethen from birth. He's like my son. If you kill him, I'm going to die with him right here." Ethen asked, "Then, where has Auntie gone?" "She wasn't in the palace," Ravnal replied. "Anna, she and the Silurian harp are at the bottom of the palace's lake." Astonished, Ethen questioned, "The Silurian harp?" Ravnal confirmed, "That's right. I'm sure everybody assumed it was going to go to you." Ingrid, sneering, added, "Isn't it funny?" She was the country's most prominent woman, yet being queen didn't make her happy. He requested of Ethen, "You can kill me however you want, Ethen, but be respectful toward your aunt. Give her a funeral, please." Ethen thought, the Ravnal in front of me was a more pathetic and trivial person than I had expected. He was taken over by greed and lost everything. Ethen gave his aunt a funeral, kneeling at her graveyard with a priest, presenting flowers. He thought, according to Ravnal, my aunt wanted to divorce him. Gazing at the sky, he reflected, it feels like everything has returned to its original place. So, Cecilia, I'm sure you'll return as well. I just need to be patient. He added, this time, I'll place my trust in you. Meanwhile, at the seaside where boats sailed, Cecilia stood as pigeons fluttered around. At the fish market near the seaside, fish hung in shops, and shopkeepers called out to customers in the bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, a person rushed into the cafe, shouting, "Please help us, Your Grace." Cecilia, sitting in the cafe with tea and a newspaper, calmly replied, "Austin, knock before coming in." He slammed on the table and urgently said, "But this is a matter of life or death." Cecilia, seemingly unperturbed, enjoyed her tea and announced, "There's a recap for those of you curious about what's happening." Cecilia, who had never traveled alone before, wanted to go somewhere quiet as opposed to a popular travel destination. Why is this Austin person begging for help, you ask? Let's go back 1 month to find out. Upon Cecilia's arrival at the destination, she encountered a kid in a green shirt and shorts crying, "Help! I'm being kidnapped!" Cecilia lifted him by his collar and remarked, "You're the one that tried to pickpocket me, but you're calling me a kidnapper?" Someone told Cecilia, "Let that child go." 3 boys stood in front of her, and Cecilia, suspicious, thought, "It doesn't look like they're here to help him." She asked them, "Are you with this thief?" Offended, one person rushed to her, screaming, "Ha! Big talk for a kidnapper!" He attacked Cecilia, but she skillfully protected herself without moving an inch. Shouting, "Get her!" the assailant's companions joined the fight. Cecilia coolly remarked, "You started this," as she kicked one of their hands, causing the small boy to fall away. The others screamed, "Get her!" Cecilia, fighting courageously, caught the attention of the kid who had initially cried for help, and he seized the opportunity to escape. Cecilia reclaimed her money, flaunting the coins, and said, "Well, it's fine. I got my money back." The men ran off too. She moved forward, clutching her bag, thinking, "Guess I'll leave now." Suddenly, someone stepped in and greeted her with, "Long time no see." Cecilia took a pause, wondering, "There's someone here who knows me? I'll need to keep them quiet, huh?" She realized it was Austin, and he bowed, saying, "I'm honored that you remember my name." They headed to a cafe where a girl served customers, and people called her for their orders. Cecilia and Austin sat down. Expressing her preference to be alone, Cecilia said, "Come on, fate brought upon this meeting, so don't be so cold. This man was once a knight of Hastred." He called out to the waitress, "1 beer, please." "Right away." But like many other knights, he left the service. Cecilia thought about him. "I heard he became a supervisor of some kind after leaving Hastred." Austin continued, "Anyway, my liege, you're also here because of the rumor, right?" Cecilia asked. "What rumor?" Austin turned and whispered, "There's been a sharp increase in children in the slums recently. The numbers are increasing the most around the harbor, so the supervisors, including myself, are currently investigating it." Curious, Cecilia asked, "What kind of children have been kidnapped so far?" Austin sighed and replied, "There's no basis for it. From nobles to peasants, everybody's been fair game. Though the children of nobility are often ransomed back to their families." Cecilia started thinking about the child from earlier, wondering, was that child from earlier also a victim? It sounds like they're a large and organized group. She added, "It might even be they're using the kidnapped children to make money." Meanwhile, the waitress served her beer, and Austin rose from his chair, saying, "Well, any help would be greatly appreciated. I'll be back tomorrow. Let's have breakfast together." He winked and pointed at the beer, adding, "That beer's on me. Drink up." With that, he left the cafe. Cecilia took the glass of beer, contemplating, "I came here to enjoy some time off, but it seems I've stumbled into a big incident. I'm getting a bad feeling about this." Now, as night fell, she entered her room and lay on the bed, thinking, "It seems Austin asked for my help, unaware of my current situation, but it's definitely suspicious." Reflecting on the earlier incident with the child, she pondered, "The adults that appeared as soon as I caught that boy. If that boy had truly been forced into helping those men, He should have asked for my help after seeing me fight them off, but he fled instead. She added, Why did he run away? And then there's Austin. Meanwhile, she heard voices of people screaming outside. Fire? Cecilia quickly got up from her bed, opened the window, and witnessed the house on fire. People in panic were shouting, It's a fire! Fire! Observing the chaos, Cecilia thought, What on earth is happening? When Cecilia noticed the fire, she swiftly exited her room to find a house engulfed in flames. Frantically, people were dousing the fire, urgently shouting, Don't let the fire spread! Bring more water! Amidst the chaos, Austin discreetly called out to her, addressing her as, Your Grace. Trembling, he implored, Please help. Cecilia, realizing his presence, thought, Just as I thought. Firmly, she responded, You're not part of the management here. Curious, she questioned, You're a bounty hunter, aren't you? Kneeling, Austin begged, I wasn't trying to trick you. If I had known it was this serious, then. Cecilia, expressing skepticism, twisted her arms and demanded, Explain. Shaking, he revealed, The kidnapping isn't a recent problem. It's been going on for years. Describing the grim aftermath, he explained, The noble children who were kidnapped and then returned came back damaged in many ways. Some had their fingers cut off, while others could no longer leave their homes. Adding more context, he shared, Of those affected, some were also the heirs of their households. No matter how much they pleaded with God for help, it was all useless. Desperation led afflicted noble families to pool funds, offering a reward that attracted bounty hunters. Strangely, despite the significant reward, no guild accepted the offer. Austin, distressed, stated, Not a single guild, from any city, wanted to get involved. Cecilia, intrigued, inquired, And the fire? Austin replied, That's someone came looking for me under the pretense of wanting information. People informed him. They said they'd been assigned guard duty for Hara. Armed with weapons, they attacked him and tried to kill me. Meanwhile, a lantern behind him fell, igniting a spreading fire. He managed to escape, but Cecilia interrupted. It looks like Hara's guilds are at the center of this. Austin pleaded again. Please help me. The only way to leave Hara is through the main gate, but I'll definitely be caught if I try. Cecilia, contemplating the complexities of dealing with guilds, thought, Guilds are difficult to deal with. As a basic rule, they don't interfere with the work of other guilds. As a guild expands in a city, they all grow closer. If one guild is affected, it could lead to a showdown with an even larger guild. She pondered. To combat that, we need to. Leaving abruptly, she stated, I must go back. Austin tried to stop her. What? Are you going to abandon me here? Cecilia smiled and said, Well, to be more precise, I must ask someone to come get me. Austin, puzzled, asked, What is she talking about? Now, shifting back to the present, where Cecilia enjoyed her tea and read the newspaper, Austin rushed to her, desperately seeking help. He screamed, My heart's going to give out. I don't know when or where I'll be attacked and killed. Cecilia, maintaining composure, placed her finger on a line in the newspaper and asked, Enough. What does the temple say? He replied, The temple would like this situation to be resolved as quickly as possible. Adding, They seemed suspicious of us, though. Cecilia rose from her chair and stated, They want us to prove ourselves by doing something first if we want their help. Austin, distressed, held his head and screamed out, Tell me the locations of all the guilds in this town. Huh? What are you going to do? Cecilia, donning a black long coat, fluttered her long hair and declared, We have to do something. She covered her face with a black mask and went with Austin into the night. While on the way, Austin voiced his concern. If we get caught sneaking into a guild like this, we'll die. Cecilia turned towards him and replied, We don't have enough information. Adding, The guilds are keeping quiet, and out of fear of being targeted by them, no informant would dare cross them. That means we need to come get information ourselves. She advised Austin. You need to be prepared to put your life on the line for this. Austin, scared, trembled badly. But still. Cecilia ordered. Walk faster! At a certain place, small children's hands were tied with ropes, and they were being forced to move somewhere. Cecilia and Austin witnessed the distressing scene. Austin panicked, but Cecilia instructed him to keep quiet, saying, This is enough proof. Let's go! A person holding the rope yelled at the children. Get up and walk properly, or you'll get beat. The children wept, and he hit them, screaming, I said get up! In that moment, Cecilia rushed, grabbed the rope from his hand, and the person got shocked, exclaiming, Who the hell are you? Where'd you come from? He ordered his companions, Catch her! Cecilia kicked his companion while a boy scratched his head and said, What is all this noise? If you're here, hurry up and come inside. Why are you making so much noise outside? Cecilia fought with the companions, leaving them on the ground dizzy. Startled, he screamed, Intruders! A person rushed in after hearing him. Meanwhile, Ethen smiled to himself, saying, Please come pick me up, as he used his magic. Cecilia saved the children from kidnappers and brought them to the house of a woman. Wearing a long white dress with her hair tied in a braid, she stood alongside Austin as the children clung to her. The woman approached, holding the children, and addressed Austin. I thought you were some scoundrels trying to pit the guilds and the temple against each other, but you're not? Cecilia, with a smirk, replied. He does look like a rascal. Cecilia raised her hand and asked, Now will you help us? The woman sighed and said, You may come inside for now. The children slept, and she closed their room door, explaining to Cecilia. Our temple spent years requesting help from the mayor. However, the only response we got was that children from the slums weren't worth helping out. Clenching her teeth, she added, I'm certain the mayor and the guilds have some sort of beneficial partnership going on. As she moved forward, Austin and Cecilia followed. She continued, I'm glad we're in agreement that they must be stopped, but we're not equipped with the strength to handle this issue. Clenching her teeth again, she said, The guilds have such vast connections. How are we meant to fight against them? Turning to Cecilia, she warned, They will come looking for you. Advising her, she said, You should escape now, while you still can. Cecilia responded, If we were capable of fighting back, then what? Startled, the woman asked. Pardon me? Cecilia questioned her. If there was a force strong enough to handle those large guilds, would you take advantage of the situation? Shocked, she inquired, And where would you get such help? Cecilia requested, Give me 1 week. Actually, no. Adding, It won't take that long, so gather all the forces in Hara that can assist us in the fight. I'm certain there are more children, other than the ones we've saved, hidden somewhere in the city. Cecilia clenched her hand and stated, If we don't catch them now, there may never be a chance in the future. She scratched her head and added, If you're lying to me, I won't forgive you. I shall draft a request for help and send it to everyone I can. Meanwhile, those who kidnapped the children went to their boss and informed him about Cecilia. In a fit of rage, he threw a vase and screamed, What? You allowed all those children to be snatched? He, an old-aged person wearing a maroon royal dress, slammed the table and yelled, You useless fools! Close the gates immediately. Don't let them get away. We need to make examples of them. Ethen traveled with Sophia and other members on horses, with Sophia chasing Ethen. She advised him, You'll exhaust yourself before we arrive, Your Majesty. The sound of horse feet approached. Sophia requested Ethen, Please slow down. Ethen replied, We're taking longer because you brought so many people for no reason. Sophia reminded him, Please don't forget that you're a king. Ethen added, Cecilia called for me. The same Cecilia who has never ever asked me for help. Sophia smiled, sighed, and asked him, Are you that happy? They reached their destination, a castle with its doors closed. After some time, Sophia screamed. Do you not see the king's standard? Why aren't you opening the gates? She yelled. How dare they? Should we break it down? Ethen looked upward and said, No, Cecilia is inside. They'll have to come out soon, so let's take a look around. Ethen thought. That's right. I don't know Cecilia's location beyond the gate, so I can't behave recklessly. When the castle authorities saw Ethen approaching, they screamed out to each other. The king has arrived. The mayor should be running out here, but instead, he's kept the gates closed. Ethen pondered. Please come pick me up. The possibility is low, but could Cecilia be being held prisoner right now? Meanwhile, the mayor rushed towards Ethen, saying, Your Majesty. Thane whispered in Ethan's ear. That's the mayor of Hara, Count Sinarn. The mayor bowed in front of Ethen and said, I humbly greet you, Your Majesty. Ethen questioned him. How dare you close the gates of my own city? Your behavior is quite treasonous. The mayor replied, Not at all, Your Majesty. It was just. He ordered his guards. Hurry up and open up the gates. The gates were opened immediately. Cecilia came out of the castle and called Ethen. Your Majesty. You're here. Ethen jumped from his horse, rushed towards her, and hugged her. Cecilia said, I have returned. Ethen thought. Honestly, a part of me was a little nervous. What if Cecilia left me because of all my foolish antics? What if she never came back? I've been weighed down by my regrets and thoughts. He kissed her head and thought. But she returned to me, he said to Cecilia. Welcome back, Cecilia. The mayor pointed at Cecilia and accused her. That traitor! Your Majesty! That woman is a traitor! Don't be fooled by her. This woman has upended the peace and order of Hara, he yelled. She dares to challenge Your Majesty's royal. Sophia kicked him and said, How dare you speak of the queen that way? The mayor fell down, his nose started bleeding. Seeing him, Cecilia smirked and laughed at him. When the mayor uttered inappropriate remarks about Cecilia, Sophia retaliated by delivering a swift punch. Cecilia, unfazed, responded with a confident smile, proclaiming, I am Queen Cecilia Grosslin. It's nice to meet you. The mayor, taken aback, exclaimed, That's impossible. Meanwhile, Ethen silently pondered. Cecilia just... Sophia interjected. I know you spent your adolescent years without fuss, Your Grace, Your Majesty. She then directed her frustration towards Ethen and Cecilia, stating, I know that better than anyone. But I'd rather you had misbehaved back then. What kind of a mess is this? In the brief time it took for Sophia to arrive, Cecilia collaborated with the temple and civilians, successfully resolving the issue of Hara's kidnappings. She explained, Count Sinarn didn't want anyone to escape, so he ordered the gates shut. However, the king suddenly brought his army to the front gate, and since they had already been closed, they couldn't escape either. It was more than treasonous enough to imprison someone. Turning her attention to Ethen, Sophia addressed him. Your Majesty. However, she quickly became flustered, adding, This isn't the time to stare into one another's eyes and smile so happily. Despite Sophia's plea to focus on the serious situation, Ethen and Cecilia shared a moment, prompting Sophia to exclaim, Please focus on the issue at hand. This is a serious situation. Ethen, amused, thought, How can I not smile? Cecilia, still smiling, observed him and added, Plus, she is looking at me with so much life in her eyes. Cecilia announced herself that she was my queen. Cecilia suggested to Ethen, Let us handle things one at a time and relax for a bit, Sophie. In response, Sophia slapped her own head and reluctantly agreed. Fine. But only for a little while. Cecilia thanked her, to which Sophia inquired, What about His Majesty? Dismissing the question, she replied, Ugh, don't ask me. They said they want to be left alone for now. Cecilia couldn't contain her laughter as she held Ethan's face and affectionately addressed him, saying, Your Majesty. She openly confessed, I miss you. prompting Ethen to gently hold her hand and kiss it. Cecilia, looking at him, acknowledged, "I know you wanted to travel together," and expressed regret. "I'm sorry I left without you. I think I was afraid. I never had a chance to make my own decisions in my life. I thought that if I were to become your queen, then I could never go back." Ethen, reflecting on her words, admitted, "She's right. There is no way back. Losing the right to make any decisions about one's life." He added, "I know that suffocating feeling all too well. I lost everything at once, including my title, after all. The feeling of helplessness in those quiet moments of life." Contemplating Cecilia, he mused. "Cecilia made a decision about her life the moment she called for me to get her. Then that means—" Cecilia, addressing Ethen, recalled, "Since you were young, you've always told me to do whatever I wanted, Your Majesty." Internally, she thought, "There is a dream I always wanted to speak out loud but never could. I recently remembered it again." After saving children from kidnappers, she assured them, "You're safe now. We'll help you return home." The grateful children hugged her, expressing their thanks. Smiling at Ethen, she revealed, "I want to become justice. I want to be by your side, as your shadow, protecting and supporting you." Holding his face, she declared, "If you allow it, I will become a blade you can wield and show you the justice I speak of." She asked Ethen, "Would that be all right?" Ethen, captivated by Cecilia's sparkling eyes, contemplated, "I have never seen Cecilia with such sparkling eyes. And those eyes are looking at me." He responded warmly, "Oh, Cecilia, it's not like you're leaving my side." Holding her face, he asked, "Why would I refuse that?" Playfully bumping heads, he stated, "I'm fully prepared to fulfill any and every desire that you have. You are already my justice." Cecilia chuckled, and they both burst into laughter. Finally, Cecilia confessed, "Ethen, I love you." And they sealed their sentiments with a heartfelt kiss. Cecilia playfully dragged Ethen onto the bed, eliciting laughter from him with a surprised exclamation, "Cecilia! Ha ha!" However, their intimate moment was interrupted by a knock on the door. Ethen, now irritated, and Cecilia, still smiling, turned their attention to Sophie, who stood at the door. Ethen inquired, "What is it?" Sophie responded, "The citizens of Hara are waiting for you, Your Majesty." Ethen smirked and teased, "Are they waiting for me or for justice?" Sophie sighed and explained, "I believe they're waiting for the Queen." "They're at it again?" Ethen questioned. "For Cecilia?" Sophie informed him. "They seem to think that the Queen who rescued the kidnapped children has been arrested." The distant cries of the people outside echoed. "Release the holy swordsman," Sophie added. "They are rather upset." Taking charge, Ethen instructed Sophie, "Just go explain to them that she's the queen of this country." Sophie hesitated and revealed, "The secretaries are against that." Ethen, shocked, rose and demanded, "What?" Sophie reassured him, "Hold on, don't be upset." She shrugged and explained, "What I mean is that the secretaries would like to reveal her identity more dramatically." Cecilia and Ethen exchanged glances, and he asked her, "Well then, shall we go, my queen?" Cecilia replied with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty." Outside the castle, the crowd buzzed with anticipation, waiting for Cecilia. When she emerged, adorned in a black royal dress, cheers erupted, with people exclaiming, "It's the Holy Swordsman! She was actually our queen!" Ethen joined her and suggested, "You should address them, Cecilia." She replied confidently, "This is not the end," looking at him and stating, "We must put a stop to all the evil deeds started by the guilds of this city." Ethen, curious, asked her, "What do you?" On the ground, guards were dragging an old woman who screamed, "Where's my daughter? What did you do to her?" She held kidnappers tied by ropes, and guards instructed her to let go. Desperate, she continued yelling, "Where is she?" Guards decided to drag her away, while she pleaded, "Give her back." Observing the scene, Ethen said to Cecilia, who replied, "This is just the beginning, Your Majesty." She added, "Even if we were to compensate those people right now, it wouldn't matter to them. Of course, it's still better than nothing." The distraught woman collapsed, weeping intensely. Cecilia commented, "It may seem cold, but they need some good in their life now to recover in the future. However, we should also ensure they are indeed the families of the kidnapped children." Addressing the broader issue, she explained, "This situation has brought many victims and even spread to various cities. It will take a very long time to sort out the real victims and perpetrators, but it's a necessary step." Ethen, astonished, questioned, "What?" Cecilia continued, "I've seen it many times with people who have lost their families to demons. When people crying and wailing for help get caught, they'll claim it was all for survival without a trace of guilt." She emphasized, "But I believe those people over there are innocent. Please make sure those poor souls are treated well and get what they deserve, but don't forget to remain objective," Cecilia urged, turning towards Ethen. She emphasized, "Have compassion above all. These are difficult times. I pray you become a good king." Ethen, deep in thought, wondered, is the world a good place or a bad one? Although I did my best to reclaim the throne, the thought of being a good ruler never crossed my mind. He questioned Cecilia, "Do you think I'll be able to do it? Become a king capable of being responsible for so many lives?" Cecilia lovingly grasped his hand and assured him, "You will be a magnificent king." Meanwhile, the people outside started screaming, and Sophie rushed towards Cecilia and Ethen, delivering urgent news. "Your Majesty! The guilds have started a rebellion. It appears the former mayor turned to them for help while fighting off the citizens' forces. I've submitted a request for aid from the rest of our army, but we need a commander right now to fend off this attack." Ethen, considering the gravity of the situation, thought, "There's only one person here who can lead the soldiers into battle. It has to be Cecilia, who has been fighting against the guilds with the citizens up until now." Concerned about Cecilia's well-being, he pondered, "If something were to happen to Cecilia..." Cecilia reassured him, "Your Majesty, trust me." Frowning, Ethen asked, "If I were to refuse?" Cecilia replied, "Then, of course, I would follow your order." Ethen inquired further, "And if I wanted to send someone else?" Cecilia responded, "Then I would look for someone who can carry out your will." Reflecting on Cecilia's sacrifice, Ethen thought, "You've only just found out what you want to do and achieved peace and freedom. Yet you're willing to put aside your freedom because of your love for me. How could I possibly stop you?" Holding her face, he expressed, "You give me strength, Cecilia," and raised his hand, proclaiming, "As both the Queen of Grosslin and its holy swordsman, heed my call." Cecilia gracefully went on her knees and declared, "I, Cecilia Sirian, answer His Majesty's call." In response, Ethen granted her the title of Duke Esnel, bestowing command over the army. He instructed, "Lead the soldiers into battle and quash the rebels." They shared a kiss, and while holding his hand, Cecilia promised, "I'll return to you before this mark fades, Your Majesty. I shall bring you glory and victory." Ethen expressed his longing for the future, saying to Cecilia, "When you return, let's have children." She asked, "Is that an order?" He replied with warmth, "No, it's a request." Ethen reflected, "If this nervousness is proof of my love for you, then I shall accept it wholeheartedly, Cecilia. I love you." Cecilia departed, and a year later, she returned after ensuring the end of the guild's revolt. Exhausted from her efforts, Cecilia lay on her bed, and Ethen, concerned, told her to sleep more. He visited her, holding her hand, and leaned on her, expressing, "I just came by to see your face. It's still there." Cecilia kissed his hand, mentioning, "I made it last longer, so you could keep your promise." She held him in her arms and shared. "A life like this, full of swords, rescuing people, and love, is a good one to bring a child into." They kissed. Later, in a beautiful garden, A child with blue eyes and red hair like Cecilia ran around. Ethen cautioned, "Don't run, Era. You'll get hurt." Cecilia came and lifted their daughter, kissing her. Era called her, "Mommy." Ethen, commenting on Era's habit of falling, suggested, "Maybe it's best if we keep her from running. She'll get scars from all the bruises." Cecilia expressed her wish for Era to have a life of freedom and choices from the beginning. Ethen hugged both of them, agreeing with Cecilia's vision. He said, "I like that. If that's what you want, I'll do everything I can to make it happen, Cecilia."